Futures back in positive territory here this morning as we look to wrap up the week on a positive note. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a positive week. All three U.S. indexes still in negative territory on the week. 6+% for both the S&P and the NASDAQ currently heading into Friday here. The Dow about 4.5%. To the downside on the week. It's been a busy one. 30,000 gets taken out to the downside for the Dow yesterday. First time since January of 2021. We traded below 30,000 on the Dow. Individually this morning, a whole bunch of names moving around right now. Adobe shares, we'll talk about the earnings report, obviously forecast an issue for Adobe. Roku as well. Nice move if you were with us right at the end of the day yesterday. This actually came out right at 4 o'clock. It wasn't even 4:01 when they announced this deal with Walmart. So big move aftermarket for Roku continuing this morning to look pretty strong. Chinese stocks also looking quite strong here in the pre-market this morning. Looks like this Ant IPO could finally happen for Alibaba. So Alibaba leading right now, very active. It's Friday, June 17th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Positive board for you to kick off a Friday. 1.2% for the NASDAQ there leading the way. 0.75 for the Dow. The S&P almost a full percent back in positive territory. Crude a little bit choppy here this morning. I was watching early on. There was some volume to the upside, but we're back to negative now on crude oil. Pretty quiet on the crypto front to kick things off. Just saw a crypto lender babble following Celsius with withdrawal freezing. So this starting to be a thing. Every day there's one or two that are having some issues with withdrawals. Hey guys, it's Friday. We made it to the end of the week. Into a long weekend we go after what has been a crazy week. As I said, 6+% for both the S&P and the NASDAQ to the downside on the week. The Dow about 4.5%. So not going to be, it would appear, a positive week.
Well, okay, fine. So it's not going to be a positive week. However, this is like today you get quadruple witching, options expiration. You get a semi-annual rebalancing of major indexes. On top of that, you got Father's Day on Sunday. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. And then happy Juneteenth on Monday as well. So the market won't be open on Monday. The first time that'll be observed last year, but you know, it was announced too late. They make up that holiday schedule for the NASDAQ a year in advance. So the markets will be closed on Monday. If you look for us, we will not be here. Every American holiday the U.S. is closed. We are not around. But man, there's a heck of a lot to get to and to be excited for. And what seems like the most obvious, every single day for the last couple of weeks, I'm willing to bet that if you just bought some of these Chinese ADRs at the close and then just took them out at 7 o'clock the next day, the number of big gap ups is probably enough to put some shekels in your pocket. But Alibaba up 12% this morning. And yeah, so that's 10 times or whatever the market is up because the Chinese names are leading the way this morning. I felt like we've said that at least 3 or 4 times in the last week.
Yeah, and today makes a little bit of sense. You have the Ant Group, you have the Chinese regulatory getting better and better, so that's really nice. Oh yeah, I see that there. Yeah, Babel follows Celsius and withdrawal freezes. NASDAQ coming back down. It was starting to be a nice day when we woke up here, and now 11,320, back down to 11,275. We'll watch out. I said yesterday that you could probably swing some of these tech names overnight. We talked about that. It was AMD at $82. You got $83, so it's not a big, huge bump up, but a little bit of a bump up for some of these names here heading into what should be an exciting Friday. Remember, we do have the rebalancing, like Neil said, that will take effect in the morning as well. There should be some big crosses happening here early, so we'll look to see the imbalances as they come out. I mean, I can check them out for you quickly right now just to see if there's anything on here. I haven't even looked yet. Oh, whoa, okay. All right, Energy. I see you, Energy. XOM right now, 3. I mean, guys, we open this up every day, and we don't even see like 700,000 at the top, right? Normally, we're like 100,000, 200,000. Look at this. KMI. So all these energies, XOM, KMI, CVX, Schlumberger, I'm just seeing this now for the first time. Everybody, there's Oxy as well down there. So everybody's selling these big bad boys. I said it's not quite time to buy these yet. I'm surprised that the XLE dipped down. Look at XOM right back to the 50 period. A lot of these stocks getting clapped hard the last little while, man. CCL down 40% in 7 days. XOM here down from 105 down to 91 in almost a straight line downside. So, yeah, wow, big imbalances happening today, Brendan, and it seems like the energy is going to take it on the chin early here.
Yeah, a lot to cover on the imbalance side of things. I just saw, guys, for anyone in Canada, the May PPI report, a lot higher than expected in this country, 1.7 versus 0.8 expected. So that's not good for producer prices here in Canada. Let's get into everything else we need to discuss heading towards the open here this morning. Snap. And a nice note for Snap this morning. They're testing this. Apparently it's in beta. Apparently it's already available to you. Snapchat Plus. Subscription service for Snapchat, a good idea or not?
Since when is monetization a bad idea? Yeah, the Snap's all I get. We used to have a fancy graphic for the Snap, but it is what it is. Obviously, Snapchat is one of those names that's fallen on some relatively hard times to stock, and most of the problems have to do with, quite frankly, TikTok being a heck of a lot more popular and then taking them out. So they're going to have to do something. I don't think a subscription model is a good way, obviously, and I think it makes some sense to try and do it. But I mean, if you don't have the popularity, it's not going to matter. I think this makes sense for them. What interests me about the stock today has a heck of a lot more to do with the bottom that it put in here at $12 and then just having a catalyst in general, necessarily than being excited about the platform myself personally. Anecdotally, the teens I know aren't really into it anymore. Maybe that's just an anecdote, but I'm just more interested in this 12 level. And I think one of the things that you get on options expiration day is some gravity towards key price levels, whether it's strike prices or previous historic bottoms, when you get that volatility in the morning, which can present you with some interesting opportunities right off of the bell if you get like these quick snaps back and forth to key levels. So I'm looking at that 12 on Snapchat and saying, yeah, why not take a shot there? It's had a lot of support. And it also happens to have a catalyst, which gives you at least a little bit of a bias for direction. Not the highest name on my list today because I kind of feel like the Babas and the Neos of the world, going back over to things like Amazon, Square, those are going to be a little bit more exciting throughout the day. But Snapchat, yeah, I'll sit in front of 12 at the open and hope we get some kind of a miracle bid.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like you just mentioned there, monetization really hasn't done much for Twitter. They've tried to do something similar to that. So I don't know. Up 3% seems to be a little bit much, but at the same time, I mean, there are levels here. I mean, I don't want to get too interested in Snapchat maybe until we break above this 16. I guess it's 15. Let's call it 16 flat there. So yeah, you still got a ways to go. If you dig down deeply enough, though, if you zoom in close enough, that's 1330, maybe 13. Yeah, 1330. So that's a level to look at as well. But that still needs a little bit to go. I just don't see money piling into any of these names because of this reason. So for me, Snapchat is maybe even a fade at this level, but I don't know if I want to go short any of these names here today. So we'll wait to see what happens. I'm sort of biased long one more time today, but there are going to be some good shorts. We'll talk about those when they come through. Snapchat, I know it's a big news name today, up a little bit, but it's only 300,000 shares. It's not a heck of a lot. So we'll watch Snapchat. I just can't really find myself getting too long until we break above that 1330.
Pre-market might get a little more exciting here, guys. I just saw a note that Fed Chair Powell is actually going to be speaking at 8:45, so in 5 minutes or so, at something called the inaugural conference on the international role of the U.S. dollar. So
maybe inaugural and last.
Choking up Neil already, but yeah, apparently that's coming up in 5 minutes, guys. So Fed Chair Powell.
Can you just repeat what that title is? The inaugural?
The inaugural conference on the international role of the U.S. dollar.
I feel like I need like a monocle and like what is that?
Come on. Anyways, there's a live feed. Yeah, there's a live feed and everything. So we'll see what Fed Chair Powell has to say. AXP. I wanted to mention some of the payment companies have been absolutely crushed over the past week or so. AXP gets an upgrade today. Very, very quiet here pre-market, but up 1.7. Finally, maybe getting to a point where this thing is finding a bottom. It was down yesterday significantly with the market, but AXP bared with an upgrade today.
Oh, wow.
It's a trap.
I don't know if it's a trap or not, but AXP, I like it.
It's at a huge level. Actually, sometimes we talk about these levels mattering. The pre-pandemic top, and then I guess it was a consolidation back at the beginning of last year as well, right around 135 on AXP, American Express. That's a pretty gigantic price area to be bouncing off of. And sometimes, the strange thing about it is sometimes these are just levels that matter. And when you break the 150, which you have a triple bottom at 150, which exactly 10% down from that is 135, which is a pre-pandemic top and your support level at the beginning of last year. Little things like that tend to line up, and sometimes buyers aren't all that complicated in how they think. So yeah, it's actually not that bad of a base to come away from. I'll put an alert out there for the 135, and maybe it has a chance to run today. The only thing that gets me is, on a witching day, it's done 8,000 shares. I don't expect to see a ton of volume in the pre-market on some of these names, but you want to have some activity. If you're going to be staring at something at 9:30, then you better have a really good idea. It better have a really good catalyst, better be a stock that you really love, or that you have a really good idea on, or it better be doing some pre-market volume. Now, otherwise, it's just going to end up being one of those distractions. So yeah, I like the levels on AXP, and I do believe that this space is going to be a good opportunity to buy. Your guess is as good as mine. So if you like the credit card names, dollar cost average, 135 is not a bad level. For me as a trade, if we get to that price and we're sort of bouncing off that at 10 o'clock, then that could be a nice level to take some scalp trades long throughout the day. But for me in the morning, 8,000 shares, probably a bit of a pass. A good day for them certainly does bode well. I think overall, if you get a strong move from them, it'll probably lift the space up a little bit. Which certainly can't hurt.
Yeah, it's not down horribly. It's still gotten beat down, obviously, as a fintech, I guess, as AXP. But, just looking at their valuation is absolutely ridiculous. I've liked AXP for a while, never been able to get into it. 12 or 13 on the PE here, forward or current. It's absolutely ridiculous. And you get the 1.5% dividend. Let's just call up Visa, for example. I'll guarantee you it's a higher PE than that right now. Yeah, there it is, 35 and 22. Let's check out MasterCard as well. I bet you, I don't have to bet you guys, but I'm going to tell you it's higher as well. Good on me. That would have looked bad if it was lower. Yeah, so AXP, yeah, same kind of dividend yield, only 0.63. So AXP has that beat down as well. Look, I like the name. I think it's been hit. Maybe the worst. We can look at all of them. I haven't looked at the daily chart on the other two, but I think AXP is a big time benefactor of the reopen. You do get people like Neil throwing down their black card and stuff like that when they go down to dinners and things like that and travel. But no, so that's part of it, right? Businesses do sponsor AXP. I think that's their point system, their rewards, their loyalty, things like that. As we reopen and travel comes back, they do have the benefits of all of that. So I believe American Express should be bought at these levels, but I can't. Because I look back and I liked PayPal at like 120 or something, $70. Some of these names could fall a lot more for reasons that we can't control. Even if we get, and maybe we should talk. Michael Noss is coming up, charter market technician there as well, obviously, but. It's like when you look at some of these levels, they're probably not done yet. When you look at a technical level, there's selling that has to be done. And I don't know what Michael's going to be talking about coming up here, but I just feel like to recommend buys on some of these names right now, it's just a dangerous thing to do. So I think you got to look at valuations. That's why we talk about the PE. That's why yesterday when I said Disney's was 17 and its 5-year average was 29, there are some value names that you got to pick up. And as long as you're getting that dividend, and I know like 1.5% dividend used to be something nice until stocks were moving 5% in a day. But I like AXP here, and it's just one of those names that I think I would start to dip in and buy. But hey, don't hold me to that. Don't put your life savings in any of this. But there are some nice names that need to be bought at certain levels.
Watch Tesla here. If anyone has Tesla on watch today, Electrek reporting that they're going to lay off hourly workers across their organization. There were some employment announcements yesterday regarding SpaceX as well. So heads up on Tesla. As mentioned, let's bring in Michael Nosh, chartered market technician with Trade Ideas, to have an interesting chat here this morning. Michael, good to see you as always.
Good to see you.
I love this idea. I've actually read a couple of different articles on this and heard many people speaking about this, and that is the simple concept that in the history of the market, when we're in a bear market, typically everyone is rushing to keep an eye on what led the market prior to the bear market, when in fact it generally is other names and other areas of the market that lead the market out of bear market territory.
Yeah, and this all came from a tweet that I read from a trader that I follow and respect, Joseph Fahmy, and it actually is going to talk directly to kind of what Sean was talking about there of, he keeps kind of watching these levels on these stocks and they keep falling further than he thinks that they could. And it was a very simple tweet. And it's something that I kind of knew intellectually, but just needed to be reminded about. So he basically just says that exactly what you were talking about there, Brendan, where it's everyone looks for the one that was the darling last time, right? Everyone looks, in our case, it's going to be PayPal and Zoom and all of these things, and says, hey, these were the darlings before. Let me watch them to see if they recover. But the problem is, you now have a lot of bag holders in those stocks. So you have a lot of people, and we know that we shouldn't, but as traders, we've all muttered the phrase before once or twice, if I ever get back to even, I'll sell. So a lot of these people, they're bag holding these stocks, which creates a lot of overhead resistance. As the stock moves higher, these people are kind of forced to sell, to get out of their position on any pop. So it makes it really, really hard to have these things be the leader. So the first chart I have here is kind of proof of that, and it's Microsoft. So if you look, the first high I have labeled is the .com high. It's 1999. And it took all the way until 2016 for Microsoft to recover. And the reason I chose this one is, there was thousands of these internet names that went bankrupt, but Microsoft's the one that you kind of knew was going to stick around because it wasn't just an internet name. It's everywhere. It's on every computer out there. And it still took them 17 years to get back to just where it was. So I really like this concept that Fahmy was talking about of looking at new IPOs. So another example I have is that Zoom during the last sell-off, the pandemic sell-off, if you had looked at Zoom, which was a relatively new issue at the time, a relatively recent IPO, it held up great. And if you just waited for the market recovered and you had this on your list, then some great returns could have been made there as long as you exited at the right time. So at Trade Ideas, what we do is we have all this data and we build all this list. So I have a list of about 1,000 or so stocks that I've given to Brendan, but we also have, if you just come over to tradeideas.com, just type in the support box and say you saw me on the show and you want the list, and they'll send you over the Google Drive link. But I've handpicked a few that I think would be really cool for you guys to keep an eye on. So the first one here, again, these are all new issues. They're all new IPOs that we're going to look to see if the market is going to recover. Are these going to be the names that are going to lead that next drive? So I've made sure that they're all from different industries as well, just to keep things interesting. So PFHC here is a oil and gas play. We know oil and gas is strong. This one's actually held up pretty well in the most recent pullback there. Nice little bull flag, right? Nice strong pushed up. It's well above its IPO price, hovering around that 22. That's an area of interest to me. This next one is Mike's, MICS. And this one's a karaoke machine. Because why not? The volume's pretty good, but just a little bit of a warning. This is a super low float. This one's hanging around, another bull flag, and it's around $7. If this can get over $7, I'm interested. Under $6, it's probably time to exit. The next one down is PRCT, which I read a little bit about this. They do robot surgery. So I guess you read the articles all the time of someone doing surgery from a different country or something. So they build the equipment for that. Nice big rounded bottom here. I'm looking at it at about $40 or so was the near IPO price. If we can trade above that IPO price, I think that's interesting. ARIS is the next one. This one, it does something to do with oil and gas, but it's about water conservation and water purification, which might be an issue that unfortunately we have to deal with in the future. It IPO'd around 15 bucks or so. So I marked that with the red line above that. It's very interesting to me. And last but not least is AMPS, which is an EV charging station. So if EVs are going to start being a thing, maybe instead of actually the EV makers, it's the chargers that are interesting. This one put in a nice bear trap around $6 where it dropped under $6 and then closed above that. So I think I'd be interested anywhere above $6 or so. And if it, pulls back to that bear trap, that's probably where I would exit.
I love the concept. Just, if nothing more than an exercise, simply as its own, just to see something else in the market, just to get your mind wrapped around the idea of there's more to the market than a handful of stocks that have been, as we said, kind of leading the market higher over the past decade or so. So interesting concept, as always, but great stuff. Yeah, if you want that list, guys, check out Trade Ideas, hit up Michael. He'll get that list for you. Appreciate your time and information, as always. Michael Noss, Chartered Market Technician over at Trade Ideas.
Thank you very much. Talk to you next week.
Mike's was one that just the other day, actually it was last week. It was last Friday, actually, as a matter of fact, that Mike's made that power move. I was like, I remember that stock, because we were making some comments about it. It's a little bit asleep right now, but I mean, yeah, for some of those names, obviously, always take a quick look, because that is a super low floater, which sometimes in this market isn't the worst catalyst in the world when they start to go to the upside. So it's always worth throwing that out there. Like if you happen to, it's not that liquid for a day trade, but sometimes that little added bit of added push when the stock is green can help you. It's like if you really like and have fundamental reasons to be in something that has a 25% short interest, that's not necessarily the bad thing that it was before, because if there's solid reasons you believe that it can go up, or if it has a low float, then certainly it's going to have some energy behind it at times, understanding the trading aspect of there being not a ton of liquidity. Oh my, I'm just surprised he didn't say Revlon, right? And I say that tongue in cheek because we were joking around this morning about Revlon and short interest stocks.
I don't know where to go short on that one.
So Revlon for me today, it's just
I paid for the shorts.
Like yesterday, at $3. I don't think it was that hard. You're like, okay, take a shot at $3. If it breaks $3, $4.20. So that's kind of what I'm left with today. Like if it pops right back to when they made the announcement, this was at $4. I feel like if it gets to there, sure. But the stock has about a 37% short interest, and I'm sure some of it's covered at this point. It has to be, obviously, when the announcement happens. So that gets updated a little bit later. Like sometimes that's delayed a month, these sources. Sometimes it's delayed like a week or so. So those short float updates, they're not that great in real time, but it is gigantic, and I think that's why you're seeing it squeeze a little bit.
I just went short right now against 350, but I mean, it's just playing around with it. I mean, it's just doing so much volume. If we can get in and get out here a couple of times, we'll try that. So we'll see. It just came from the reason why I went short now, it just came from 320 all the way back up into 350. So let's see if it can come back down. We're short here, 338 right now. But it's always great to have Michael Noss on. I mean, Charter Market Technician, way advanced here at the chart reading. Some interesting names on Zoom, I think, that Mike's you talked about, and just some good ideas. I don't know if I'm ready to do anything like that yet, but, the divergence and some of that rebound talk that he was all about is good. Someone put in the chat also DraftKings, maybe to buy some further out calls on this name. I don't think that's a horrible idea at all. Our main man Fahad over there crushing it last night on the NBA. Congratulations to the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
The funny thing about those guys, last year didn't make the playoffs. Okay, the year before, the worst record in the NBA. And yeah, they come back this year. It just goes to show you it's a superstar league, and Tatum's not quite there yet, appears like. He had more turnovers in the NBA Finals than any other player in history.
You know what though?
That's
but he's a young player trying to take a team on his back. I'm incredibly impressed with him. I think he's going to be. He already is a superstar, but I think he's going to have an unbelievable career, and he'll be back in the finals at some point. Hopefully not at the expense of our Raptors. But wow, hats off to Steph, man. He solidified himself at this point. I don't know that he had to win Finals MVP, but
I mean, he has 4 rings.
At this point, you got if you don't have him in your top 10 or one of the best points of all time, I don't know what you're saying.
Do you know how many rings Steve Kerr has?
Steve Kerr, oh goodness, with the Bulls, did he get 3? 7?
He has 9.
No, so what are the
5 and 4?
Oh no, Spurs. Yeah.
The
Spurs,
hidden one
Spurs.
is the Spurs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, I was up by 2 though. So
isn't that amazing? Like, that might be a record. Like, what is Brady at? I mean, it's just 9 rings. Like, between coach and Phil Jackson.
Bam, like
actually, I guess Phil Jackson with the Bulls and then with the Lakers.
Bill Russell, but
how many?
The
11?
Celtics, yeah, but I mean the Celtics back then. Look,
I didn't even realize Bill Russell had 11.
All respect to the Celtics.
Wow.
That's like the Maple Leafs winning every year when there weren't a lot of teams back in the day. Like, it's not exactly the same thing, and I have full respect for it. But you cannot possibly compare that when you had 0 chance. They were playing against dudes who wouldn't be pros today. And they had a dominant team.
I hate that stupid argument about wouldn't be pros today.
No,
You play in the environment you're in.
It's not necessarily true, because back then you didn't have as many people aspiring to be a pro league. And when early in a pro league, you don't have the athletes training and trying to go into that league. So there's so much top up, and there's more domination at the top. And teams back then could stack a dominant team much more easily. That's why the Yankees were so good during their heyday before free agency. That's why you had more dynasties back in the day. Now you have dynasties for a different reason. Anyways, I could talk that all day long about like sports eras and yada yada yada, but hats off to Steve Kerr.
Curry greater than LeBron. See that, Fahad, in the chat, Fahad, in the chat, Fahad. Just dropping that down. Dropping that down.
Well, no.
We went and got my kid LeBron Witness 5s last night, so he was really happy with that. Shout out to Nike store as well for actually not having that much supply at all. We went in there and they had like 5 different types of shoes. Okay, so Fahad wants me to ban that guy? Okay, let me just find this guy in there. Just playing around. All right, Brendan over there at the big screen. I like a couple of those names.
Fahad's getting ready to cut some mics off here. Here we go. There's AXP. We were talking about Baird with the upgrade. Kroger, remember earnings this week were better than expected. So Capital One on here as well. Adobe to the downside. There's multiple, 3 or 4 negative notes on Adobe today. Toll Brothers on here. It's been a rough week for home builders. And haven't talked about Smile Direct for a long time, guys, to the downside.
You know what? In this market, I've been waiting to see a price target of $1 on a stock. And there it is. And you know what? Congratulations to you, Stifel, because you've got a price target of $1. Well, they're at $1. The last print on the tape just 2 minutes ago was 900 shares on EdgeX. Someone sold at $1 for Smile Direct. Look, that's just a psychological level. It's not really doing a heck of a lot of volume, but it's another one of these companies that has been beaten up. It's near the top of the list for, I guess, worst from top to bottom. I don't think we have anything to see here. If volume was bigger, I'd be trading this off a buck, but there isn't any. But yeah, Smile Direct, man. Like, I remember when they came out, and we used to trade this pretty often, and now it's a forgotten name. I don't think I've checked it since it broke $4 or $5.
No, so the only thing here, well, they never wound up getting like any approvals or anything like that, like the society, like basically like the FDA for whatever they are.
Yeah, I forget what it's called.
There. But the thing about this is that you have to remember something about the way the market mechanics work, is that they're going to try everything in their power to stay above $1. So, you could get just some random upgrades and things like that, because if you spend time below $1, then you are in risk of getting delisted. The NASDAQ and everything starts to ask questions. You have to provide your financials. They're not going to be able to do that. So watch out for Smile Direct getting delisted and going down to the pink sheets if they stay below $1 too long. So this is not a long here, in my opinion. I mean, if it is, then you can try it for a little bit. But once this gets below $1 and starts doing like millions and millions of shares of volume, then maybe you want to start to pick it up once it can find a bottom. But I just feel like right now, any stock that hovers around $1 normally goes below, and then it can get ramped up on volume. We've seen CEI. Remember that name, CEI? This one like reverse split like millions of times. I don't even know what the shares outstanding is on this thing, and it's down to 47 cents, right? I mean, it tries to stay above $1 here a little bit, rips up. I mean, this is a different energy name, but lots of stuff there. But once you can't stay above $1, you're near that bottom. This would be the only name here that I would sort of take a flyer on, because we've seen it get ramped up. We've seen this be a social media name. So CEI is a name, but I would steer away from Smile Direct, man. Let it go under $1 first and then try to base out. Very rare do stocks bump off this $1 mark once it gets there the first time. So just be careful with this name. For sure, Smile Direct Club takes the cake as one of the worst. I mean, I guess it didn't. I don't know where. I don't know. I'm not going to zoom this back. Like, where did this thing even IPO? It's only 9 o'clock. We have a lot of time to go here. But wow, 20. So that's 21. Holy jeez. So Smile Direct came out, guys. I
thought
guess.
it was 6. Oh, my chart didn't go back far enough.
Yeah, but this is still good. 16, 17. I mean, it's still that same top right there. $15, $16. So what a disaster that one's been for shareholders. Even if you pick some up on some of these dips, if you didn't get out of a lot of these names, it's been an absolute nightmare for these names. So yeah, just stay clear of Smile Direct. Revlon starting to work back. It's the only position. Do you have anything on right now?
No, I'm looking. But I mean,
So it's the only position working back.
I was gonna say MREO. This I think it's AstraZeneca. I shouldn't forget that name. Yes. AstraZeneca. Yes. Mulling buying is MREO. The news here.
Did you say mullening?
Mulling.
There it is.
Mullen moving, so 130, bit of a double top. It's about to try to take it out right now.
Yeah, a little bit of cash just came in there on that move. We said we were waiting at 32. We get it. We get that 32 bid for part out there on Revlon. So we do take that little short into 40. Again, battling back from that bottom. We just were sitting there. We got run over a little bit. It's only at 33 now, so not hard to think that this name could go back into the 20s. That's where my bids are right now. I have one at 29 and then one at 25. And then we'll see about that 17. And I just want to layer them down because I want to have a decent spot on for this in case we do flush back into this 272. Remember, they've already filed for Chapter 11. The rumor here about Revlon is just that financing's coming in. It's amazing. I think if any company is really, really struggling, all they should do is declare bankruptcy because then you go from $1 up to $3.50 in 3 days. So if that makes any sense whatsoever, then I don't know what to tell you. But Revlon, a nice little bump up. Maybe they're getting financing, maybe they're not. We saw the same kind of talk with Hertz, then they got delisted and went down to the pink sheet. So I think we need to get our friend Jeff Mendel on the line right here because at some point, and I don't think we're any time near yet, because you're still doing good volume, you're still at $3. But if they do declare bankruptcy, the delist would be next, and then they move down. And then just even a stock like DDIY right here, .pk. Oops. I don't know. Let me go to the. Okay, here's the daily chart. Oh yeah, that's right. The daily won't work on this. Hold on. DDIY. Just because I got to show it, because we won't show it.
Signal.
Yeah, we won't show it come over. But it came down to the pink sheets at 220. Now it's 260. So here's the DD chart, just to give you an example of kind of that, what happens when you get delisted here. So, a nice little move to the downside, $1.40, obviously rallied a little bit with the Chinese names, came over at about $2, 220 right there, and bumped up to 280, 290 yesterday, now back down to 264 today for DDIY. So that's DD over there on the pink sheet. So watch out for Revlon to do the same if they do get delisted. But I think we might be a couple weeks away from that, especially if they're going to get some sort of financing.
Yeah, there was this note on Reliance as well out of India, guys. Also, remember yesterday, the NYSE actually said yesterday they had begun delisting proceedings. But here's the note just quickly. Arun is waiting patiently, so we'll get to Arun here quickly. But Reliance of India considering a bid for this company as well. So nothing firm, nothing confirmed as of yet, but we'll see what happens with Revlon. 35% short interest as well. So retail investors loving this one this week. Also, as mentioned, let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market here. Big week, big day ahead, big close ahead. Anyways, Arun, what are you looking at?
Yeah, it's going to be probably the most exciting volume event, I would say, in the last little bit. Last one was in March, so here we are 3 months later, and working with the quad witching, right? We've got a bunch of expirations happening from futures to options across the board, so it brings a ton of volume and a ton of action. And keep in mind also another reason why this would be a large event, especially at the top of the wait list in terms of stocks, is because Amazon split, which means now Amazon is cheaper, which means indexes might be upping their weights in Amazon shares, which means you got to clear up some space elsewhere. So there's going to be some shuffling around in terms of shares in Amazon, and I'm sure in Apple and other big names as well. So Apart from that happening, you have expirations as well. And also, since the last one, we've also had large moves to the downside. So that could just open things up as well in terms of activity. So a reason to think that towards the end of the day, you're going to get a ton of action, a ton of movement. In the past, it has been somewhat muted. It's not as crazy as you would think because it's been somewhat orderly, but you can hope for some activity at the very least. There's every reason for this to happen today. So here's some levels that we're going to work with here. We're still working with that 3720 to 3770, 3720 to 3770 area up top for resistance. That worked as a short yesterday. We didn't get high enough today, so we're going to leave that zone up there, see if the market wants to get back up there. If that's the case, we might be able to work a short there by fading this move if we were to continue a rally to the upside. Now, as the market comes off a little bit, I'm wondering what this market's going to do here around these 80s, right? 85, 80 even. If we can stabilize a little bit, I'd be open to the idea of a long here. See if you can actually catch a bounce off some of this volume area here. We've spent a lot of time in that 85, 80, 75 area yesterday. A lot of time, a lot of volume. So if we can get some volume support down here on the move down, and then a nice little attempt to maybe catch a bid here and rotate this back towards that 3720. That's an option. So if we go for that long, 3660 is going to be my bottom end support. So from where we are right now, all the way down to 3660, I'm open to the idea of a long. It just needs to set up. I'm going to respect the fact the market's coming off, but I would be open to the idea of a long if we get the setup. So those are the only two levels I would work with for now. If this market really gets going to the downside, then obviously the low is going to be wide open as well. But in terms of the support, 3660, from where we are right now to 3660, potential support. If that doesn't turn the market, we're probably going to the lows. If we get up to the 3720, then you could probably look at some fades as well up there. Those are the only two levels I look for. And once we get to the end of the day, you put all those levels aside. Once you get into about 320, 325, you put those levels aside. Those levels don't really matter anymore because then it's just completely algorithm trading and levels aren't going to hold up well when it comes down to that. So at that point, you shut everything off. Well, you shut those levels down and you just deal with what's in front of you and how the market's reacting as the market's moving around. So at that point, just be aware the final half an hour, final 40 minutes or so, just trade what's in front of you, forget about charts and whatnot, just actually work with the order flow.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in on Tuesday. Remember, long weekend coming up, guys. Enjoy it. There's the link to the watch list if you haven't done so already. Grab the watch list. Absolutely free. We send it out before we come on at 8:30 every morning. All you need is an email address. Yeah, market accelerating to the downside here. I'm going to throw on that press conference with Fed Chair Powell that's happening right now and have a listen because I haven't seen any quotes coming across from him, but the market moving to the downside here. Let's go. Roku. They announced, we talked about it at the end of the day yesterday, right at 4 p.m. The deal with Walmart comes out on a distribution deal, guys. So up here to 82 this morning.
Yeah, like as you mentioned, right at the end of the day. That came out. So it did, look, it made a nice little spike up to the upside. And look, it's already given some of it back, probably more to do with the market overall. I like it back toward those prices, maybe like this 78, 79. If we get in here, which was, look, it's not like this wasn't previous support. When we had that big up day, midweek here. They did have some support in the early afternoon. And then when we had the Fed release, sometimes you get those Fed bottoms and they matter a little bit later on. That was about 79.5. So that little channel in there for about $1, which takes you 78, 79s, that can be maybe some support for Roku. Right now you're just getting a sell-off. I don't know if he's saying anything or whatnot, but you're definitely getting the market falling off pretty heavily. Tesla dropped that 650 level. I'm watching Amazon come down. I heard Arun talking about that as well, and now it's back, about to that 103.5, rejecting 105. So this is just falling off with some of these other names with a positive catalyst can give us an opportunity to get in on these dips. I did get into that MREO. I'm going to be long this thing in front of $1. If it breaks that quarter mark, great. Going to play it off of the current highs, though. I just like when defending the dollar level on some of these names that have a positive catalyst.
Yeah, no, for sure. We are into a new name here. CCL came back in, so we're going to go long here at 890. We'll see what happens on the way back in. And congratulations to Shoaib here. We remember when you were on the show for sure. And new doctor, so he's finally done urologist. So we got to go Hydration
awesome.
Nation. So congratulations, doctor. Hopefully everything is cool with you. We'd love to have guest traders back on. We're working on getting that. But I do remember you sitting there in your, I think you were just in like your office, maybe your home office, I believe it was. And that was a really great experience, and we had all those guys on. So congratulations. It's great to see you back in the chat. And let's get going here. Yeah, Shakib as well, Hydration Nation. So never going to forget you guys. But yeah, drink up. Let's go. And now we get the advice from a doctor. So yeah, we're going to keep drinking some water. I think everybody should do that. Have your morning routine. We got coffee. We got water. We got the men's vitamins right here as well. Shout out to Costco one more time here. The Kirkland going through. Plus, you know, stay healthy, stay fit, and you know, get into your routines every single day, because not just being able to trade, but you got to be, you know, in the right mindset. So, you know, congratulations to you and all of our family. But, you know, CCL into that name. Oh, Roku quickly. CCL, I don't want to get out until we test some of those bottoms, so I don't even need to talk about that. I just think it's been down so much, and I was going to get to it after, so maybe we will. But it's just been hit 40% down in 7 days. I just wonder if there is going to be a little bit of a rebound today. We won't be in that for a long time if it takes out those bottoms. For me, Roku's pretty simple. It needs to get going. It needs to break this 85, which is right there. I mean, we can zoom in on the daily chart as much. It's right there coming in. If we don't get above that 85, then it's done for me. We're way away from that now. You know, when we came in, 85 was much more realistic. It was at 83.50. So we thought that 85 could sort of hold there. That was, I don't know if it was at 80, actually, he was only at 82.50 today, but that 83.50 on the news yesterday, thought we could get to that and then possibly test that 85. But as the market continues to fall down here, quite dramatically, Brendan, talking about Fed Chair Powell there talking. So that's, you know, not great. Brendan's going to bring us any sort of an update on that one. But there you go, man. The market was cruising for a little bit here, and then it was like, okay, maybe we can get back 1 or 2% today. But it looks like the NASDAQ just wants to continue to fade out. It's going to give us some good buy the dip opportunities. But is it really a dip if it keeps going down? So we'll have to find out, supporting some of these levels. I like AMD down here at 80. Just check it out at Trader TV, Sean, and our watch list. You can find a couple of ideas, and we're going to go through even more now.
The Fed's Bullard also talking right now, just saying soft landing feasible if post-pandemic shift is done well. I mean, it's nothing that we haven't heard anything before. Yeah, nothing from Powell yet. Anyways, that's earth-shattering. Let's go on to Adobe here. The actual number is not bad in this report for Adobe. I mean, 4.39 billion versus 4.35 topping estimates, but the forecast, an issue as we've been dealing with for this earnings season.
Blame it on the currency, and the U.S. dollar is too strong, apparently for them. This is a recurring theme at this point now, but yeah, you beat top bottom. It's all about the guidance here, and this is what we have to deal with for the rest of this year and probably going into next year, and it's going to be about that earnings part of the puzzle. Starting to look a little bit weaker on the forward basis. And so suddenly you have a stock which actually, you know, oddly enough, Adobe had been beaten up a little bit more than I thought. And I don't know why I didn't realize it was down 50%. But either way, you've got a major floodgate that got broken in the last couple of sessions here. So when you get that, that's just all kinds of a trend trade into the downside. And usually you're always looking for shorts below that level. So we're cleanly below about 365. 360 does stand out to me. Unfortunately, I didn't anticipate, like I thought we were going to sort of just be gliding on a witching day until the open, and then this move happened, which is a little bit sharper than we anticipated. So, you know, some of the levels I would have liked, the round 50 and the round 60, where you can gravitate towards, we might have to wait for this market to come back into us. So Adobe has to rise like $4 or $5 for me to want to get into a first short, and then 360 would be that second. But it hasn't done a ton of pre-market volume, which it doesn't usually, so we can afford to be patient. I just got US Steel, which I think we are going to talk about. They had an upward revision on their earnings, and I just looked at the $20 level, which has been a fantastic level for US Steel for quite some time now. It had one break there at the beginning of the year, but really that's just been a great support level. It's been barcoding off of that. Then you get a breakout late yesterday after they do that earnings revision, and then a little bit of a dip and a chance to buy a dip buy in front of 20. So, you know, that's one of those names. This price, I mean, heck, man, I've liked this price for a couple of years on this stock. I think almost every time, well, the one exception, almost every time I've bought the stock, it's been around that 20 in the long term. Although, now that we're in a bear market, I think I'd be waiting for lower than this. But for today, I'm long in front of this 20 level on US Steel.
My vitamins are Blue Pill. for everybody out there. No, someone says my vitamin's red or blue pill there. Shout out to Roland.
Which one is?
What's up, Roland?
Which is the one that Neo takes? I don't even know.
It takes blue. I think that's
the
why
blue
I said it. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It's been a while. There goes Revlon. Just for people looking at this name, I'm out of now 30% of this. We got out of it before. We didn't take the net. We could have got 26s again. It's coming in right now, but there's a couple 26s, and I think we have a 25 print in there on Revlon. Let me just double check. No, just 26. So we only have 26s here. One's a 29, one's a 26 in there to Revlon. So we're gonna see what happens here in the teens if it can come back down. And I'm just gonna get. I don't even want to be in this to test these highs because again, I'm only taking right now a dime on this trade. So I like to lose a dime, if we have to. So up to 350 there. As we get closer and closer to the quad witching, you could see some of these names have paired off. XOM was 3 million, right? So we can look at right now the market's tanking. So yeah, I guess that's a tank. Why not? Yeah. Markets come back in pretty hard here, so watch out for that. But XOM, KMI, CVX, the first three names here, oil-based. Schlumberger's on there. We saw Oxy at one point. There's Marathon, and you could see what oil's doing today. Straight to the downside right here, so that's been pretty nasty. But yeah, SWN. They're all on here, so just be careful. There's Halliburton as well. There's your Oxy. So we'll see the NASDAQ in about 10 minutes. That should get pretty nasty as well. And then we always like, just for fun, to check out some of these Canadian banks because you'll see like big crosses here. Actually, that's not even that big, but can you zoom it? Can you do full screen here, Fod? I don't know, because I'm just trying to show, I can't change the font up here, but is that the best we could do? Probably, or can you zoom in? Is that possible? Just to show you, I just want to go to Royal Bank as well here. Same kind of thing. BNS, just the top left is what I'm trying to do here to show these guys what we're talking about. I'm just going to go over to TD. It's probably the biggest, unless you can find another one there, Neil. But you're going to be able to find out here. We have 3 million, 4 million by 4 million. Whenever it's working, maybe that's probably good enough.
Look at Enbridge.
How much is Enbridge? ENB right now?
Enbridge has 4 million.
4 million. So look at all these orders lining up. There we go. Thank you, Lucas. Look at all these orders lining up here. You have 4 million by 4 million. So that's like what's on the bid and the ask. So that's going to pair off right away. So a stock like Enbridge in Canada, they kind of show their face on these locators here. So that's a big one there. We just talked about TD Bank as well. 4 million. Even let's just check out Baby Shopify here. 250,000 is pretty big for $370 stock. So that's there as well. CM is a bank here in Canada as well, CIBC. So that has an imbalance on it. So just to let you know, let's check out, just for fun, let's check out Weed. See if Weed has anything on it. This is, of course,
the Weed.
CGC here in Toronto. Yeah, that doesn't have anything. No one cares about that stock. But basically, these are the imbalances that we're talking about. See, look at this. RBC, look at the size that's here at the level 2. So these guys are going to pair off. But there it is, 4 million shares upside there. So that's what it looks like. And if you go TD.NY, it's the same symbol. It's TD Bank there. And you can see, you don't see anything on the New York side, right? So Toronto, the market, a little different mechanics there. But just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Lucas, for that one. But meanwhile, Revlon down to 320. So yes, sir, we'll belly dance this one off as we get a nice little winner here in Revlon. Short, big time short actually, $3.40, and still ticking lower here as we take that short on REV.
Just watching industrial production numbers. There was a manufacturing number that came across there at 9:15, guys. So a bit of a bounce here. It was actually worse than expected, but it looks like most people were expecting it to be even worse than what it came across. So heads up on the market trying to bounce here. BABA, let's go to the Chinese ADRs. BABA leading on, up 10% right now on this note. The People's Bank of China has accepted Ant's application, financial application, which everyone is now saying this could finally lead the way to an Ant IPO. So BABA having a really nice pre-market here.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, this one. And obviously, look, all the Chinese names are gapping up today. It's Alibaba that has the strongest, or I guess the biggest specific piece of news at least. But this 115 level, you had the day after that crazy algo-driven, whatever you wanted to call it, just monstrous run that Alibaba had. It just had a huge sell-off, and the day after that, it resisted 118, and then the following day, a 115 top. I think that's what's going to be in play today, specifically the 115 on on a witching day is going to be a bit of a resistance for me. 110, a good line in the sand here. If we open up and just immediately start bouncing off of 110, there could be some decent scalp trades to be had there. But I would be, at least initially, trying to fade off that 115 level. It's a super, super strong stock when it gets going. The key thing for me is, do you want to trade above this 110 price, right? Like, if you don't hold this, then I don't want any part of the long trade in Alibaba. Breakouts have not been the same thing for me recently. I think buying the dips, if you can find them, have been a little bit better. I did just take out some of both. U.S. Steel on the bounce. It just got to 2050, so just took out some one-to-one. And that MREO, this small cap, I said it right this time. MREO trending back towards that high of the day. Want to make sure I'm covering some in front of that top. I want to be buying all the way to $1, but as it gets to the top, a lot of times these will fail at the open, right at that high price, then retest the bottom. So I want to be getting some out on the way to that $25, $30, and then if it plays back to $1, I want to buy in front of that buck.
All right, just real quickly here, Alibaba, it's on the sticky note. I mean, the number one name is Roku, but really I probably won't trade that. Alibaba is the name I'm going to look at, 108, 110. You got to look at some key levels there. Alibaba's been so freaking strong the last little while when you compare it to the other market names here of similar stature. I mean, just look, it's been holding up, right? You can show any of these other names, like any other big cap name like Alibaba has been absolutely killed. Alibaba holding out on the upside. I like the long here, long and strong on Alibaba until we break back down below 108. If we break down below 108, then we'll look at 106. I don't want to get out of this name until we take out 106, but if this is a really bad sort of a flush day, then we could get that movement back in, right? So just watch out here for Alibaba. There's 106. Nothing special about it, really. It's just, like, I just don't feel like we'll be back into this range, but maybe we will. There's your 108 top, goes back to the 8th, goes back here to the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th there. Those are weekend days, but right back into there. That's 108. There's 110 as well. So for me, I'm already bidding. Oh my gosh. Yes, sir. Let's go Revlon right now. 10%. For those of you that are looking at numbers here, 10% now in the money on Revlon here. 30 cents in the money on a $3 name, more like 8.5%, but a nice little move down as Revlon collapsing all over itself. It's throwing up right now. Revlon to the downside here as it's starting to go. So nice little outs for me. We took a piece out at 8s there. So Revlon to the downside. We have half left on REV. So a big move, a little 10% return to start the day here. So, you know, sometimes you take advantage of these small cap names that have been destroyed like this. It's a nice little move up. There goes Revlon. It's on the sticky note, and it's a downside move here, Brendo.
Snap, guys. Let's continue along. Snap giving back here, back to the downside. This was a note this morning. Snapchat Plus coming. This Paluzzi, which is a software engineer on Twitter, apparently shared some screen caps that pointed to a very hefty price, $45.99, they're saying, for 1 year. That's euros for 1 year of Snapchat Plus. Again, this is still in beta, being tested currently, but Snap, as I said, trying to break back to the downside.
Yeah, like I said earlier this morning, if it gets to that $12 range, fair enough. But like you said, that's pricey. A, B, this stock has been under trouble. I don't know that that's enough of a catalyst for them there. So, you know, only count me in, liking this $12 base that we've been able to put in this week. All week long, it's been a good support level. So there's been some buyers down there. I'll just stand in front of it and try to take that, as opposed to thinking this is going to be some gangbusters upside trade. I'm all out of MREO. Sean talked about Revlon one way, getting the 10% move in a small cap. We're going to go the other way and catch it in MREO as well, as it just takes out the high. I am always very cautious. You'll say, yeah, but why get out the high? It's trending, it's trending. The number of times that I have seen a rug pull at 9:30 specifically on a stock gapping like this, where you do get that pullback, a wick top through the high, and then you get that pullback. I've seen it far too many times not to take the profit and run. On top of that, MREO has, went the wrong way there. MREO has a nice obvious $1.45 to $1.50 top on the daily chart, which I do think is going to run into some resistance. So I think there will be sellers that are banking some of this profit off of the open on MREO. That's why we just take it and run. You get 115, it'll move into 132 there. You got to be pretty happy when you see that.
Let's talk travel here quickly. Sean was talking about CCL there, the airline specifically, with a note this morning in regards to whether or not they can actually meet demand throughout the summer months. The White House even coming out with a note on whether or not these CEOs and executives specifically can come up with a plan to meet demand going through the summer months. So watch the airlines. But yeah, I mean, big day down right across the board here, guys, for travel stocks. Yesterday, we're trying to bounce today.
Yeah, CCL's up 2%. I feel like, okay, that's what we're going to both look at. We don't really trade much of the airlines, I don't think, ever. Sometimes they provide you with levels, but CCL, since it broke $11, it's been every 50 cents, has been, resistance level, fall back down, whether it's 10, whether it's 9.50, and then 9. Today you actually are trying to hold that 9 and then maybe get down to that 850 area. If you buy into the fact that we could have a bit of a bounce off of the open and we're going to have a little bit of a relief rally, I want to be taking, on this morning, it's got to be the evens. It's 850 or it's above 9. If we do see $10 on CCL for whatever reason, or maybe even 950, those two levels I think need to be shorted. And just coming quickly back, and I was sort of giving you guys that cautionary note and MREO, it just only has to do with patterns, right? Like it's just watching enough of these to see that a lot of times you get that wick high on a failed break. And the other thing to watch for when you're looking at the tape is as it takes out that top and gets through the high at 129, what happens to the bid? A lot of times you'll see this get up to like 2 or 3 cents. And then it didn't open a spread, but the ask gets a lot larger. The bid isn't really stacking up above that level, so there is no wealth of buyers up there. And then you get that wick off top. A lot of times I'd be shorting a wick off top like this in a 125. This time I kind of want to defend this to $1 because usually there's a good opportunity buying in front of $1 the first time a stock breaks out from it. Maybe not the second or third, but the first at least.
We just got out of we got more out of Revlon there. We got some 8s, some 5s, as that was just an absolute monster trade right there. Because it's Father's Day, I don't know, Flameboy, he's always here at the end of the day, but we got the custom Air Force Ones on today. I got these last Father's Day. Look. So you got it says SC there on the back. So they're custom designed AF ones right there. Everyone's always asking. So we'll wear those for good luck here today. And then, hopefully be able to trade this CCL a little bit to the long side. The NASDAQ imbalances just came out. Nothing. So nothing on here for NASDAQ whatsoever. Siri, whatever, satellite radio, that's like, what, I was going to say $2-3 stock, but that's still $6. Okay. That's interesting. So that's held up, but that's not going to do anything. 38,000 shares. XOM starting to just kind of level off here, but there still is that big sell side imbalance. With only 3 minutes to go, let's get going here. This should be a good day. We're looking to pick up some BABA. So we're in Revlon. We've cashed out of that, and then we are in CCL, which is now a dollar, which is now a penny in the money on CCL. Let's see if we can get this back up to 9 at least, and then go from there, Brendo.
One from yesterday, guys. SIDU, past couple of days anyways. SIDU, worth keeping on your mind as well. This was 7. 7 was support basically all day yesterday. So we're sliding below finally. So a test of 7 might be worth trying to lean on it to the downside a little bit. Above that, got to give it all the way to 9. This was pretty strong yesterday. It actually ends up just chopping around back and forth all day long, but starting to slide off a bit for SIDU, guys.
Yes, it do. I hate that stock. Tesla, I want to get to quickly. We saw the announcement came out, more layoffs, which is not news. I mean, we knew this was happening for Tesla. I think it was like last week we started hearing those rumblings. Maybe it was a few days ago, but either way, not news. We did have a previous bottom this week, 634-ish. We did have a breakdown late yesterday, but we just bounced off this 34.35 at the open. All I see is wick bottom below, and then you have like a reverse sort of head and shoulders, whatever the heck you want to call that, down at this 34 level. If it can manage to bounce off this, I think you have a chance to maybe get a bit of a relief back into 650. Amazon, which we're trying to get to. Oops. Oh, that chart,
I forgot
that wick.
about Amazon today.
Oh, this wick. There's a huge wick up to like 3,000, the old split prices on my 15-minute chart. But Amazon off these lows. I think in the afternoon yesterday, we were talking about the bottoms on Amazon around this 101.5 and looking to defend them. I was just sitting on this bid, trying to catch this in front of 102, and it's sort of like what I thought Tesla might do, Amazon's already done. So, I mean, Amazon bounces off that 102. It's already back to 103. So I'm going to ring a little bit of the register there because only 1 minute until that open. Banking some profits. MEREO going to sit on the bid, still holding some of that U.S. steel. And I feel like we didn't talk about NEO. That got missed. But NIO up because the other Chinese names are up, but it's not nearly as strong as something like an Alibaba, only up about 3%, and it's actually selling a bit in the pre-market.
Yeah, I just put I mean, you know what? I was going to say, I just put a bid a little bit earlier on BOBA, but then I just canceled it now. I don't want to get caught up in that little bit of a bump up there because we do have, remember, it is quad witching. I think if you guys have joined us here, I think we've done a decent job just explaining what that's going to happen here in the morning. It's going to be an immense amount of volume that should come through. I'm going to put a bid down here, 111 for Alibaba on that one, but I'm surprised that there isn't more to show here on the imbalance locator this morning with it being quad witching. So I don't know, maybe that's a sign for tonight, but most of the action does happen in the PM. So we'll wait to see that one. With only 20 seconds left right now, Neil's got Amazon and US Steel. I've got CCL long, Revlon short, with what should be a good open for us here. So with only 10 seconds to go, let's get ready to rock and roll. I'm looking at BOBA, I'm looking at some AMD bottoms, things like that. Hopefully this is a fun day. It's Toronto Tony there.
Nice shirt.
With my favorite shirt. 2 and 1, let's go!
That Polaroid?
Yeah, we've commented on that shirt before from Tony. So a great little shirt day. I like that. Blast from the past, the Polaroids there. Get out your Betamaxes as well.
Hey, I had a Betamax.
My kid has a little Polaroid. That's what this is. This is a little Polaroid picture. All right, the market's open. Let's go right now. Revlon, adios, amigos. Back down to $3. Good opportunity to take some more out here as it just flushed down to 3. Maybe now it gets going, so we got to take another piece out there. Should have continued, didn't. 305. Let's take a piece out, Revlon.
Yeah, and I'm going to take the profit and run. Amazon just spiked all the way to 104, so going to ring the register on this. Remember, it is witching day. You get a lot of whipsaw action, not making the mistake. This time it's take the profits and let things settle back down. US Steel on a bit of a prowl as well to the upside. They revised higher in their earnings, still sitting on this 2060 or 2065 area, trying to get a bit of a bounce. It is up about 25 cents. I'm looking for about 30 to 40 for the next leg in on the upside. MREO, I tried to buy the dip to get back into it again. There wasn't a dip. Now it's challenging that high of the day, so it looks like it might take out the top without me getting back.
Oh, shit. Yeah, right now we are into AMD long right now. Let's see where we go. Oh, I got to set it so it's alphabetical. There it is. Nice little move up for AMD. There it is, 81.80. We get that long. Let's see how long we can hold this one out for right now. AMD, a nice little rip side move here. 81.80 in the money, 50 cents. Let's go right now. We're starting the day off with some bangers for you there. AMD, a nice take, man. We sat there in front of 81. That's on the sticky note today. AMD, a nice little move to the upside. We take advantage of that. But what is not going upside here? And like, why am I even going long CCL? I thought there could be a rebound day. We're going to hold out for that bottom and average in here in the mid 70s. But right now, CCL to the downside. And good thing we took a little bit of advantage of that AMD as we are bouncing around right now pretty good. Another position just came in. Alibaba long 111.30. Man, this is becoming really spicy. But wow, Revlon, we just got a bid in we just got 94 on Revlon. This name right here, 15% in the money on the Revlon short right now. So yeah, man, things going pretty well over here, but not for CCL. That's going to the downside. And here comes Alibaba. We just reloaded. We got more there at that 110, the level that we like. So let's go back upside now. Alibaba, let's make our day on this, hopefully.
I just rang the register on some more of a US Steel that did make that next move up into that 60, 65, 70 range. However, two things. One, I just got into Tesla off the 650 level. How fast was that back at 650? Crazy. And into Alibaba off that 110. So Tesla from 635 to 650 in a matter of minutes. We talked about this whipsaw action and the gravitational pull towards some of these option strike prices, and Tesla already making a challenge of that 670 level. So crazy price action. This is what we anticipated. We said to buckle up. This is what you get. Alibaba looking super strong here, guys. You can see, super weak, I should say.
Other way around,
bouncing off 110 there. So crazy moves on Alibaba, but it got to that 110 level. It's trying to hold fort here. If it can't do that, there's room to that 108. I don't want to get too caught off bounds. Looks like we're going to have to take the stop out in Alibaba. Ooh, Tesla already working. Give me a break. This is so fast.
Tesla's been a monster.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, good trade there. I'm going to hold out for Alibaba. I have my levels here, so let's see where and if they get filled up any side here on Alibaba. So My levels, again, is going to be 106, so we're going to try to reload even more shares if we're lucky enough to get that opportunity here in Alibaba. We are going to take some more shares long on this name, so watch out here as that's hopefully going to give us some at 108. We're looking at that 106 level. It's been so strong that I just don't want to give it up on BABA here, so I don't know if it's going to work or not. Revlon still sub 3, so that's going to be a good one. But look at AMD, man, the savior for me today. AMD, almost $1 now in the money. AMD, Brendo.
One from yesterday, guys. Rhythm Pharmaceuticals, you remember, halted a couple of times, actually, on a couple of spikes up to 420. Trying to get back through that right now. 6% already for RYTM.
All right.
So I rang a bit of register here on Tesla here at about 46s as it did make the plunge. Looks like it's trying to make a second push at that 650. But the other one that did the same type of move and got right to 105 and curled was Amazon. So I mean, you might have just missed the chance to get in some Amazon off that 105. These strike prices, man, it goes to the strike and then you get a bit of a rebound to that downside. Watching up for Snapchat, it is coming down to that 12 level. So didn't like to buy it unless I was defending that even. Looks like it's going to oblige us with a lot of weakness there. And then MREO, congratulations if you hung on to this one. I decided to bag the profits thinking that it was going to make a pullback. It did make a pullback, but did not get deep enough for me to get back in. So now breaking out the highs, 150 a monster level on that MREO.
Good. Yeah, MREO, nice name there. Yeah, you picked that one out of the fire there. That was a good one today.
Well, these guys said it in the chat.
Yeah, good call.
And AstraZeneca, twice in a row we get to talk about that.
Oh, yeah, that's right, AZN. Yeah, that was the AZN play, right. Okay, so Revlon here, I mean, just tanking now, down to 278. Like, I can't be happier with this performance, and it's a good thing that we still have on about 30% of this trade as it just keeps on making lower lows here. Revlon in tank city mode right now. We should probably take another piece out if we can. Well, not if we can. We can't. We just push bid and then we get it, right? So there it is right there. Another bid. We take that out. Revlon down to 275. This is a monster for me, man. This is saving the Alibaba. This is saving the CCL right now. Revlon to the downside here. AMD also, man. We just took out some nice profits on that one. 81.80 long up to the upside. The reason why Alibaba is really falling down here, but I do still want more of a bid. So we'll try to average in a little bit, but we're looking at that 108 level. So kind of got to wait for that to come through. If it comes, it does, and we'll pay the piper on that one. But CCL trying to come back upside as well. I guess we missed that 72 bid, but here it comes, rifling back to the upside comes CCL right now.
Yeah, and look, just another name I forgot about, not Alibaba, sorry, I do it every time. Boeing. Super strong stock yesterday. We talked about in the afternoon liking a defense of 131. It never really came into play. It might come into play now. So I've been sitting on the bid pre-market because I knew I liked this level. As the market does slide to the downside, I do want to see if we can try to pick it up. I got some Amazon on the curl off of 105. So that goes right, like I said, right to some of these strike areas and then a bit of a reversal on witching day. But take your profit when you get a chance. The market is trying to bounce here. So I want to make sure I'm getting some out. Brennan?
Everything on a bounce today. Space, guys. Virgin Galactic just popped up on a volume scanner here through 6. Maybe some stops going off there, but 3% so far as well for Space.
All right. Go ahead.
Up?
Space is up. Yeah, so we are into right now probably one of the last things we're going to be into right now for Alibaba. It comes all the way down. You can see our average price is basically 110 here as it touches that 108.50. We're going to have to wait out for this 106 level. It's just been getting hit here early, right? I mean, the market's still kind of fine to the upside, but it looks like this is going to be the wrong name here, Alibaba for the long. But we're in it now, so hey, it's out of the money $1. We'll see if it can get back up. It's at 109. We're long at 110. You know, this isn't a Crimea River type of deal here at all, but it is, you know, hurting a little bit as our biggest loser on board right now. Revlon's made up for that. We do have CCL battled all the way back to 90. We were waiting in the low 70s. Let's see if we can get a reload if that does come in. But for right now, yeah, I got BABA on my mind as that just keeps on coming to the downside. I was looking at that 106 level, but that may be too much there. So we'll have to see what that wants to do. But for right now, yeah, it's some downside pressure coming pretty fast here for Alibaba. But yeah, that 106, I'm going to do a little bit more work on that because that may be too low for us. It was just, I don't even really know why I picked that level, just that I felt like there was some consolidation there and there must be something. So I'm going to go back and have a look at Alibaba, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to resist the temptation to auto short Space at $6. You know what? It's witching morning. Don't do it, Neil. It's just, I heard that it's up. I see it at a key level, and I'm like, usually it's low-hanging fruit to short it, but it wasn't part of my trade action plan. But if you see it, $6, just put a wick off top there. I think it can be traded. I'm on the bid at 642 on Tesla to try to get this pullback. To me, that is a huge V-shaped bottom. So it's not to say that I don't think this short can work. And as a matter of fact, I should get maybe even a little bit more aggressive here. It's not that I don't think the short can work more, but that's a really aggressive set of buying and then a bullish move. I think we can take 650 here. The initial read on this is that kind of buying on a whipsaw bottom, you have greater risk sometimes in going with the short, even if you catch a little bit of a top. So I'm going to ring the register, stick with the plan of just being able to take some of these wins here off the bottoms, like Amazon bottom to top, not 100, but 105 for sure. I'm going to get on the bid in front of 104. There's a line that Greg, our floor manager, would say sometimes. Sometimes you put a premium on being flat. These trades can come in, and if you get entry to target and everything sets up, there's nothing wrong with getting in, getting out, and then waiting for the next opportunity, because sometimes if you're not in a trade, it allows you to be a little bit more clear-headed about what is likely to come next. U.S. Steel, look, it's done a barcoding off this 50. I was fortunate to get some 70s in there, but sitting on the bid in front of 20 was a godsend because this isn't doing anything. Gave us one fill for the long, and now we're just sort of sliding around here in the money. Brendo?
Another one from yesterday, guys. ADN was super strong all day yesterday, ended the day basically at the highs. Trying to get back above 350 and hold here on decent volume, already 7 million for ADN as well.
All right, guys, if you can hit the likes and subscribe, let's get going on that one. Lots of people watching here on this Quad Witching Friday. We do this show every day for you. Oh, we're off on Monday, though. So
yes,
hit the like button now because we can't hit it on Monday. No show on Monday. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. And, of course, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. I'm going golfing tomorrow with my pops first thing, and my brother first thing in the morning. So that should be a hell of a lot of fun. We're looking out for that one. As long as I beat them both, I'll be happy.
Say what's up to Mike for me.
Yeah, I'll say what's up to both of them for you for sure. Okay, and same to yours, Neil. I don't know if you have those plans yet. I know you're talking about brunch.
Look, man, we're going IHOP.
You weren't happy about the brunch.
No, it's not that I'm not happy about the brunch. I'm happy about, it's IHOP.
You're right. You're not happy about the quality of the brunch.
It's IHOP. Look, man, my dad gets whatever he wants on Father's Day. And if he wants to go to IHOP, we're damn sure going to go to IHOP. That's what it's all about here, obviously, for everybody. That's why we do what we do. Like Sean said, we're all over the place. You knew this would be crazy action today, right? Especially off of this open. I'll promise you right now, it is not an easy thing to do, dealing with these whipsaw prices. You just saw, Amazon just went $3 back and forth. Tesla just went like 30 bucks or 15 bucks back and forth, $30 in total. Now you're breaking out on Amazon. So my instinct to get out in front of 04s might have been decent, but I didn't get that second leg out. Getting out of Tesla, that was the right call. Bounces off 44, so no getting greedy. Now we're breaking it above that 650. This puts us in a long territory for Tesla. So I kind of convert to wanting to buy dips here and thinking about these mid-40s for an entry point into the long. I'm only in U.S. Steel, but I can come back to a name that I did like a little bit earlier. Oh, goodness, Bob, I just did the NF thing.
Did you? Yeah, that's right. I'm in Alibaba here, so I can talk a little bit about it. Just quickly, though, CCL did make a move back up to the upside, so we're pretty happy with that move. I wish we would have got longer in the 70s. I was waiting at 72 there. We did not get a 72 print. It went down to 76 for us, but that's okay. You can't get them all, but we do miss that one on that reload, and then a couple outs here at 896, and then 899 or 898, whatever it was. It did touch 9, though, so CCL did go that far. But here's Alibaba, man. I don't know if it's going to bounce or not, to be quite frank with you. But there's another reload at 108.50. Let's see if we can, if this wants to go back up. It just touched 109 again. I think if it can get back to 109, then we'll take a little bit of this name off because it's not working, Neil. This is going to the downside there. You were good by exiting it. I'm trying to believe in this name a little bit more.
It's bouncing 108, man. That's the next level.
108 is fine, but it's... Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, it's bouncing 108. We just.
Maybe I should be talking myself out because I was just.
Yeah, we were long a little bit too early on this name. So Alibaba now in trouble for me. So we're going to hold out for that 106. It's just trying to go. The problem with Alibaba is the market is literally ripping here. And talk about market being lit right now. AMD just made a move back up to the upside. So we're 50 cents in the money on that one. Boom. Let's take out some AMD right there as well. I mean, Baba's a problem. I'm not going to sit here and act like it's not But this is not a problem. AMD, you know, look at that down there. Where's my reload on AMD? We're sitting at 80.20. It goes as low as 80. That's why I put 80.20, wrong price. It only goes to 81.20, but that's what I wanted. So I'm going to put another bid at 81.50 in case we dip back down here on AMD. Sorry, I've still got my mind on this Alibaba.
Yeah, but don't look now. It just made a bounce off that 108 level. Look, it just bounced off 108, took some out at 109. Definitely getting a bounce there. I just went back over to Boeing, and Boeing is gonzo, man. Like that stock back at 135. You're getting a nice little push upside in the market here. But Amazon, no pullback into 105, no pullback to get me into Tesla. The new trade was Alibaba. U.S. Steel still holding about 40 cents in the money. I still think you can get to 21, just might take some time.
All right, another piece out here on Revlon if we can. We just got another, no, that's the same 75 bid again, so we did not mean to ignore that. We said we'd get some out if it came to 109. We got some 109.6s or something like that. So we did get a price there around 109. I hit offer enter when it was ripping there when Neil was talking about it. So that's going to be a good little spot for me here. And then we're going to go to Brendan QuickTime.
Li Auto, guys, another Chinese name, LI, back to the upside today. Their design division, part of the company that works for the design division, which is this JS Designs, securing more funding today. So that was just out 6% here, back to the upside for Li.
JS Designs.
JS Designs. So here's Tesla. Wick top, not that it matters because it's at a random price, up to 657. I did want to be buying dips here, so I'm trying to be relatively patient with some of these breakouts. Amazon just put a wick top, but this is through its pre-market high. So this could actually give you a decent-sized pullback. If we can get back down to the 104, I think that could be a little bit interesting. NIO was the name I was trying to mention in addition to Alibaba. Like, I thought Baba had a decent bounce. What the heck, NIO? NIO is like really starting to break out here. 2050 is a big level on NIO, guys. If you look at the 15-minute chart, like have a quick look-see. Like you've been churning towards this price all week long, and you're about to take it here. So I don't love breakouts in this market, but sometimes you've just got to try to take them. If we dip to 20, I'll go long in NIO. But otherwise, it just got to this 50 and just chewed through. So where's my fill? There we go. Sometimes the message, it's like, you know you got the fill, but the split second before it hits your blotter. So I'm now into NIO, which has been on an absolute monster of a tear. It's sold off like crazy before making this pop. Insane, this market.
Yeah, we're definitely on one right now. I mean, the profit's starting to come back in a little bit here as we get another 109 out here for Alibaba. It's going to turn out to be like 70 cents worth of a hit if we can get them all out at 109. But just based on what you just showed me there with NIO there, you know, these Chinese names, I don't know why Alibaba is still considered, or not considered, is still so weak down here. I do have another offer at 109.20. Hopefully we can get some out. I'm still not out of anything, really. I mean, I'm just piecing these out, like not even out at 10% at a time. There it goes. Finally, CCL. Finally, thank you, CCL. Like, I was feeling like I was going a little crazy right there on that trade because I was like, CCL should be going back up to the upside. So we'll start to ring a couple registers on this one. There it is, 904 out. We'll see if there it is, 905 out. Hopefully this can come up through not 906, and then we'll start to ring some more registers on this one. But target area, man, anywhere in this pre-market is fine for me. 910, 911, 912, and there it comes, a little dip back down in. Mother of, what happened over there?
No, Tesla. I keep looking dip. Like, come on, you make this break, you always put a dip in. Tesla's at 660 now and just absolutely churning. I look back at Amazon, which I said might give you a dip. It got to 105 and is already starting to bounce. So this market really heating up. I want to go quickly to show you on the market what we've done. We're still holding at 3,700 on the ES. We actually haven't broken back out through that resistance area. So there is a chance you might see a little bit of a pullback. That's why in NIO, I might stop out. I actually just triggered out. On a breakout trade, if I'm buying the top, I want to try to limit my risk here, not throw away the morning's profits because you can get a reversal and then a more attractive buy the dip. So I just showed you guys what the market was doing, pulling back. And that's why as much as I love what I saw at that level, and I still think we can try the longs here, you've got to understand that NIO has a lot of room to possibly pull back before it continues that move. That was maybe too far, too fast into that long break, hence a bit of a tight stop.
Yeah, I mean, look, Alibaba just dumped down right there like aggressively. We just got another piece out there at 108.85 or whatever that level was right there. So we have gotten some out there, but that's an aggressive dump down to like 107. It's going here. It's starting to really have some issues here, Alibaba. So watch out there if you are looking at Alibaba coming back in. We're going to use that 106 as our out, and it's coming a little faster than we thought here. Almost
that just stopped me.
Almost
Alibaba.
as if there's news on this, to be honest with you, Brendan. But this is starting to go to the downside pretty aggressively, and it's not like this should be any surprise to us because it's been weak today. And we noted that this was a name that we should probably be getting out of, which is why we started to do that. But we're not out of enough of it, which sucks because here it comes, just flushing down. Alibaba just getting destroyed right now. So a nice move to the downside here. Maybe I'll pick a little bit up, but this is kind of just throwing darts at this point. We're long at 109.17. It looks like we will probably take a $3 hit if this cracks below. Yeah, here it comes, man.
Quickly before Brendan, I totally forgot about Square. We've shorted this every single day on pops. In the afternoon, it was 58.5. It just made a pop and the market's turning. I want to make sure I get into some Square in front of 58 to the south side. Brendo?
IO, big mover here, 21% right now for BLUE. Nothing significant as far as headlines on this, but a lot of volume coming in here for Blue.
Ooh, okay, we'll definitely have a look at that. But right now, AMD is right back to some of these levels that I'm concerned with here. Not concerned with, but just to get out. We have a beautiful long here on AMD. So let's put in, yeah, there it is, 50s. Yeah, we just got 50s on that one. So we'll be pretty happy with that play here, getting those 50s on AMD. So that was a good one. Wow, okay, maybe we'll take some 60s on AMD here as the market trying to rally back. What a big day this would be without Alibaba. Wow. Big time movement. Let's take another piece out here. If we can get it, can we get it? Yes, we can. $1 there in the money now on AMD. Is that, well, 80 cents we just took on that. So hopefully this can start to fly back up to the upside. We've already cashed out of the majority of this AMD trade. So right now it's CCL, right back to the upside again, CCL. So that's going to be a big winner for us today. See if I can get some 09s here. We'll take some out on CCL on 09. There it is. 09s just come in for us on that trade. So, man, it's a big day for me. We just got to get this Baba going again. Damn you, Alibaba.
Yeah, Square making a bit of a pop. I got some in at the 60s there. It just made a move into that 58 level, so it looks like it's trying to put in a bit of a curl at that 58 price. 58.5 is the absolute top. Oh my goodness, that dip on Amazon to 105, it's already starting to break out. I got to be able to get into some Amazon here. NEO pulling back a little bit as well. It tried to get some 20s in there, but it looks like it's bouncing off 2020. The market's still feeling overall like it's a strong day, but U.S. Steel starting to come back in. So I might be buying some dips on U.S. Steel. I haven't talked about it much because it's not doing a heck of a lot, but showing some signs of pulling back to my buy price. Brendo?
Roblox trying to bounce here, guys. Apparently Kramer talking up RBLX currently. Big volume spike on that.
I just want to bring one thing to another attention right here, and that's going to be this Revlon. It came right back, so I have 10% left of this name, so we definitely take advantage of this on the way down. But Revlon, wondering again, maybe talk there of getting their financing going, things like that for Revlon. So that's come right back into play here, possibly on another short. So I think we'll short this on this pop up. Going to be a dangerous last little short here for us. So let's take this right now into Revlon and then see what happens. Can we get a 42? Yes, we can.
So there it is.
Yes, it's at 50 right now. So Revlon right now, Neil, back through 50. Looks like it's going to take it out. And hey, here it goes, man. We'll punch a little long through Revlon at 50 if it goes.
The high is 60 though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't know. A big move to the upside here, but there's the average in, and it looks like if we could take some money on this, then we should probably do that. So right now, Revlon, nice little short, but not now, taking out 50 REV.
I just got into Revlon for the first time. I mean, it just made a huge spike. I know I like levels like this to short almost every single time, so you're going to see me into Revlon for the first time. It's just too far, too fast as far as I'm concerned. And if it breaks out the high, I know exactly what I want to do, which is get the you-know-what out of Dodge if we take out the high of the day. But as long as we hold that high, I'm going to stay in the short. We know there's that news of them potentially finding a bit of a buyer, but until that actually happens, I want to stay on the sell side of a company that files Chapter 11.
Yeah, right there. So we are into Rev. I just put a 32 bid there and missed. They went down to 32. I got greedy. I went on a paid gateway there, and it missed me, I should say, down there at 32. So hopefully we can get back into that level there for Revlon. Why 32? I don't know. Just what I put in. It went down to 32, which is why it's not rocket science there on that call, but that's Revlon right now dancing around. Alibaba trying to make it back. We just took a piece out of Alibaba, and again, I don't really know what the story is with these guys, why they're down so much. I thought it was relatively good news today, but the problem, I guess, now that I look at it, let's start talking a little bit, makes more sense here, is that it's just up so much today already. So that's probably the news here with Alibaba. Nice little move to the upside, 108.10 coming through here on Alibaba. So watch out there. I think it's probably worth getting some out. We're only down $1 on this name, so it's not the end of the world. We would like a little bit of a retrace here. We picked out that 106 bottom, but that might just be a temporary one. As the market, a nice rebound day here today.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla's, this is going to eat at me for a long time here than Tesla, because that 650 level is now broken out in a huge way, and there hasn't been a pullback to be had. And the same thing applies to Amazon. It never really came and pulled back as far as I was anticipating to be able to get that long position on Amazon. We did have it initially at the bottom, which we didn't grab Tesla, but I feel like this is going to be a huge missed opportunity. Revlon it's now making that push, but it still hasn't broken the high. Right, so I'm in here at 44. I got one scalp out at about 330 here, and I wouldn't take any more shares unless it fails the high of the day. But 370 essentially is your high of the day. I mean, effectively, it's a 370 level with a 368 top.
Yeah.
It got real thin up there just now. Real thin.
Yeah, so I'm going to take it one more time. We're still positive here on Revlon for the day, of course, but who knows? We are back into the short at 63. I'm wondering if this is just trying to turn out to be a little bit of a scalping situation now, as it's getting pretty aggressive up here. So we just got out. I mean, we only shorted their 42s, out 51s, or we actually got 53s there on the breaks. That wasn't great. But here we go. We'll see if we can make that right back in. There it is. We got a 58 out right there. So we take that 5 cents back right now and then hold out for a little bit of a larger move here. I agree, man. I think we can retrace at least back to that 50 level. Let's put some bids. There it is. Give me it. Yes, we got it. We got that 50 bid right there on that name. So CCL, by the way, thank you for justifying my craziness by going long on you today. A nice little move back up to the upside here on CCL. I'm just going to say this to everybody because I haven't even looked at the chat in 10 minutes, so I apologize if we're missing anything. Bear vs. Bulls is on there. He's got you guys, so hopefully that's good. Oh, man, that went to 108.30. I was at 108.40 to try to get some more out of Alibaba, but hopefully that can come back up. Oh, that sucks. We just missed an out there on Baba, guys.
So I was just drinking my water there. Tesla making a bit of a turn here. Got to, what price do you think? Close enough, but almost like that 666 level, 663, and we're making a random turn. So this is going to be it. I think this might be the chance on this dip to try to get into the long on Tesla around that 650 area. Going to be eyeballing this pretty closely. I said we'd get some more U.S. steel. Unfortunately, you can see it's really still not doing much of anything. And I don't want to be digging in too deep when it's not making those power moves. Roku, I feel like we've missed a couple of names here, a lot of names we haven't talked about. Roku did dip down to that 79 really quickly and then one push up. That's the level I did like for the long, but obviously a little bit preoccupied when it made that move. It's still resisting the high of the day, so I feel like this could be one that we can file away just in case the market does turn around here and we can catch a little bit of a bid. That MREO, this is the other name we talked about, already starting to pull back pretty heavily. Got to 145, I was looking 150. I'd have been short if it went 3 cents further. I would have been short this name. Unfortunately, it just never came far enough to get me my entry point. Bit of a disappointment there. But again, you could have held on to this. I decided that it was going to make another dip down into that dollar. I want to cancel my bids here. If it does push below 110, I'll be a little bit more nuanced about how I try to get back into this to that long side.
So Revlon, I mean, let's go on Revlon right now. Back into the 40s. Yes, sir. Let's take a bid if we can get a 43 bid there. I was actually bidding that 40, yeah, whatever, 42 actually. I just put a bid in there. I was actually, there it is. Yes. Great trade there on Revlon, man, on that reload on that short. I know Neil has that as well, so a good little reload to the downside there on REV Revlon. Good name there, good take on that short. So hopefully that'll come back in. We're pretty light now. We only have 20% of what's left. Oh, sorry, 20% of what's left there on REV. CCL, yeah, we talked about that one. But BABA, though, definitely, guys, not working out for me here. Alibaba, that's come back in again. Good thing I mean, all these bumps, look, it started here. So it's a losing, there it is. I mean, it's a losing trade. Look, let's be perfect about that. And it's about to get even more nasty if we do take down that 106. So we're going to get out on a take of 106. Let's just make sure I have that order pending. And again, just trading with the system here. Yep, 106. So we take that out, we're gone on Alibaba. But I got to stay here with this and make sure that I'm okay on this day. But Alibaba to the downside. Here comes Revlon, man. Good out for me down there on REV.
So I just double checked Adobe. That's at 57, getting really close to that 360 level. Apple just made a big turn. Off its high of the day. They're 132.5. That coincides with the ES making that top that we were just talking about. So as I talk about some of the names that we wanted to try to get on the dip, here's Tesla. I'm trying to be really patient. A lot of times when you try to catch that falling sword in a range like this, you almost want it to have at least a little bit of a consolidation, show you a bit of a bid. That hasn't happened just yet. I'm going to go back over to Amazon as well, which is the other name that we're looking for that to get back into that long, and it has to be around that 105. Boeing, very similar, although it didn't actually break out of the high on Boeing, so it's a little bit different, so not quite as strong as both Tesla and Amazon, which had broken the tops. If we can catch this, I'm still looking now above the 131 into that 132 range. So I still favor trying to get in some of these to the long side, but you can't ignore the fact that on the overall market, we tried to break the tops, and we have rejected a top break. We didn't even break the high on the ES. So you got to keep that in the back of your mind here. As bullish as some of those V-shaped bottoms were, you didn't really get the breakout on the high in the overall market. I just got my first out on Revlon.
Guys, first out on which one?
Revlon.
Revlon, yeah, Revlon. Nice out, back down to 340. So that's going to be a great take there if you have that trade on Revlon. So a nice move back into 340 now. So we only have that 20% left. So good job holding that one for sure. Much more than I did on that. Okay, ooh, that almost came back up again. We're just. I'm holding out hope here that I can finally, maybe catch something here on Alibaba. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do anything on this name, though. But Alibaba right now trying to make some moves back in now. So watch out for this name, Alibaba. Hopefully, again, our last little reload, it's looking fine now, but I'd rather not have even got that. So right here, Alibaba, nice little move to the downside. Let's see if it can hold out 106. If it doesn't, we're gone. I just keep going over this in case you guys are with me on this. I thought that ant news was great news there. I still think it is. It's just, it's up probably too much today. And when and if this market does continue to fail to the downside, yeah, it's going to be a problem here for Alibaba, right? So we got to get out of something at some point. We've done a pretty good job of licking the wounds here, but still, not great. So I'm not pleased with this Alibaba trade. It's going to be a loser for me, probably the bad one for the week. But hey, we're here for you. We're here every day, except for Monday. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe, and you'll be triggered every time we're back on the air. So right now, okay, Brendan over there at the big screen with happening now. Looks to be a pretty decent day out there. Not for oil though. What's up, Brendan?
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by The Funded Trader. Check them out today, thefundedtraderprogram.com. QR code on the screen right now. Check them out. Positive, nice green board here to look at after an ugly week, to say the least. 0.6 right now for the S&P. The Dow, 0.25%. The Russell holding on to nice gains here. It's the 2,000 leading, 1.6 for small caps. There's the NASDAQ, 1.3, 1.05 for the composite. And the 100, even here in Toronto, a nice day so far, 0.5% back to the upside after a big down day yesterday as well for the TSX. We were talking about some of the Chinese names. I noted just before 10 o'clock here, we made a new high on NIO. Came right back into the range though, but monster volume on NIO at the open there as well, worth a note. Snapchat up on that positive note, or I guess potentially positive note. They're looking at some revenue or possibly getting into some revenue here. 1250 ends up being resistance for Snap, guys. Back over to you.
Well, I'm still on the bid of Snapchat around $12. Try to catch a little bit of that party. If it does come all the way down there, I'm not guaranteeing that it does. Tesla Still in the midst of its pullback here. Looks like it is starting to come back in to that 650 level. We're tracking some Amazon Neo, which also made a big power move. We said on the break, relatively tight stop because the market was at those highs. It'll give us a chance likely to dip. Now I'm just looking at that pre-market support, that $20 even level. We get down into there, I think we can try a second time on NIO. Boeing in this weakness, I'd like to see if we can get another shot in front of that low of the day, that 132. It was 30s and 31s, but you've already put in a bottom at that price. Might as well go long in front of the current low. So that's what we're going to step into if we get a chance over there. Did want to mention Coinbase, if I can, I know I typed New York. It's going to happen to you. Coinbase had a huge 50 level. If this even wants to load for me, huge 50 level yesterday, broken and got to 49.70. Higher low support would give you that 50. I can talk about it. I know what the chart looks like. I already pulled it up. But higher low support 50, that was a big level. Quadruple bottom yesterday for Coinbase at that price as I try to show it to you. My chart loading.
Yeah, I'll show you one. We'll slap ourselves around a little bit here because Alibaba, honestly, that sucked, man. Like that's going to be my biggest hit all week for Alibaba. Hopefully we can still stay positive here. But yeah, right now, no, not positive because that was too much, too far, too fast there. Alibaba just tanked down. I guess not as great as I thought. I thought this name has been super strong. I mean, you can sit here and justify all you want, really, but I mean, it's not a great trade there for Alibaba. I mean, everything else has been huge today. AMD's back down to a nice little level there, 81.70, something like that. That could come into play very soon here for AMD, so watch out for that. I'd like to get a little longer lower into here just because of this market is trying to dance a little bit here. One name that we haven't looked at today is going to be Apple. You mentioned that Apple did have a big sell side imbalance today for the close, but it's nicely up now. Yeah, 9 million, I think that's what it was. And it was also Dominic yesterday talked about Apple with his imbalance locator there as well. But up to 132, 133, just trying to find out if we like this long. I mean, I'm debating taking it on a break here of 132.60, but the market right now bouncing. I'd like to see something else that's near its 50 period. That's a big cap name. I mean, maybe Meta, I don't know. That's at 163 right now. Okay, Meta, I see you as well. So nice little name there for Meta. So we'll see where that's going here. But yeah, so far so good here on the day with some of these trades. The only one that's been falling apart is Baba. I think CCL down here, I feel pretty lucky, man. I mean, we're out of 2/3 of CCL. We didn't get out of everything. And I know there's some ask here. Is it a reload spot, Sean? What do you think about that? Honestly, I'm not sure about a reload spot here on CCL, to be quite frank with you guys. It could come into play here up to 897. I'm debating getting some out. This market's coming back down. We rode it all the way to the upside, and I don't know about that one. But Coinbase, Neil, another one that we sort of slept on maybe today.
Yeah, I have it up now, guys, so apologies for that. Like, sometimes I'm flipping too fast, and then you get stuck on the wrong market extension. It kind of screws you up a bit. There's that bottom at 50 we talked about yesterday, and then making a nice, it was actually a bit of a bottom here on the open as well. So it did make a wick break. I think that can be a support. It's a good jump-off zone as well. I mean, I'm in square to the short side, which is kind of related, I suppose, but if that makes another push to the low of the day, I'd actually be trying to grab some longs on coin at that 50 level for some scalp trades. Right now, I still think you can bounce a little bit off of some of those strikes, that 50 area for sure on Coinbase. Hopefully you can get some gravity towards and then bounce away from it. Brendo.
Another one that can give you a pretty good move if it wants to get going, guys. Tough Built, we've mentioned many times in the past, down today significantly on that note. 6 million public offering just popped up again on volume there, trying to get back to day lows. Yeah, 50% today for TBLT.
All right, what's up? Okay, we'll definitely have a look at that, yeah. All right, SoFi, I just want to look at SoFi here. What's up to Shakib there? Hydration Nation, let's go over and look at SoFi right now quickly. We'll take a sip of this. Let's look at the chart together here. 550 bottom. Nice move up, though. Up 5% there for the day. Up to Yeah, I mean, the daily chart we know is going to be pretty nasty on SoFi, so let's not even look at that. The 1 minute, where's my 20-minute chart here? There it is right there on SoFi. So, yeah, I mean, it's not showing too much. We're kind of in the middle here. That's why I go, on SoFi. But it is a nice move back up, 6 million shares. SoFi's been, like, dead in the water for a bit. It's actually been holding out. I shouldn't really say that. I mean, it made a bottom and rallied a bit. Just it's back to that bottom again here. So I look at SoFi, 6 million shares. Doesn't seem to be too heavy here today. But, yeah, I mean, if you want to pick on something, something. Maybe SoFi is a good name. I'd rather think that, if you're going to play that, you're just playing for the bump back up, not really for anything. That bank charter doesn't really seem to have mattered a whole hell of a lot to SoFi. So we're going to have to wait to see where that goes from here. But JP Morgan might be a good play, trying to short near that 115 if you're looking at anything in the financials there.
So I have reloaded on, it took a while for this to actually matter on US Steel here, coming back into that 20 level, but it did bounce off 2013. I then got in some more shares in the teens, let it bounce first, and sort of got into it. Now I'm just going to work it back to VWAP. I can't ignore the fact that you're selling the news here a little bit. Like you can see, it's a gap up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's holding support levels, but you are trending back into the downside, which means scalp your winners when you get the opportunity to. Sometimes don't sit at the least obvious level. I'm sitting there at 30s, and it's like, don't sit it on 30. Just offer 28s or 29s. We kind of know that rule, and I should always stick to it when I get an opportunity to. Revlon is now just holding the top. I did get another leg out in front of VWAP at 331, so that was pretty good. But wow, now it's starting to do that whole bull flaggy thing where it's setting itself up for a break of the high of the day, which if it does, it's probably going to $4. Let's be honest about it. It's just a short interest here. The deal speculation gives it a bit of a catalyst push to the upside, but sometimes you've just got to throw fundamentals out the window when you have a float that big short. I get it. Fundamentally, this stock probably should be closer to $2 or whatever the heck, but Revlon is showing some signs of strength, and if it does break the high, watch out. And it could also be a candidate for a halt, by the way.
Yeah, we just got out of AMD and we got back in kind of by accident there. I thought it was a different price level, but we'll try this. Here it goes, dip down, so that's fine. We just got in there. Basically, it was just a one trade. We averaged in at 81.20 there. Remember I told you I put the wrong price. I put 80.20, so I re-put that in at 81.20, and then it just broke through 81. So yeah, AMD came crashing back in there. Maybe the shorts are in now. I don't know. We're just cracking below some of these names here. So just be very, very careful on some of these plays.
Brandon's
AMD
excited.
might be a short. You know what, Neil? Yeah. Did you just say Amazon?
No, I just said,
That's sort of what I was
did
thinking.
just get into Amazon.
Oh, okay.
And it's like,
to the short side, hopefully, or no?
no, I just took
Long?
the bounce long. I'm kind of kicking myself. It's like Tesla, the curl, I think it was more attainable than Amazon. Because if Amazon had turned at 105 where I liked it, it would be all over it. But above that 105, I just like it to the long. So if it bounces here, great. I think you have good risk to reward. My long is at 25, and I'm giving it a few shekels below that 105 level just to see if we can hold on. I talked about coin possibly getting to that 50
strong.
level. I mean, life comes at you pretty quick. And we were just talking about this like $1.50 ago, and now you're already breaking 51. So like that, the way that we are rejecting price levels and sort of just falling or flushing to or skirting up to some of these monster levels is pretty quick. So I'm not buying this at 60s. I'm not buying this at 50s. I want this in front of 50 even. It's got to be a tight style trade. And someone in the chat, I forget who it was actually saying, I feel like these supports are a bit of a trap. Well, if you have a setup and you're like, no, this is a setup, I got to take it. Sometimes the best defense is to either size down or get a good, really, really good price so that you are mitigating the amount of risk that you're holding in it. So I'm going to go with the latter and just be as tight to that 50 level as I possibly can.
Yeah, okay, so people are asking about CCL reload levels there. I mean, we're in it. Revlon, you could take a CCL down here, but I'd rather take it near this 91, 92 area. That could be something to look at there, so watch out to see if CCL has some sort of love back and around there. I don't know about it right now at 897. I mean, depends if you're holding it for longer term or you're just trying to scalp this out, right? I mean, that's going to change everything. Microsoft down to 247. Tesla's still strong, man. That's up 2%. Your Amazon, I was talking about short, but I like the long. I don't know what it's doing now, but it's up much more than the market today. So that's, always something that I indicate on.
I just took some out.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I think that's great. I mean, I think the long is the right play there as it's more aggressive than the market. So if the market can stay above the 50 period, which is trying to get back there, these are the kind of names that you want to get long, man. Look at Alibaba. I mean, maybe there is some salvation in taking a long at some point, but Alibaba's all the way down to 103 right now. So, I mean,
103?
Yeah, talk about really not having a great job there on Alibaba, down to 104 now. So glad where we got out, man. If I had held this there, this would be like not a career ender, but definitely giving some back on this week. We're having a monster week, so everything is jamming over here, but wow, Alibaba just getting destroyed down here. I don't want to go long at all. Normally I'd look at this and be like, I like the long, but not here, man, not now. Alibaba getting part of my friendship, but woodshedded down to the downside there.
Yeah, I just can't get over how strong Amazon is. And you know what? Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, Arun did talk about this, and I think, and it's a good point about you get the reverse split there, you get the new pricing in, and there's going to be buyers on quad, which an index rebalancing as well. So you are seeing just incredible strength in Amazon. It's now taking out the high. I don't really have an obvious. Whoops! Oh goodness, not split adjusted. I don't have an obvious target here for Amazon. However, it did have that top on Fed Day around 109. I can't imagine that it's going through that price under any circumstances. So, I'm thinking of 7s, 8s, something in that range if we do continue this trend to the upside, because it is relatively strong, and that's what you want to look for. What's relatively strong? I think Amazon's relatively strong. I think Tesla's relatively strong at this particular point. I haven't been able to get back into Tesla. Actually, I never had the Tesla long, just had the one scalp short. But if we can catch dips, I think Tesla's showing you some signs of strength. Brendan?
We saw Li Auto going initially. XPeng, a little bit of a laggard here, but just took out day highs as well on a huge volume spike, guys, for XPEV, almost 10%.
Again.
All right. Yeah, it's so funny, man. NEO is the same kind of way there. You talked about XPeng right there, making a move back up to the upside. You could see quite clearly that the whole market here, besides Alibaba, wants to kind of go up. So these Chinese names bouncing off this 2020 level. It's so funny you just brought that up. Like, I was literally just about to talk about this NEO level there. So watch out for that one. Revlon takes out 370 right there. We actually punched long kind of accidentally there because we already got out of some of our shares. But again, on a breakout, we don't mind going long on breakouts of these names that are kind of going parabolic a little bit here.
Chapter 11 Ds.
Chapter 11. Like I said, if you ever need funding, man, just declare bankruptcy and they'll be all over you. So nice little move upside for Revlon. We're now long 72.
So it's like, think about this. If Revlon gets through $4, you got to think about what that actually means, right? Like, this is what happened to the stock at $4. Realistically, if it gets through that price, I've definitely taken another shot at it to the short side. But you can only fight it for so long, right? Like, that's what we always talk about. And that MREO, I wanted to go back to this as well, because I keep saying I want the dip on MREO, and then it never really dips far enough. So again, it comes to 120 when I'm thinking down and defend $1, and it's pressing out toward its high of 150. 150 I never shorted because it got to 145. For now, we're just going to see if we can't work back into, work into some Tesla, I guess, at some point. And then NEO, we talked about Tesla being relatively strong. NEO, we tried the breakout, thought we'd be getting 20s on the dip. So of course, it only goes to 2015 and is now right back toward those highs. It is a bit of a different break if we can hold this level throughout lunchtime. I think if we hold VWAP to the top end, we might be looking at just trying to grab this in the quarters and then not fading. I don't know what you call it when you fade into a move, or like when you get long in front of, at the bottom end of the range, in front of the breakout and trying to hold some for the break, maybe even add to it on the break. But it's really setting up that it just wants to go VWAP to the top. And if it can barcode like that, set itself up for a late rally, I want to be involved in NEO, some relative strength there at least, although it did fail the high of the day.
All right, I'm going to go short Microsoft here, guys. Hopefully hopefully it'll come in, obviously, for us. But Microsoft right now trying to make some moves, and we'll just see where it goes. Breakthrough, okay, there we go. We are now short. Sorry, I shouldn't say we're trying. We are short now on Microsoft. So Revlon starting to go. Give me that, guys. We just got an 88 on Revlon there. So that was a nice trade for us. Boom. Nice little upside trade there on REV, guys. Revlon. So a big name here today, trading quite aggressively. That is, of course, Revlon now on some of those, financing deals, whatever. To the upside goes Revlon, and to the downside comes Microsoft. So this should be a nice little trade. Not that far to the downside. I guess it went a little bit into the 80s there. We'll take a piece out. 85 we just got there. Hopefully that'll be able to cash us in now on a little bit of a downside push for Microsoft.
Yeah, it just got stopped through that 20 level on U.S. Steel. That doesn't end up holding up at all. So we did get an initial bounce, thankfully, in the pre-market, but it looks like U.S. Steel's giving it up. Adobe, I mean, I kept saying as a joke that Adobe was going to go green today, but that's only because it was a Freudian slip that happened on this floor. I kept saying that Adobe was positive when it is still down in the day. But 360 is getting really, really close. And sometimes it's just one of those flushes where we've seen this on earnings, right? Like you go down and then it doesn't break the low and it has to come back up. It's now barcoding off this 360 level or close to it. It's getting really close for me to want to have this short. It's a couple of dollars away from it, but this is a $350 stock. So if you're not willing to give it a couple of dollars, you're not really trading it. And the volume definitely there. Wick top at 58. So I'll play the 58. And if it breaks that, I'll go to the 360 for Adobe. Brendan.
Just be careful with Alibaba, guys. There's more reports now that the Central Bank of China has, in fact, not accepted the Ant license proposal. So, I mean, this is not the first time this has happened. If you remember going back a week ago, it went back and forth 2 or 3 times just in the pre-market, whether they had or they hadn't, they had or they hadn't. Here we go again. Again, Reuters reported it initially that they had. Many sources now saying that the central bank has actually not accepted Ant's proposal, guys.
Wow. I always say on this show every time, you can't trust these names because of exactly that reason. What do? Let's go long. Let's just push long all freaking day long on Alibaba, and then the Chinese regulators come out.
Y'all know what that is, right? I'm not going to yell it on. You know what I'm.
I don't know, but I was just in the. What?
That's some old bull. You know what? That's just you gotta be kidding me, man. Like again.
You know
again?
what?
How many times? How many times? Somebody slap me if I ever.
No, hey, that's funny you just said that. I was just looking for my slap button right there. So I'm going to do it again. I wasn't slapping you. I'm slapping my damn self. At least you.
Y'all know what that is.
At least you.
You guys know exactly what that is. That's some old bullshit.
Yeah. So I'm slapping myself around there again, guys. But that's
Serenity now. Serenity now, people. Serenity. Woo-saw. Woo-saw.
You would think that Neil got absolutely destroyed on that name, but I do I do like that. It's calming me down.
Look, man, I know other people were probably long that too.
Yeah,
so
of course. But
whatever, man.
You know what, guys? That's honestly, I mean, Neil and I, playing off here all the time. But yeah, that kind of sucks for Alibaba there. And that was the whole point of the sticky note that's on our watch list. It was like, all right, they got, this and that approval. It looks like Ant's coming through. Ant is a huge financial arm. It's like this is Alibaba. It's like PayPal and eBay, things like that. Like you could spin these things off and make a shoot ton of money. But right now, we're doing the same thing on Softy. So let's just stay in the good old USA right now and trade some Softy. Seattle stand up right now. Microsoft's going down, so don't stand up too much. But right now, we are short 247 now on Microsoft. Let's see if that can get back into the money now. We're almost positive today after that destruction that was Alibaba, but your boy ain't going nowhere, man. Like, we could take hits. It don't matter. I'm still in a good mood here. We're in a good mood, man. It's been a big week. We got Trader TV Live family here, so let's just keep on rocking and rolling. Take out some of this Microsoft in the 50s if we can. It's not going to look like a huge move, but trust me, that 247 break, I was looking for something that's held. There it is. Bang! Give me that 50 cents. Eat that, Alibaba, right now. But yeah, sad story there for Baba today, but we're killing it on Softy. There's Softy now, $1 in the money. Okay, I forgot about Alibaba all of a sudden. Microsoft to the downside. Here we go. Nice little runner there for me. Good trade on that one. We just put it on for you. Did your Amazon hold up? Because the market's
No, we got one leg out of Amazon.
Go long on Amazon.
I did, by the way, I just got in and out of Coinbase at 50. Went right through that 50 level. Made sure we had that tight stop in there. And again, the way you can protect yourself is to actually get a little bit tighter to that level so that you're risking a little bit less on the trade. Amazon's still relatively strong, by the way, but it did break that 105. So I got some out there at 105.60 on the bounce, and then the rest we're just going to have to take out when it takes out the bottom. Not going to be sitting there fighting it. I did defend Snapchat at 12. I said the only way I want Snap is I don't care about the catalyst. I just care about that $12 level. So, whoops, the NF thing happened. So it just got me in at 12.06. We'll play it off the low. Still holding on to some of Square. That's about at 56 for that low of the day. If it breaks the low, that could easily be at 55 pretty quickly. Remember those strike prices. You get close, usually you get there on a day like today. Brendo, small cap recap, I think.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning. Let's jump right into a few things we were talking about in the pre-market. If you joined us, SIDU, huge move the past 1-2 days coming back in. Looks like it might be a failure type of day for SIDU. First red day, if you want to call it that. 675, 680 up to 7. I was kind of watching when it got back above 680, 675. There was a huge bid that showed up and was taking a lot of shares. So that actually got me long, but I feel like I might get stopped out of this one. We'll see if we do. It does reject in this area again. We'll look for a move back down to 6. So SIDU might be failing here. Revlon, yeah, I mean, similar thing. There was 3, 3, 3, 3. Was a bit of a pivot in the pre-market, got back above 3, held nicely there on momentum at the open. So I actually took the long. Up to day highs. That was a decent move for Revlon. And the other one, didn't set it up properly. The other one was ADN from yesterday I mentioned. Not really doing anything and just kind of chopping around inside its range, guys. Back to you.
All right, we're, we'll just go good idea, at least finally going into the short there, as there goes Microsoft, man. Ooh, I thought I got an 85 bid there, did I not? Was that me at 85? Oh, I'm at 81, not 85, Sean. Okay, hopefully that doesn't matter. Let's just keep our 81s there, whatever. It's coming to the downside. There it is. Ooh, we almost switched up to 85, but maybe we should have switched up to 85. Come on, give me that 81. There it is there. So good trade. Yeah, shout out to Brendo, man. Shout out to Brendo always. Coinbase going down again, or Coinbase is down. If Coinbase is down, that's not going to be good once the mainstream media gets a hold of that report as well. I don't know if that's true. I just heard someone say that or saw someone say that on the chat. But anyways, Coinbase right now at that 50 marker there. It's funny because you know what? Like all week, this 53 has been like such a great short. Almost all week. We had that one day here. Oh, here it is right here. We got blown out and it started to touch those highs of 56, 57. But then it came back in the next day. 54 was cash. 52, 53 was cash there yesterday afternoon. And then this morning it was great again. That's 52.50. That's 52. So Coinbase definitely reeling a little bit here today. Down that 2 and a bit percent. So look out below if you guys are on Coinbase, especially if their exchange starts having problems. Because you know what? All of these problems that are happening at these crypto exchanges, like it was Binance, then it was some Barrel thing this morning.
What was it? It was
yeah, it was Barrel, I think it was. I'd never heard of them, but I'm pretty sure that was the name there. But anyways, problems abound right now on some of these exchanges. I don't know why. That's a little strange to me. So, take that for what it's worth. Like, there's not even, there's volume coming in crypto, but it's not like these are levels we haven't seen before. BTC right now, as you guys can see, it is starting to come back in, but we've bounced off 20,000 a couple times here. So there really shouldn't be any problems at the exchange at this point, especially when you are a Coinbase and you have tons of capital, to invest in infrastructure. It seems very, very strange to me that we are having these issues. So to me, that's a monstrous red flag right there if you're in the crypto game for sure. We did get some out on Microsoft. We are now, just so you guys know, we're in about 15% left of this trade. Most of them out here, that was a good one. 246.25. Then we took out a decent majority there at 246.05 or something like that. And then we get an 80 downside right there. So, we're just rocking and rolling here, enjoying a peaceful Friday.
It's, peaceful. The market's actually the volatility. If you enjoy volatility, trust me, man, you're going to get volatility this summer. We've been saying it all year. Like, the volume might go down, but the volatility is going to stay. I just got out almost all of Square at the bottom at 56, but I did. Look, for all of Square came down to the downside there. Remember, Coinbase did also flush, and I could just shorted Coinbase when we were shorting Square, but I did try that long off 50. I didn't even hold it to the lows. If I give it to the low, it's actually in the money right now. However, there was a long I liked a little bit better than that. That was Boeing, which yesterday, all kinds of strength in Boeing. I zoomed out too far there for you guys. That's that bottom from yesterday at 131. I was trying to bid down there this morning. I did miss it at 131.50. I said I'd step up to 32 in front of this low because once it makes a low for you, then you would just want to oblige it. So super strong name with good news. It was a good trade. My trades aren't showing up on Boeing for whatever reason yesterday, but that's where we liked it yesterday. We liked it off VWAP as well. Yes, it flushed on the 35 level, so I'm not sure it's going to get back there, especially if we're taking out lows. We might just have to think about 133.5, 134. This is a much different environment today. I'm not sure we have the strength after that failed breakout. You do not want to be failing a break on this type of a day going into the long weekend, right? that can set up pretty poorly for the overall market. But there are some decent longs that you can try to play. I am playing on this Snapchat, risking 7 cents in slippage. I better take something out at 1-to-1, because this stock, that look like a strong stock to you? No, easy answer. But the long,
you got to Thanos that stock.
Yeah, the long is at 12.06. I should be actually long at like 4 or 5 here, because that's the actual bottom. I just decided to go long in front of 05s, thinking that maybe it doesn't get to 12 even, being cheeky about it. But overall snap, I'm not looking for any kind of a ridiculous home run. If it got to 25, that'd be a great return.
I just said, oh my God, there, because Revlon, I didn't even notice. Like, we're so light on Revlon right now.
Tell me
again,
it didn't go to 4.
I'm only red on, well, I'm actually red on AMD off that last little dump. That sucks, because we did have AMD, I thought, pretty decently there, but it didn't pay off in the long run. But anyways, let's move on. Revlon is what I was trying to get at. Yeah, look at that name. That came all the way back to 50 and bounced again. So Revlon trying to find a base down there. I think it can, and that's Revlon, and that is Brendan. What's up?
Another one having a good day, guys. CRISPR Therapeutics. Kathy Wood named another upgrade. It's been a crazy week for CRSP, if you look at the daily chart. 1, 2, 3, now 4 days straight back to the upside after the same move down to end last week. So 8% for CRSP.
People pumping the chest about Tesla. So let's go have a quick look at Tesla right now. About Revlon, I just think the reload there, and I didn't really mention it there. I think the reload I mentioned it at 50, but I think you could do that and then just hold out for that 50 print. And, like reload somewhere around here. If you break below VWAP is 43, 44. Might be worth the risk there on the risk to reward for this name. So I just want to talk about that. Okay, but right now it was going to be Tesla coming through. So let's have a quick look. If you guys can, hit the like, man. Hit the subscribe. We've had a great day today, I feel like. Trading a lot of names. I've already been in AMD, BABA, CCL, Microsoft. So Revlon. Lots of names being covered here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. You'll be reminded every time we're back on the air. But yeah, great move up to 664, which, by the way, we're on every single minute of every single trading day. So there you go. But 664, nice little high side move there. Watch out for the 625, 630 bottom. I still feel like as long as stock are below VWAP, and that's why I liked Amazon for the long, as long as you're below the 50 period and VWAP there, then right now in this market heading into the weekend, I like what Neil was saying there. I don't think it's really worth holding. I know you're talking about small caps, but I'm just talking about everything as well. You have that rebalance tonight. I feel like that's going to be a sell side event. It's just going to give people an opportunity to find liquidity. So, that could be a problem. But right now, Tesla, I think it's a short at 650. So $5 away, see what happens there. If you break maybe not for a long time, but if you break the 652, maybe you get out. But I think you got to sort of respect some of these moving averages. As long as the NASDAQ's below and so are the names, I think you got to stay with the short side.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing. Like, you have the market set up a failed break at the high and then retrace toward the low, right? Like, that's usually a bearish setup. The NASDAQ hasn't broken the low of the day yet, but then that's the one that put in the wick top. The S&P 500 never even got through the top today. I was just asked about AERC, and don't worry, guys. You don't have to flood the chat. I'm really only in still have some Square, BABA, Snap, Boeing, Snap. I see BA and I say Alibaba, and I've been doing this all week, and I apologize for that.
That name is banned now, by the way.
Yeah,
Alibaba.
I hate you, Alibaba. No, just whatever.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations. But AERC, yeah, strong move today up 15%. So it has a huge double top at 23.24. However, anytime you see wick off bottoms, wick off tops, this is a wick off bottom in yesterday's trade. And then it holds this like a reverse head and shoulders. That should have been a bit of a setup for a bit of a breakout, but it's already started to break. Your break is 19 with $2 risk, 1-to-1, right to that previous level. I'll zoom in a bit there. Yeah, right to the lower high here at about 21. I think it might pull back off that 21, and then if you can get something, holding 19s all afternoon, could be the type of trade that if you're able to get that, yeah, I mean, that gives you a setup to possibly test toward those highs. And on the daily chart, it's hard to see, but if we get through that top, there is this 26, 27 level. This is a crazy name when it did IPO. Pratt talks about it all the time. But this 26, just as significant. If it were to get through 24, it's got some room to run there. But I think you're looking at 19s as your possible support. You're just risking $1 every time you're in that stock. And if you're not willing to, it's kind of tough to trade. So don't treat it like any other $20 name. It's got huge momentum. You should be taking dollars, 2, 3 as targets, risking 1. Spread can open up, so watch out for your stops as well.
Yeah, good advice there. And I think stops are very important. We just got a little silly there. Microsoft broke above 245, so we did take a piece out, or sorry, 246 when it broke above, and now we're back to the lowest spot we've been at all day for Microsoft. So we'll be like, that was a good one here today, as that was sort of the carnival name, breaking through that 247. There's some downside pressure there. So we are in the money now, $1.30 here on Microsoft. Again, trying to find more names. Like, do we really want this Alibaba? No, not Alibaba, sorry. Now I can't get that out of my head now too either. Yep. What about Apple down here at 130? We saw Apple yesterday hit that 130 marker. Let's just have a quick look to see what it did. I remember we held it through. That was later in the day, sorry. It was that first, yeah, my trade's not showing up either. It was right here, the first time it broke 130. We actually did pretty good and were able to hold it. So we got out for like a 20 penny hit because we were long at like 130.20, which I do all the time. And then we were able to get out of half and then hold the rest for a nice little backside move there. So wondering if that's going to happen again. We've already touched 130 earlier. I like Apple down here at 130 as a name that, you know, is something that we should look at. I mean, although we are still short Microsoft, I think this name can come in. You see it's a little more aggressive here than the market. Microsoft, same way, but Microsoft now has caught up, right? NASDAQ, Microsoft. Check out Apple, right? And Brad talks about this on his show. I think he's learned a little bit from us here as well, is look at the names that have relative strength or weakness. So Apple, I think if the market can rally here, wants to hold 130. It's up today. We do know that there's that big sell imbalance coming today into the close, but that should be true for most names. So I don't want to use that logic right now. It's still well away from that, but it is 1030. So some of these positions are sort of settling down right now, and Apple could be one of those. I think it's worth the shot downside there at that 130.
Yeah, and this market this is a SPY, the daily chart on the SPY, I hope that's right, taking out these bottoms. We talk about floors opening up. See how far back I can zoom. This is us taking out the low. You're into air, obviously, when you break levels like this. People in the chat mentioning it is a 52-week low that is getting broken. All I got in is square to the short side, and I got to look for something else. Tesla, definitely, I think I'll probably regret not just stepping in front of a more random level on that curl, because I didn't say Tesla was turning, and I just never got into it. I was kind of thinking about 650, and then when 650 came, there was no chance for a bounce, and I didn't immediately think back into the short, because that's what we were opening with this morning. But it just got run over. It's so hard when you have a level, and then it gets run over like that to jump back into it when it's made that kind of a move, right? Like psychologically, it's difficult to short that same price knowing you're 15, 16 bucks away from the high. But it ultimately would have been the right call here on Tesla. There's nothing you can do about it now. I mean, I have to start thinking about, I'm just in like square here. Apple as well, falling like a rock.
AMD just broke 80 as well.
That's what I'm saying, like huge breaks down.
Stocks are tanking here. What's up, Prad? You're stepping in the right time here. As a lot of these markets now days low. Now the market's gone red here. I know we got to throw to Brendan, but I just want to cover a couple of these names quickly.
Ugly, man.
AMD woodshedded down through 79. Yuck, and more yuck, Brendan.
SGen halts here, guys, on news. It's Merck, apparently, MRK, interested in SGen. So a big pop. It's actually up here. This is where it was trading. It's up here right now. There we go. It just resumed. So SGen up huge on Merck possibly involved.
Oh, man.
Sachin? Oh, my goodness.
This is just getting to be real nasty.
This is getting marked, man. Like,
real nasty. I mean, I wish I still had more of this Microsoft trade. But, wow, we have that 10% left again. Damn it. But, yeah, down to these lows again of the pre-market, 245 right now coming, or 245. 244.50 coming into play right now on Softy. You're going to look at a daily chart now of this name. Yep, we're right at the bottoms again. That wick never happened, 235, but these 240s did. So, yeah, look out below. Now $3 in the money here for Softy on the down. Sorry, $2.50 in the money now for Microsoft. It is Free Fall Friday there, Brad. So it is making some moves to the downside here. So just be super, super careful on any of these names. Even Amazon, I guess, has given it up.
Yeah, it's given it up now.
104.50. You can't hold. Like, it's not. some of these trades are good trades, man.
Even
but
Boeing, which was strong, that just took out the low of the day. So I'm out of Boeing. I'll be out of Snapchat. And Snapchat's actually holding 12. Yeah, whatever, man. I'm not reloading Snapchat. It just in this market, even if it holds 12 all day long, I'd rather not get any more shares of it. It just feels like everything is destined to take out these bottoms. I'm still in the square short, and now that Amazon has cracked through that 105, it's starting to feel like this could be a bit of a reversal. It's like Tesla, man. I wasn't willing to short this at the previous price given what it had done, but in front of 105 might just be the jam. But the NASDAQ, I think, has some room. I'm looking at it here, about 8 points. Check that, 80 points before we actually get to some significant lows there. So it's got room to rally to the downside, not like the ES. The ES is already, it's done its job in terms of screwing over the day there. But overall, the NASDAQ has room to run. So the tech names could still have a flush. You look at Amazon, there's room to go. That's why I think shorting in front of 105, not the worst idea. I'd much prefer 106, but beggars cannot be choosers.
I feel like that statement almost in today's market could be true, because you could beg for a price and then it just comes in, especially if you're on the short side.
It's true.
And I mean, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to see if Microsoft wants to, and it just did it, and I'm just so silly for doing this. We've been absolutely destroyed, this name. We have a small piece left, so whether or not this, I told you 10%, so whether or not this rips back up or not won't really matter too much here, but that 244 already came into play early, and we missed it. We didn't miss it. We saw that it was coming, but I should have put a bid down there. It's just I only had a small piece left, so I was like, do I really want to dump out what I have left in case there is a flush? But again, we'll respect that. So 244.30 coming in here, hopefully coming in anyways for us again on Softy, as that's trying to go. Revlon, CCL, AMD, man, down through, back up now through 80. Maybe this is the bounce that the market's looking for, but I just think it's like an opportunity to get more short, to be honest with you. So AMD, real weak, man. Any kind of a short in this one, I think you're going to be fine with. So look for the short here on Advanced Micro.
Yeah, I'm just going to look. I'll take this opportunity to be really happy that Snapchat got a bounce off 12. So I said I wouldn't add more shares to it. I suppose it would have worked. Doesn't mean it was the right thing to do. But I just got out again at that 12.16 level. So the same high I just put in here. Keep taking it out in front of the teens. If it gets to the quarters, I'll be flat if this thing gets to VWAP. I think it's good enough. We talked about defending one price on Snapchat, and that was 12. The positive catalyst wasn't enough for it to carry the day, but I guess it was enough for it to hold that bid. The market bouncing probably did most of the job for the Snapchat trade, but sometimes the market helps you out. First things first, you have to have an entry price and an exit. We got to get to Brennan. It's one of these boards, man, that it feels pretty red today, but it's not the total story, and that's why we like to go to Sector Watch to see where the strength might be.
Hey guys, yeah, what a difference an hour makes even today. This was a lot more green about an hour ago, now down 0.4 for the S&P. It's all about energy stocks right now, leading the way to the downside. I mean, crude is negative on the day, but not a huge move, where some of these really getting hit. Devon, MRO, FANG, COP, all 5.5 to 7%. To the downside for energy stocks. Industrials also weak. Airlines back to the downside this morning. There was that note from the White House questioning essentially whether these airlines can even meet demand that's coming through for the summer months. Tech stocks trying to stay green, although there are a few coming through on the negative side. Adobe still down 3%. It did try to rally initially, but is coming back into the range with the market. Healthcare showing some strength today. A couple of headlines out of the healthcare group today. Utilities worth a note to the downside. Material stocks as well. I saw Newmont there was trying to hold on to positive territory. Some of the fertilizer companies as well. Mosaic, MOS, popped up on some comments from Putin out in the pre-market as well. But 0.5% now, guys, to the downside. We're continuing to grind. Back over to you.
Grinding. But I don't know, man. I'm trying to look for some reload spots here on AMD. AMD has been absolutely destroyed over the last little while. I'm going to assume Intel's sub 40 maybe as well.
They're all dead.
It's just like, pick your poison with these names. I feel like you can get it
DCA,
back
baby.
up to 180. well, not 180, sorry, 81, something like that would be a decent short again. I'm just pretty nervous about putting on shorts right now. The market, although it's flat, this is a pretty nasty move down there. So we were up about 1.5% straight to the downside now. AMD down 2.5%. Sometimes I like to play some of these stronger names and just think that, hey, maybe there is going to be a rebound, but that's a new 52-week low now for AMD. They just put in the 52-week low. So whenever I see stuff like that, man, I'm not happy about it. So 52-week low for AMD just put in. I'm sure it's the same, like Neil said, on everything. NVIDIA probably down that 3% as well. And
AMAT getting spanked. I think I got a bid on AMAT today.
On which one?
I got to double check. No, when I say, I don't mean trading. If I say I got a bid on something, so we don't actually trade our personal long-term investment accounts while on the show. Right. However, I might have orders out there, like stink bids, we like to call them. And I'm pretty sure I should have been filled on AMAT today, just sort of looking at where this moved to the downside today. But like, it's the entire semi space. Whether it's suppliers, whether it's the actual chip makers themselves, they're all getting beaten up. But you just got that 90. It bounced off 90 yesterday, and then it broke that again here today. I'm trying to load the daily chart up the entire way here. But if you go back to the hump that it made in just late 2020, you had this like 85, 83, 85 support. So that's where I had some stink bids on AMAT that I probably picked up today. I'll check the long-term account. I did finally get into Adobe, by the way. I said when Adobe got close to that 360 level, that I wanted to short it off this little pullback off 58. Well, it never really got back there, and then we went all the way to VWAP. I didn't get the trade, but I still had my order out there trying to catch it on that curl. I did get in. I took some out for a quick scalp into this little base that it put 353, 354. Now, if we take VWAP, I kind of want to be rinsing and repeating this. This is a trending up stock. They did guide poorly, but the gap down and then see these things just rise after a gap down on earnings. We've seen this play over and over again. When it makes a top, usually it's pretty good, so long as the market doesn't break out. So I have to watch out for two things, 58 breaking and the market sort of reclaiming some of those highs. Those could be two things that work against me in Adobe. Still have the Amazon short off 105. Can't seem to break down too far here, but the market is making a bounce. So I do have to watch out for that. I have some Snapchat. That's my only long. That is just playing off the $12 level. Nothing crazy about that.
Yeah, possible reload opportunity also here in Revlon. So I just want to bring that to everybody's attention here because you do have kind of a nice little, I don't know, bottom being formed. I mean, 350, that view up. I'm going to get out if it takes down 350, but getting more Revlon right now at 352, I've seen worse ideas. So I mean, I think this is going to be a good one to take in, but there is some size there at 350. So watch out. Here it comes. As soon as I say it's not a bad idea, watch out if it does take that down right now. 350 breaking lower. It's already had its move upside there, so that's why I have such a small piece. But we will get out here for what will be a hit on the last piece. But again, Revlon's been pretty good to us today, a big time good to us. What am I saying? It's been a really good stock today, and if it does hold, it does hold again. So hey, there's 2 cents. You're welcome. 3 cents now if you want it. I didn't take it. I still think there's a little bit of a risk there. But again, trade your book and not ours, and I think you'll do fine on that. So watch out for Revlon coming through right now on that move to the downside. All right, so another hold down there. I was still waiting at that same level of 72 before, and we'll have to wait to see what happens there. But nice little move back for CCL up to 888 again. So this has been a good name for us. Just holding on. We haven't averaged into it. Just looking to see if there's anything else. Man, Roblox up 2% right now. Eli Lilly at 300. That's nice. And then there's that Tesla that we talked about fading off that 650 level. It almost got there. Now VWAP's come back in, so it got as far as 648. So if you took that short, you were rewarded with $8. But I still think a lot of these names are low and still look short as long as we're below this 50 period.
And we're here trading for you guys and, of course, answering all your questions. We're going to get to a couple here, but just take a couple of seconds. If you haven't hit the like or subscribe, today is one of these days where I think you're going to get the most out of the show whether you're trading or not, or whether you're just trying to learn, because this is quad witching, Fed week, and it is also index rebalancing. That is a lot packed in and a lot that we can observe here. And the midday show is going to be a great one as well. But take a quick little second.
Almost
hit that
2,000.
like.
Let's get to 2,000 in 10
2.
minutes. I mean, we could do that.
So there's a thing going on, and I already, like one of our guys, one of the guys on our IT team actually put in. He really likes that hot wing challenge thing, and apparently you can order the package from Walmart. Anybody that knows me knows that if I go to a wing place, I order like the hottest thing they got. Like I'm all over it. I just need to find a partner in crime who on the show would love to do that challenge with me. I'm darn sure willing to do it. It'd be a heck of a lot of fun there. And we can tie it into likes at some point. I think we'd all do it. But we need to see something special, like a 3
standing up as well.
3K likes. I think he'd do it too. I got one issue. I love.
You know what?
I love Pratt to death. I got one issue.
Uh-oh.
It's that James Harden Rockets jersey that this kid always wears, man.
What's wrong with that, though? He can support who he wants to support. You know what I'm saying? This guy. I mean, look at this guy. This guy's coming in with some shades on and everything. Look, if anybody out there, some of you, and we can go to Walmart and buy it ourselves. I mean, I literally Baxter got me the 4-pack of all those. Now Baxter's living with me, so I don't have that sauce anymore. It's like every time I look around, something's missing. Like we threw down some sausage on the grill yesterday, and we were looking for this Chipotle honey mustard stuff that we had bought. That's gone, disappeared completely. So that went down the gullet there. But if anybody, what I was going to say is, if anybody, you can go email marketing@tradertv.live. Some people might have their own hot sauce or know of something like that. If you want to send that through. We'll test it out as well. I like that idea, man. I think that's a great content.
We do it.
I think that's a great content look there, Neil. So good call on that. Let's do a hot wings.
And you can do like a Q&A with it too, because that's the whole idea on the show. That show, which I love, by the way. I forget what they call it.
Sean seems grumpy.
You have to have a conversation while you're doing the hot. It's called Hot Ones. Those are hilarious. Yep. I love those. Yep. When Key was on. Keegan-Michael Key, he was hilarious on there. I just got trail wicked out on Adobe there. You can kind of see this. That short, it did work back into VWAP. But maybe it was the right call to even take it all out with the NASDAQ not breaking lows. But that little curl working out. I said I would get to Neil because we had a question about it. So I liked 20 for a buy, but when you're buying the dip, let me zoom in here to show you what happened. When you're talking about buying the dip, it did make this one challenge. And if I don't get this, I wasn't watching the stock at the time. If I don't get in here when it makes the first challenge of that 20 level, I never like it when it's going parabolic to a level the second time. So either you get this trade here, and I'm grabbing it, fine, it gets you the push into VWAP, you can scalp some, hold on to some, and then maybe stop out through 20 again. But once it makes this wick, there's no stabilization through that level. So had I been watching it, I would have been in it that first time through. But that requires you to be on the stock. I got a little bit distracted with a few other names. One of those was Amazon. I talked about Adobe, the Amazon flip into the short off 105. Look at it hold that previous level at 105. Now it's working. These trades will look very similar like the first short we had. Hopefully not exactly similar where I get stopped out back through. This time I think if the market continues lower, I'm not saying Amazon gets to 102 where we had the long this morning, maybe around that 103.5 level. That would be perfectly fine by me. But we'll see. And I'm not really, the reason I hate on that jersey is because Pratt has a lot of love for James Harden, but he wears that jersey every single time there is nothing to celebrate about James Harden. That's what's crazy to me.
You like it? I haven't heard it yet. He likes the new Drake album as well. I have not heard that. Lucas said, I think the good song was the last one.
He said there's one song good, is what Lucas said. Oh.
21 Savage.
Whatever the last song is.
Okay, we'll check that out after the show here. Anybody there? Oh, someone said, who was it here? Yeah, what's up to Jonathan, man? He says he got a sweet Carolina Reaper hot sauce right there. So yeah, I don't know if I want to mess with some Carolina stuff right there, but that should be fun.
There's a wing spot in Toronto that called Duff's. And their Armageddon wings are 500.
Yeah, we can look it up.
550,000 on the Scoville scale. That's the hottest wing I've ever had, man.
Pretty nuts.
Dude, I ate those, and we're at our fantasy football league was like we're there on some bets. Some people had to eat them. I had like 5 of those bad boys, and then we went from there at like 12 o'clock, and we're watching a hockey game or something or CFL or whatever it was at a different bar.
Probably not CFL,
at 3 o'clock. Like 3 hours later, I've washed my hands 3 times. I do this at the bar. This will wipe my eye. 3 hours later, I've washed my hands multiple times. My eye is just burning. How hot those were. Like, those are out of control. So 550 on the Scoville scale is a lot. I've never tried anything higher than that, though. So
I just saw our first wing spot, actually. I haven't seen a wing spot here, but there was a wing spot. The worst part about doing that is at least you touch your eyes. We have some friends that, you go into the bathroom and you touch something else after eating super, super hot wings.
Okay, I wasn't going to tell.
Yeah.
That also did happen that day.
Then you are basically running home ASAP.
That did happen to me that day. I wasn't going to tell that story, but.
Oh, that was you?
That did happen to me. That was me, dude.
Yeah. So you got to get home and hit the bath or the shower ASAP as far as that. So what's up, Oscar Wild Oscar right here. Great finding you guys. Thank you so much for that one. Thanks for everything. Where can I send my sauces? Yeah, Private Chef in DC. Okay, this is exactly the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. Please email marketing at tradertv.live, and then we'll give you the address, or you could just Google it on Google Maps, tradertv.live. You should be able to find that. But yes, sir, this is what I'm talking about. We'll show the sauces, we'll put them right here, and we will do wings.
Hell yeah.
Anybody in Toronto, maybe I'll phone up our chef friend over there at Cactus Club, see if he can throw down some wings for us as well. But yeah, that'd be great, man. I'd love to do that. That'd be so fun. We should do it, and whatever. Brendan's just standing there, but he's good at that. We could get Tuesdays with Tony. We could almost do wings on that day as well, because I think it'd be awesome if we had me, you, Tony, but we have the other guys too, Luca and Ian. Maybe we could do a midday one.
Wings tonight. I need wings now.
See, now I'm getting excited. Like now I'm getting pretty jacked up about this. And look, I'm in an absolutely great mood.
Right now.
Oh my God, there it is. We got that Microsoft bid. Are you kidding me? Yes, we did. You want to talk about, wow, Hot Dog Nation today. Sometimes you sit there, man, and I didn't even realize that. I was just going off right there. Microsoft just touched it down. Yeah. My good mood, man. Yeah, we're positive today. Microsoft just gave us that 244 off of a 247 hit right there. So yeah, Microsoft, big time movement to the downside. Didn't even realize we get that fill, but yeah. All right, now it's time to go back over. Oh, he's not there anymore. Oh, here he comes back.
He's all
right. Oh, no, he's back to his desk now. All right, when we see fit, we will call for Brendan. So he's ready to rock and roll, it looks like right now. We're a little bit delayed on this, but it's money talk. Let's see how crypto and some of these currencies are playing around today.
Another wild day, guys, for currency markets. You can see top to bottom, huge moves to talk about. U.S. dollar back to the upside today, 1.3%. If you remember, absolutely fell off a cliff late in the day. This is an hourly chart, by the way. Absolutely fell off a cliff late in the day yesterday, down to 103.5. We're right back to 105 again. So that underlying strength in the U.S. dollar continues to show itself. The euro downside almost a full percent as well, 104.5. The British pound, you remember, was up huge yesterday after a fifth straight Bank of England interest rate hike, 1.21 again, down about 1.5%. You can see the Japanese yen as well, 2.25% on some data out of Japan overnight. Everything else, big moves as well, including Bitcoin back in the red. Same with Ethereum leading today. 1,075 right now for Ethereum, guys.
Watch out. Oh, my goodness. If those levels get to 1,000, 20,000, those get tested over the week, and that's when things move. I have a cousin who trades crypto, and trust me, when the actual conventional markets are open, he's asleep. And then when you're trading crypto as a crypto trader, it's really, you set your alerts overnight, over the weekend is your opportunities. That could get ugly if we break those levels this weekend, let's just say. I mean, Bitcoin's got room to 16.6, 17,000. But I was asked several times about Adobe here. I want to quickly get to it. It was the 360 level that I liked. And I'm talking about the previous support, fill the gap, and short off of that. But it did put a failure, a wick off top at 358 when the market was topping out. So I was trying to catch this curl here at that 55, 56. I let the order in thinking we'd be able to get it. A lot of times, if I'm trading a small cap, that's a VWAP retracement trade almost every single time. It also happened. I put a trail in when it got down there, and then you see this crazy wick. So what ended up happening is I just put a trail in when it got to VWAP thinking, oh, I'll try to hold it a little bit further, and then that wick actually ended up taking me out, which isn't that bad because it's VWAP. Now that it's bounced off VWAP anyways, I wouldn't be getting back in until it actually tested 58. I'd want 57, 57.5 if I can get it. The spread's pretty solid here. only like 10, 20 cents on Adobe. So after pre-market, when there was no liquidity, there seems to be some here that we can take advantage of on Adobe. But I'd be waiting for a little tighter to that 58 level. And if it broke that, wait around for it to test 60 and get to that price, because that's where it would fill in the entire gap.
Yeah, and thank you so much for the 2K likes. We hit that right now, so we're going to go thank you and congratulations. We'll just do a little backflip for everybody. Thank you so much. I wish we still had, I don't even have it on my board, but we used to have like a firework one there for something like that. So thank you for that. All right, and I just want to go over a couple trades here. So CCL, before we let you go, I'm just going to start. There we go. I mean, we just offer 97 and get it, as it takes out everything. So we still are in a piece of this. There's no doubt about that. So we'll wait to see here what's coming through on CCL. But a nice, it's coded as a short sell because I have offers higher. But okay, so there it is. We are now out of CCL. So let's wait to see where this goes now on this name. But so far, so good here on CCL. We talked about reloading it if you wanted to down there. But again, we didn't get any. We are still waiting for 72. Again, you know, it's scary to reload your positions, especially when the market is coming back in and you're like, I'm long CCL down 40% in 7 trading days. You can see what a disaster this has been. There's that, I'm using the 40% from 14 down to 9. So, I mean, it's even more than that, but it's straight move down to the downside right now for CCL. You know, the logic behind this was just that, hey, at some point, there should be a rebound. Man, that Microsoft trade, what a great out I had on that one. And I saw in and out there on the chat, so shout out to Daniel. He's going to bring some hot stuff next time. He throws that down. So we're definitely excited about that. Thank you, Daniel. We are up to the challenge. We're going to try that out. I mean, I may regret it, but I'm going to be here for you. Thank you, Daniel, good friend of the shows as well. So, all right. Neil, anything you want to wrap up there?
Well, someone just asked, and Javier asking about NVIDIA, and I kind of feel like, look, the market's coming to the downside. Okay, I got the Amazon short. I think I already talked about that one. Snapchat, that's simple. It breaks 12, I get out. But NVIDIA, we talked about the chip names without specifically looking at NVIDIA. Zoom out. There we go. A wick off bottom through its low, which when I see a setup like that, come on, this chart. Yeah, when I see a wick off bottom through a multi-day low, that actually ends up being a bit of a long setup there. So I get it. You want to be thinking about the downside trend, but you've already missed out on that opportunity. The NASDAQ has managed to hold 11.1, and NVIDIA has your wick bottom through 154, it looks like. So when you go back to the lower time frame, if I had been paying attention to that, that would have been a scalp long, but it's already gone $1.50. So you're not really chasing a move like that in a weak market. But then you look for that higher level consolidation at that 54 level, maybe scalp it back into VWAP. Overall, I think the trend is to the downside. It's hard to really like the longs in any of the chips, but you did get one of those capitulation bottoms. Maybe not a ton of volume on the move, but on the daily, that was a multi-day level. And if it doesn't break, it's trapped shorts when it hits that level, runs some stops, and then comes back up. So that was probably a setup for a long that I think you had to already be in. So you won't see me take it, but if you are in it, that'd be one. Take your 1-to-1, and then you're sort of thinking about the next level into VWAP.
All right, yeah, so great cover there. Yeah, a couple good names to look at heading into the close. One name, or into us lunch. Finishing it off right now. But one thing quickly I wanted to do was obviously shout out the team you're going over to. It's going to be Luca and some guy named Pratt, I think, is over there. He's going to be throwing down the show for you, so that should be a good one coming through. And then the one name, that was what it was. It was Ford right now. Ford is at 11 flat. I don't know if that's the bottom today. I'm going to have a quick look right now just to test that for you. Yeah, so it bounced off there. I think you guys, Luca and Pratt there, not to tell you guys what to trade there, but 11, you have the 50 period right there. I think that could be a decent spot there for Ford, but it's still down 1.5%. Watch out for Ford coming through today. But yeah, it was a big show. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to Brandon for helping with the watch list, and to Brendan for that all as well. Neil, great show, Brendan, with all that. But you want to wrap this thing up here, Neil?
Yeah, let's get some. Oh my goodness, I wish lunch.
I want those hot
If
wings.
lunch was chicken wings, catered lunch, I'm going to be so
today.
Excited, guys. I think we got the email. I haven't opened it up to see what we're going to be eating.
What it was.
It's probably not hot wings, but thank you guys so much for a fun show. You're going to absolutely enjoy, of course, the midday today, because it should be wild. This market is not going to slow down. The whole day should be fire with it being quad witching. So without further ado, go get them. Trader Prad, Luca, kill them.
Let's get it, baby. Last day of the week. You know, we're here. The man in the Ferrari jacket and the man with the Harden's jersey. That's right. The best jersey in the game. The best player in the game that's ever existed. Let's go to the market over here.
I don't know about that one.
Listen, I got to troll Neil a little bit right after throwing some shade at me. But no, all fun. Let's start off with the market over here. I hope you guys are having a great day today. You know, market's not really in the free fall territories that we want it to be, or at least I want it to be. That way I get to talk about the terminology that I coined out there in the market. Free fall Friday. You know, we're not there yet. We're about 0.5% down on S&P 500, almost 0.25% down on NASDAQ over here, heading back to the lows on both of the markets. Couple stocks that I want to talk about is actually Adobe from yesterday. So Adobe from yesterday coming out with a negative earnings report, dropped out in pre-market about 3%, and it's trying to, you know, stay above VWAP, but we are getting rejected by the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart here, where the stock is staying under 360 so far and not able to get back up there. I think as long as we are in yesterday's candle, there is no trade for me here really, but as long as we get below 350 over here, which we already did once and off the open and in pre-market, not off the open, sorry, and reclaim 350. I think the only trade for me here is on Monday when we get below 350 for a pre-market break short. And the idea for this is because if you think about what happened to Coinbase recently, Coinbase just held that $50 area on the upside on a negative day, and then I kept trying to short it. It didn't really work out. We just kept bouncing out of 50. So that's my idea right now on Adobe. And another stock I want to talk about real quick is Roku. Man, Roku yesterday was my #1 short. Here's the you know, you can't really see the chart. But I know some of you were taking advantage of this trade and were calling me out. So thank you for thank you for shouting me out over there. Not calling me out, shouting me out. Thank you for the shout out on the Roku trade. What was more important was this after hours right here around 4 o'clock. The Roku and Walmart partnership news came out and Roku started jumping up. The bid was 78 and the ask was 81 for Roku in the after hours as soon as that news dropped. So it was like a drastic move coming in. There we go. Now that the chart's populated, look at that move right there. Bid opened up drastically. Roku started playing in the high of the day range. And then sadly, Roku didn't really manage to hold up to those gains. It gave back some of that gain. And now bouncing from pretty much the lows of yesterday near 78 or so is where I would be considering taking the long. And Roku giving you that opportunity to go long in that very same area. 77.60, 77.20, $78.
Yeah, guys, I'm just looking at BABA too. I see you guys shouting this out here, and you know, like absolutely wild to see like the move reverse. You know, like just looking at it now, I didn't actually trade this today, but the gap up around 112 area and like all the way down to this sort of area right here where we finished off yesterday from what it looks like. So you know, this is kind of insane. Obviously, the market, you know, like reversing its gap up move. But market kind of flat, whereas, you know, BABA also kind of flat. But yeah, what a move. So, I mean, that 100 level is definitely interesting. For me, you know, 100 level, huge psychological level. We gapped above it, right? Came back, bounced, tested, gapped up, came back down, right? So, like, really, the question I ask myself is, like, there would have to be quite a bit of selling to, like, really, like, get back below and, like, continue downward. Just because, like, it already kind of spent so much time below 100 and now back above. So like the question I ask myself is this the area that we are now going to go up from, right? And obviously it's kind of going sideways, like it's going to spend some time below, some time above, but it seems to be kind of, it seems to want to go up, right? Like we're getting those like extended rallies and then the down moves are very, like seem a little bit slower than we had the gap down, right, with the overall market, but it is holding, right? So that's something I'm keeping my eyes on. And yeah, guys, AMD today had that $80 level in action, and I'll show you the fills that I took here. This was actually a solid trade. I took this trade, I took these fills, and I said to myself, you know what, this is my day right here. Like it doesn't get any cleaner than this. Like we sold off really hard into the $80 level, and like just to kind of cover like a quick tape read, when we were here, so you could have played the 80 bounce, obviously, there was a lot of size on 80, there was maybe like 1,000, 2,000 lots there. I did not play the bounce just because I haven't been having success, so I said, you know what, I'm gonna wait, be very patient. And it was showing some interesting kind of moves over here. Overall market, like, you know, being a little bit weak. And every time size popped on the offer, it instantly got taken. And so it was like size would pop on the offer and it will instantly get taken. And I'm like, okay, like this is like very aggressive buying ahead of that level. And I said to myself, okay, you know what? I've seen this before though. I don't really love the long. I'm not going to chase the long over here just because it feels like the trend potentially broke. And, you know, I made the assumption that, look, if people are playing the bounce, they're getting out below, so that's going to add some fuel. But I don't expect this to go to 79. And so I'm just going to scale out like a maniac all the way up, right? So I take the fill, I just scale all the way down. And the way I like to do it is I like to take the majority of the size when the volume is in my favor. So there's a lot of selling pressure and I'm easily getting filled on all the size that I'm bidding. And then like as it's going back up, I'm just kind of continuing to take some out. And I wanted to hold a little bit, but then at this point I said to myself, okay, we're already back up here. If this was going to continue, it probably would have did a little bit of chop and then lower. And so I covered the rest. I actually flipped long back through 80. Flipped long because it just kind of gave that feel, felt like the selling was done, right? And if you guys see the volume here, like there was big volume, obviously the size being taken, that's the volume. And then there was right here, a lot of selling, and then all of a sudden it flipped. The tape showed that there was no more aggressive selling and there was some buying. There was some people who were trying to cover with big size that showed on the tape. And then boom, popped back above and like that. So this down move gave the kind of pop back, right? And then for me, I don't want to be involved in these like sideways actions. And I said to myself, I would much rather take more size here, cover, more size here, cover. And then as you can see, I put my stop at break even and I was stopped out. I could have put my stop low of day, but I just said, you know what? I'll take my money. This was a solid trade. This was pure textbook. And, you know, I said to myself, like, maybe we do make a push towards 81. But again, I don't want to be involved. I don't even want to hold anything. I don't even want to hold small size. I would rather just take really big size because I know this was probably going to work. And then boom, in, cover, and like that's it. That's my money for the day. And very, very happy with this trade. And now look, like we're back up. Obviously, I could have held, but you know, that 80 bounce, like guys, if you play with wider stops, you know, and you have like a significant level, it's the low. The market's sort of giving you that like those wicks, right? If we pull up. Like I like to use 5 minute on the ES just to kind of like slow things down a little bit for myself, and we have like you know those wicks and then drop wick and then like you know like are we going to continue lower, right? So it's like this is sort of kind of the pattern that we've been seeing. It's like a sell and then it just kind of goes sideways and then we either get like a pop like after like European close or we continue down, right? And so like you got like AMD, right? It comes down, goes sort of sideways, drops, lots of volume, and then boom, we reverse the move. And like, look, now obviously it's like ripping through VWAP, going back up. We're gonna have a parabola to the upside, which reminds me that Apple actually kind of decently weak. Maybe in the morning you could have had like a 130 bounce play, like this tested 130, right? Broke 130 and then instantly rallied back. So we have, you know, parabola here on Apple. And going back to AMD, it's like the reverse, right? Kind of funny, but yeah. Also, Sean mentioning that Ford level, that 11 level to play off, that was solid. I think 11 was a new low today, and kind of similar pattern with everything else. You know, if market's going to continue going up, then and I think these are actually the old contracts, the M. So for futures, it's now U. So let me change that. And yeah, getting that parabola action going back to the upside. So yeah, 11. And guys, look at how this kind of interacted. So it sold off, and this is kind of the constant theme that I'm seeing. It's like you have these key levels, it opens like a little bit above, it sells off really hard into the level, takes the size at the level, and then like, you know, like this after the level break, like obviously you guys are seeing like this volume spike, that's just because the size was taken, right? Like new level 11, lots of size on the bid, size gets taken, then it kind of, you know, a little bit of continuation, and then kind of, you know, balances out that like there's not really that much selling anymore. Like the next level down, you could argue 1050, 10 is like very far away, and this move is already probably the ATR of Ford. So boom, now we go back up, right? So like two kind of trades, two ideologies to take. You say to yourself, look, the market is weak. I want to be short. I have the $11 level. I'm going to short into the level. Then I'm going to cover at the level and then hold a little bit to see where it goes. And then, or you take the flip side, which is you say, okay, it went through the level. I didn't want to short. I didn't want to slam lows. But now as we come back, boom, you take 11 to the upside. That was a clean break to the upside. And it's smooth sailing and holding trend, right? So we might get some sideways action here. That'll just be my expectations. And like, look, you take the long, you hold, and then as you get the sideways action, you start to scale out and you say to yourself, okay, I'm going to scale out here and then hold. Maybe we test high a day. Like, I really doubt that, like, you know, this is the bottom and now we're going to fly and go back to like 1150. I'll be surprised if that happens. But it's basically the same ideology that I took with my AMD trade. Like Ford AMD, it basically looks the same. It's just a different stock. It's going to have different moves, take different size, like size accordingly, but same kind of logic, right? I wanted to short into the $80 level, but I said to myself, you know what, like I'm just going to wait for something that I know that works as opposed to take it on this because the moves are going to be much sharper. So I take the trade, I'm short, I take the trade, I'm long, and that's it. For me, I'm like scalper. I'd rather take bigger size on these plays, but you could play these both ways. You could short into the level, you have bigger range to the downside, you get long, you hold. Now we go sideways, you take some out around VWAP and then potentially hold for high day. So common theme, you know, same theme, like whether you're looking at AMD, whether you're looking at Ford. And I like to say this, like obviously, you know, like everybody trades whatever they trade and you kind of find setups that work for you. I like to say that, look, if you're going to start trading large caps, like you want to trade the stock that's in play for that day, right? But you know, Ford is probably an easier stock to trade. Like you can take, if you're new to trading, you can take 100 shares of Ford. This thing's not going to rip your face off. So you can learn and like just understand what the expected move is. It's going to move a lot slower. There's a lot more liquidity. So it's just easy for you to learn how to trade because, you know, I just showed you, right? Like the AMD and the Ford have the same pattern. AMD going to move a lot faster, going to be more challenging to manage those fills. And Ford is going to move a lot slower, going to be a lot easier to manage those fills, right? And it's going to give you like a relative percentage return. Like it's going to basically move the same, give or take, right? So, you know, as you're newer, it's maybe easier to like read the tape on slower things. So you want to learn with the slower moving things, and then boom, you go to names with a little bit bigger spread. You go to names that move a little bit faster, like higher beta names. And then, because, you know, if you jump right into like looking at the tape of Apple as an example, like it's not going to mean anything to you because it's moving very, very quickly. So, you know, I like to say that, look, if you're new, like trade the slower things and or like size accordingly, whatever. But, you know, it's easier to read the tape because it is moving a lot slower. So yeah, I just wanted to share that trade with you and that kind of ideology. I thought that was pretty good.
Thank you, Luca, for your explanation. I see some of you guys talking about the crazy move in the market coming in. Yeah, NASDAQ just went up to almost 1% up right now. S&P 500 retraced about 0.5%, so beautiful moves coming in the market. More importantly, you guys are talking about the 3 times leverage ETF LabU or biotech stocks in general. So, you know, my curiosity kicks in. I started to find out, or I'm trying to find out how many stocks or what stocks are in LabU that are making the stock go up. And then so I'll explain to you how I start that. Go to ETF.com. I type in on ETF.com LabU up here, and that leads me to this page. And then I realized, wait, it's a 3 times leverage ETF. They're just tracking the actual ETF itself. They're not holding any stocks. They're tracking it, and they get repriced at the end of the day. So I find out what ETF they're trying to track. That leads me to this page over here. Basically, this page is telling me this is the overall biotech. They have the LabD, which is the downside, which should be the short side, LabU, which is the bull side. Both of them 3 times leverage. Makes a lot of sense. So what market are they really tracking then? Looks like they're tracking the XBI ETF. So XBI ETF is where the stocks are, where the positions are held in, and now we can find out what these stocks are, where are they going. So it looks like Turning Point Therapeutics, TPTX is one of them, HALO is another one, and United Therapeutics, THERA, THERA, so TPTX, TPTR, now I'm just forgetting stocks. So let's go to slowly, TPTX.NASDAQ. Only 700,000 shares traded today, but looks like this one should be up. No, pretty much flat. Maybe all of this move is actually coming from Halo, because I know Halo did get bumped up to the north side today at 3% over here. So not sure why is XBI even getting launched up to the north side. Like, what is the reason why LabU is doing what it's doing? So here we go. XBI is up 5%, and I'm just trying to find out what stock in that ETF is doing crazy moves that we can maybe find out why the biotech stocks are taking off right now. So trying to find out more about it. Once I do find out, I will for sure be able to tell you that. LabU is 3 times XBI. Thank you. Yeah. You know, I had to go through the step-by-step incremental process of finding out all by myself. And for anyone who's like usually struggling to find out, that was a quick little explanation of how to do it. For example, if you're trying to find out what semiconductor stocks are in the SOXX ETF, and what is XOXL or what is XOXS or anything. So CGen, you're talking about CGen in there. Let's go find out the ticker for CGen, SEAGEN. SGEN is a ticker. You know, it'll make my life easier if you guys just put in the ticker, usually followed by a $sign or something. Then I know that you're calling out a ticker. Will be way easier for me to just directly jump onto it. Just the future reference for anyone who's listening. But yeah, SGen over here looks like we might have halted at one point. Maybe not. Nah, maybe not. We did not halt. We just have a candle wick over here to the downside. But yeah, 12% to the upside today. Almost 4 million shares traded and taking out a good resistance level that we were stuck in all the way until yesterday. And now, man, getting up to the $170. Today's high is actually almost 176. Rejection coming in around 176, getting pushed down to VWAP. And now we're waiting to see how the stock trades around VWAP and so on.
Yeah, guys, and I'm just looking at BOVESPA here. I think, you know, we potentially could see a bottom area playing off that 102, 101.50 area. So potential long here, and I think the market wants to make a push to VWAP. So that's something I'm eyeing. But I'm just also trying to fix my charts here. And yeah, guys, going back to so PT, the way that you posted Mullen with the dollar sign, that's solid. That allows us to like understand, okay, this is the ticker, this is what we're looking at. And I can't remember who else said this here. I just lost track of it. But, you know, yeah, these triple levered ETFs. Guys, again, remember, these are all obviously trading vehicles. You do not want to be holding these things, but these are trading vehicles, right? So you're, you know, as opposed to trading the SPY, you jump into the triple levered. Or as opposed to ICPT, yeah, like TQQQ, like as opposed to QQQ, like triple levered. So, like, you know, those are obviously trading vehicles. Like, personally, I wouldn't be swinging those. But, you know, definitely lots of fun always when you're trading them.
Yeah, Tyrone and I just going back and forth about my betting last night. But, you know, forget about my betting. I want to talk about Fahad real quick because my boy over there bet $1 first basket. Al Horford to get first basket with free throw. And he actually hits it. He ends up making $100 on a $1 bet. Nice. Fahad over there cashed out last night. So even though I didn't, you know, my friends did. And that's the best part about it. Let's go over to Apple. I know you guys are talking about Apple. Usher Token Chat is talking about, is there a reason why Apple just popped up like that? I think it's just the market beta overall. You know, we have very big reasons at the end of the day today, which is the quad witching, options expiring. We have the S&P 500 rebalance coming in. That's the quarterly rebalance. They rebalance every quarter to, you know, keep in line with the market and so on. So we might see some Apple getting dumped at the end of the day, Apple getting bought at the end of the day. You know, I don't really have the numbers out until 350, and that's what a lot of the traders on the floor are waiting for today, especially the trainees who only have a $50 shutdown. You know, they're basically trading on TMS, not even touching any trades, or at least I hope they're doing that, and saving their shutdown and getting ready to smash the trades at the end of the day when the imbalance locator comes out and says Apple to sell 5 million shares or something crazy like that, right? So just waiting for it. More importantly, though, we are getting a nice market beta move on Apple right back to the pre-market highs. I'm not sure. I don't know if during pattern recognition, if people consider pre-market levels as a head and shoulders pattern consideration or maybe any other pattern consideration off the pre-market. I would say people generally use more volume candles, which would be off the open throughout the day. So I personally would not be using this, but you know, we still use pre-market levels as a good way to gauge how the market is considering that stock today. So clearly, you know, we were getting rejected around the same levels we were yesterday and so on. I had some good shorts on Apple. Heading back towards that 132, 133, I think if we go anywhere near 133 to 134 on Apple, I could consider going short. But man, on a day like today where the market just wants to kangaroo around and then just you know, burn people on either direction, not really show you a directional move. We saw an FOMC day, market went straight to the high side. The very next day we went right back to the downside, reversed the whole move. So now I'm expecting just, you know, kangaroo sideways, la 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 la, diddle in the middle. I'm not going to be the one playing the fiddle.
Yeah, guys, Alibaba seems to be working. I think it wants to make that push to 103. And so I took an initial long here. It looks kind of strong. Then we got that strong push up. So I'm going to add to that. And hopefully we can get that push towards 103 area. And then I'm going to hold the rest for the breakout. So it kind of looks strong. The market obviously made that push through VWAP. So we're getting that follow through volume. And, you know, I'm not exactly holding this to VWAP. But I think, like, you know, 103 obviously of interest. Like, we topped out over here and then kind of sold off. So I think we could have that similar pattern before we decide what's going to happen next. I wouldn't be surprised if this, like, makes a move to 104. It's going to do what it's going to do, but I'm happy with this, and my orders are in accordingly. And, yeah, so Blake Roberts, is this movement just from quad witching? So obviously, guys, you know, quad witching, like a lot of options expiring. You know, strategy for yourself could be looking at these, like, interesting names that are at fresh levels, and trying to find the amount of open interest on contracts around those levels. So as an example, you had AMD, the $80 level, which was fresh, and you could have looked at how much options are expiring at the $80 level, how many puts are open right now. And then at that point, what you do is you say to yourself, okay, look, if there's size on 80, it's a fresh level, it's quad witching, there should be a lot of volume. Oh, I see the volume there. And then at that point, as it approaches 80, the likelihood that that size gets taken is higher, because that's what dealers are going to use to offset the positions that they sold the options for. And so, quad witching, I like to think that, look, quad witching is going to provide extra volume, extra move as these prices get towards levels of interest. But if there's no options expiring at 105 for Alibaba, or the open interest is relatively small, then it's something that's not really of interest. So if the option expire, if the open interest on the contracts lines up with fresh levels, then you really get these very sharp moves into the levels on quad witching. It's something that I'm noticing. And so obviously all the moves are not only to do with quad witching, but obviously quad witching is bringing in a greater amount of volume. So definitely a great day to be trading. And if you're on the right side of your moves and it's moving into significant levels, hold on to that and just see how the level see how price interacts around that level.
Yeah, Playmaker calling out Disney a great buy, man. Disney under $100, insane. So 94, 95. Today's range happens to be 93.5 to 96. Market getting ready to get pushed back down over here after S&P 500 really tickled VWAP. I know NASDAQ got above VWAP, but S&P 500 still barely even up 0.25%, while NASDAQ got up to 1%. I think it's going to whip right back to the downside. I hope it doesn't. I want the market to straight going one direction, not whipsaw back and forth. I whip my hair back and forth. No Willow Smith over here action. I want to see some straight one direction. Harry Styles, is that his name? Harry Styles? I think that's his name, Harry Styles, or Zayn Malik. Maybe. I know him. Zayn Malik, the one direction moves only, please. So Disney over here, which got called out by Playmaker. Yeah, we love Disney. I love Disney. The new TV show, what's it called again? The Obi-Wan Kenobi is pretty good. I keep seeing commercials, or at least I saw commercials yesterday about the Disney Pixar movie. I haven't seen any Toy Stories in my life, but I do know who Buzz Lightyear is. So with that movie's coming out, that's gonna be a pretty good movie. Looks like, and a lot of fun stuff coming out from Disney all the time. That's just the entertainment side. There's more to Disney than that. They have a cruise line. They have those theme parks and so on. So everything should eventually look better for Disney. Hulu has been picking up too recently. So I am for sure looking forward to buy Disney eventually for my portfolio. I just don't know exactly what prices to buy it yet. So we'll see what happens. How have you not watched Toy Story? I just have not watched Toy Story. Back in India where I was born, Toy Story wasn't really that big of a thing. We were more Cartoon Network. That's why with my ex, when she was like, how come you're not a Disney guy? I'm like, I would never been a Disney person. I was more Cartoon Network, the old school, Dexter Labs and whatnot. So yeah, Disney never my thing. But eventually, now that I have a niece I have to take care of, I'm watching all these Paw Patrols and Disney movies all day, losing my brain cells. All I have is songs playing in the middle of my sleep. I'm waking up to nursery rhymes.
That's kind of.
Doing anything else that's killing brain cells?
No.
No comment.
Yeah, you have anything you're looking at, Luca?
No, I'm just kind of building into this Alibaba. It's unfortunate, we had the push up, and then we just had so much selling. So I added obviously in front of 102. I'm gonna watch to see how this kind of interacts. I mean, if we push lower and market continues to move slower, I think we're gonna get some chop action. So probably get out of this But I'm surprised that we had that extreme push and then we didn't go to 103. I couldn't even get any size out there. So whatever, I'm going to be patient here. I mean, if it continues to sell off, then I mean, at this point, maybe we're going to go test the 100 level. Obviously, this move was huge down. I just thought to myself, look, Europe's closing in about 5 minutes. You have the big move down. We're probably going to channel, right? And then we're probably going to make a decision and move. So we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens. Keep your eyes on that. And just looking back, I mean, I saw somebody else in the chat say, yeah, Apple You know, ranging, yeah, definitely, you know, Apple's got the range today. It was, you know, I think that's the most solid range was the 134 area. But at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Apple, like, if this is the range now for Apple, and we're just going to kind of bounce between this before the end of the day where we get maybe some more volume that comes through. And so, yeah, for sure, that 132.50 area that you can play off, even if this is now going to be the high and then it's going to reverse, if the market's going to head down. So actually, you know what, I'm gonna take a small short here on Apple as well. I think this could potentially be interesting.
I can manage this while you're getting into your position over there. I'm looking at Revlon, 78% to the north side today. Insane, 72 million shares traded so far. SSR stock, and it's going to the north side. Who would have thought, right? Who would have guessed this would have happened? Even though we've been mentioning this for the past like 2 weeks now. These SSR stocks have been doing some wild stuff, but Revlon doesn't only have an SSR reason to do this. You know, the stock is going through Chapter 11, bankruptcy over here, and one day they talk about bankruptcy, the next day they say, you know, nothing to worry about. So still very confused as to what's actually going on over here. Revlon today up, man, insane. Holding VWAP all the way through to $4 or trying to break through $4 over here. I did get a long yesterday. You guys saw me take that long near 280, and I got out near 290. But more importantly, if you shorted the $3, I think that was the trade right there. The backside of $3. We only saw the high of 306 on Revlon all the way back to $1.08. So that 306 level, was it important today on the off the open? Let's watch it. Actually, in pre-market itself, we got up to $3.60. We went back to 208, but then off the open, going through $3 over here, taking us all the way to 395 on Revlon. Looks like we might just have a little bit more oomph today than we did yesterday. And the fact that we're holding VWAP at this time of the day, I'm hoping that we continue hold VWAP and some volume comes in like right now. Market's trying to get back to the north side. NASDAQ bouncing above VWAP once again, but the S&P 500 below VWAP. So if volume can come in for Revlon and buyers can come in for Revlon to test that $4 price, I think we could get a repeat trade of something like this. We can get that breakthrough we can get that breakthrough 4 and see a high of maybe 405, 406, maybe even 480. See the high of 480 coming into play, and then short this $5 480 level sometime today or even sometime Monday on Revlon.
Yeah, guys, and I'm just updating the. Let me know if this. Can you guys see this? This like, and how do you like get it so that it looks like that?
What?
Like Rev. See how your chart title? Like mine's coming up gray over here.
Yeah. So right-click your box, and at the bottom of the thing where it says background color at the bottom. No, right here. See how my mouse is? See where this white box is?
Oh, yeah.
You click on that box, change that to text color black.
Okay.
And then the box color to white. Right under that, the box color.
There we go.
No, background color, yeah, change that to white.
Beautiful. Okay, yeah, cleaning this up.
And then just make the text bigger by changing the slider higher. Right, click on that again.
That's where that is.
Change the
slider.
slider.
I was wondering where this
right
is. For anybody that uses our
color.
platform, which one?
Right above the color, there's a little slider. Yeah, slide that.
Beautiful, beautiful. There we go. Maybe that's a little bit too big.
You can get rid of the simple moving averages by going into indicator tab.
Okay, I'll do this. And yeah, guys, look at this Apple trade. I literally thought, okay, we're going to break trend here and maybe potentially head down. But no, I literally have the worst fill here. And I'm going to have to like manage this just very quickly. But still holding on to BABA, still holding on. It's coming back. I should have added towards low a day. I didn't. I missed that fill. It is what it is. But I think, you know, again, my expectations that we range. So I'm not really too worried about this trade. And then, you know, it's already come down so much. So, you know, we would need extreme amount of selling pressure to like move this towards 100. And I want to believe that the likelihood that this breaks 103 and then makes the move to 104 is higher. So that's basically why I'm long this. And yeah, maybe you could look at something else, Pratt, as well.
I'm actually trying to see if the market bounced exactly off the low of yesterday, and we did. So 36.40, 36.40. What else do you want from that? This market's not going to go any lower than that today. At least that's my guess, right? I'm not putting any money on it. That's just my theory. That's my guess. And hence we're getting this beautiful longs coming into the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ also right now while we're watching the market go up. So here's the thing. Nope, that's not market. Hello. There you go. Here's the market. Yesterday's low 36.40. Today's low 36.40. You could have just gone long, waited for that position to come in for you. And the same trades, you know, Neil and Sean talk about this all the time, man. You guys guys ask people, or you guys ask us, give us a trade or give us a trade setup. It's almost like every day they do this. Look at where Microsoft bounced. I promise you, Sean has a long 244 Microsoft.
I did.
He does. See, I don't even need to.
I had the 247 break.
247 break. Ah, okay. Well,
I like AMD short getting.
AMD short, let's go check out why. It's probably going to be double top or around the same levels as yesterday. So around those levels, but I think he likes 83.84 more. He likes 83.84. Yeah, so it's the idea of using the same setups that have been paying you out multiple times. Look at Apple 130. If you were watching Apple yesterday 130, it was so weak on the downside for the break, and we only went as low as 129.50 for the first half hour, and then later on we miraculously went down to 129.10 and then just jumped right back to 130. So what does Apple do today? Double bottoms at 129.90, 129.80, gives you opportunities to go long, and right now while the market is on an absolute tear to the north side, Apple's taking out the high of day. We're heading back to 133, and I'm going to talk about that 134 areas to possibly think about a short for myself. But man, are you not entertained? Like, these are the moves that we talk about. These are the setups that we try to show you guys. You don't have to go to a Discord class and pay $1,000 for this. We are here on a daily basis doing it for free. And all we ask from you, ladies and gentlemen, is just one little favor. I know most of you hate when we do this, or because we do this a lot maybe, or at least I have to do this sometimes. Just hit that like button, which even I haven't done it today. Smash that like button, get it up to 3K today if we can, and you can also hit that subscribe button. We know 40% of you do not hit that button, man. I don't know why. Free education, no cost, nothing, free. Check that AMD short, he goes. Let's go check out. Hey, look at that, already in the money by 40 cents over here on AMD. We're about to go even more to the downside maybe, as S&P 500 and NASDAQ finding a little bit of a barrier near the high of days. So let's go check out what Luca is looking at in the time being. Yeah, you click on that to hide the indicator. Perfect. Click on the little box, hide the indicator, yeah. And then, no, click on it.
Yeah.
And then hit up low. Click on it once.
It's open, yeah.
No, it should be unchecked. And now apply. Okay. What?
Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of weird. But yeah, guys, Apple making that push, high of day push, extreme amount of volume. That one kind of got away from me. But we see this classic action where it kind of sets the top, sets the low, bounces off the low. I guess that 130 level is just solid. And even something to keep in mind, like with Apple, is like this literally broke 130. I think yesterday it broke 130. Yeah. And it literally broke, like it was super weak. It broke 130. There was size on the level, and then nothing happened. It just stopped. And it kind of stayed. I think the low, I want to say the low was like, it stayed above 129, right? So it popped, it had some selling pressure, and then now that 130 level, absolutely solid. Now, making the move back to like what it looks like 133, and like maybe this does get a push towards like 134. The move on Apple was absolutely sharp. Like, look, overall market, very, very slow, just kind of hovering, breaking above VWAP. But like Apple definitely extra strong with that move, making the move towards the even dollar level, making the move towards the high of day to push high of day. But at this point now, maybe we go a little bit sideways, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do go back down, and if this is just going to range all day. So again, I'm like scaling into my shorts here. I'm sized accordingly, and this does look bad here, but I also want to add to this. If we start to come lower, I'm going to continue to add to this for potentially move back to VWAP. That's kind of my strategy there, and still holding on to the Alibaba as well. I mean, look at this. This is literally channeling sideways. It's like it had the move up, it had the move down, it did not break the low, it did not break the high, just channeling. So like, are we going to make a decision? Potentially go for that low of day push, flush everybody out, and then like rip back. So that's definitely an option. And if that happens and we do rip back, I'm going to add to this. But if we do get like that push up, then I'm just going to kind of scale out accordingly. So yeah, being extra patient with these ones, holding on, and yeah, you were saying Disney. You want to add Disney to your long-term portfolio? Is there a specific reason for that? Because that's actually kind of interesting to me. I'm not.
Listen, I follow my bosses who tell me everything about investing, and he told me that you might want to consider buying some good stocks instead of SoFi, DraftKings, and Palantirs and whatnot. Stop being Cathy Wood out here and go buy some actual companies. So that's the reasoning behind it. That's
okay,
it.
I see. So not all in gold. Maybe I should like adjust my kind of. I'm just thinking to myself, yes, all in gold. That sounds like a great play. And guys, also looking at Tesla, that 650 area always seems to come back. And this is kind of funny. I was looking at this name yesterday, and the pre-market low on Tesla yesterday was like 666.66. Like this was the pre-market low. And so I said to myself, you know what? Should I take a break of 666.66 with 66 shares?
I remember that.
And yeah, I'm like, is this a trade? But I'm like, no, this is not how you trade. But you know what? That would have worked, and I probably could have made $66 and probably 60 cents. So absolutely wild. But yeah, Sean over here saying AMD going. I think he's holding the short here. That was a solid call.
John E goes, the trader behind you is jacked. Hey, Sharif? The chat goes, the trader behind me is jacked. That's right, man. That guy's D's. But I want to find out what's going on with the social media, the Twitter Spaces, the Reddits, and the 4chans. What are they talking about here, Brando?
Hey guys, yeah, let's have a look at what people are talking about so far today. Social sentiment. So this looks at all social media platforms. The size of the box you see and the intensity of the color is going to indicate the significance and how often it's being talked about. So AMC popping out front and center here, very positive on the day. Redbox once again below it to the downside. SPY as well, obviously to the downside so far today. Alibaba, I mean, are they going to IPO Ant? Are they not? It's flip-flop back and forth. So Baba's still green there. Tesla on the board today as well after everything we learned yesterday about Elon and Twitter having their first conversation. So interesting board here, guys. Kind of mixed as the overall market is as we head towards quad witching. Back over to you.
Man, Brando does not have any casual Fridays, eh, Brando? Or is that your casual Friday right there?
Always
That's
looking
your casual
fresh.
Friday right there for Brando. Always looking fresh, man. Never fails to impress us. What I'm doing right now is I'm actually, I was talking about the double top setup, blah, 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 blah. So why not get into it? My first trade of the day, Microsoft short, double top. Right now, already 70 cents in the money. My second trade of the day, Apple short, at the same thing, double top, getting in, kind of stealing the trade from Luca a little bit, high of the day. If I'm short Microsoft, I'm basically short the market. I might as well be short Apple at that point. So I'm taking the Apple short. Only 9 cents in the money on my Apple short here. Nothing to talk about yet. We'll see if the stock can push back to the downside. And we already know Sean was short AMD, which is now 50 cents in the money for him, pushing right back to the downside with the help of NASDAQ, S&P 500. ES has been struggling a little bit today. Looks weaker than NASDAQ. ES is just getting rejected by VWAP. But I don't know if we actually break the 3640 lows today based off of yesterday's move. Yesterday's move was supposed to be a sell into the close, if I remember correctly. The financial juice number was, I think, 950 million sell. But then when the imbalance locator came out, it said nothing but mixed orders. I saw Apple buy, Microsoft sell, NVIDIA buy, and I think it was Netflix sell. So it was a very mixed basket order over there. It clearly told me that we're not really breaking the low a day at this point off of that number that came out. And if I can just really quickly scroll into my work chat, I can see what the final number was at the end of the day, 1.6 billion sell. So, we've seen a little bit bigger number than that. 1.6 bill sell right now doesn't seem that big after watching 5 billion, 10 billion sells to us, but still a pretty decent number. But man, let's go. We are giving you guys trades on a daily basis, and only thing we ask in return are the likes. Here comes futures right back to the downside. NASDAQ is pushing right back to the downside also. That means my Microsoft short now 86 cents in the money, and my Apple short 26 cents in the money. We're about to start hitting those three-pointers finally like Steph Curry. Unlike Game 5 Steph Curry, we're doing it like Game 6 Steph Curry today, baby. And congratulations to Golden State Warriors on that 4th ring.
Yeah, congratulations to the Golden State Warriors. I saw a meme where it's like, Kevin Durant next season holding up. He's joining back the team.
He's apparently doing a referee right now on the off season. He's acting as a referee for some league somewhere.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, obviously great player, but that team was super stacked, and I don't like super teams, obviously, in sports. I want a nice distribution of good players. Stick to the team that you're on, play well. Mad respect to Lillard. He's still on Portland.
Dame time.
Yeah, mad respect. He said, he's like, look, I want to stay here. I want to win with this team. I want to grow with this team. And so like mad respect to him on that one. And yeah, guys, Alibaba still short Apple here, averaging into this one. Basically break even. Alibaba, same situation, sort of at a break even here. I'm trying to decide, Alibaba's sort of bamboozling me. Like we're getting a lot of size being reloaded on the bid, and it's getting hit very aggressively. And I want to okay, there we go. Oh wait, that was not where I wanted to put that fill. Okay, that's a break even fill. It is what it is. I actually thought this order was way higher, and that's my mistake. But okay, this is probably going to work for me now that it filled me. Okay, and that was my first fill. That was supposed to be my first fill. And it's kind of funny. It's like it fills me at the break even. That's not what I wanted. And now look, this thing is going to rocket ship. So at this point, we'll see where it goes. But yeah, maybe we get that 103 break now. Looks like it's moving higher.
Yeah,
and
market's trying to go up.
Yep, and I'm just okay, so this one's working for me. Apple seems to be kind of fluttering here. But, like we held trend. I thought we were going to break here, so this was kind of an early short, but like very, very small size, allowing me to scale in a little bit more, and then allowing me to add on the break of trend. But obviously, this kangaroo market, this market is just bouncing around. Like obviously, this ES here, we're at VWAP. And guys, I'm going to reiterate this again. This is 5-minute chart on the ES. We get the flush down, we bottom out, you have those kind of wicks to play off of. Then we move back to VWAP, and we do this sort of popping action where it pops above VWAP, comes back below. And look at these wicks, right? When you see this, to me, this is a little bearish. This is a little bearish because it's like it could not get above. There's probably a lot of selling on overall names that are approaching VWAP or at the high of day. And, I wouldn't be surprised. Look, this could go lower and just kind of trend lower, right? But or hold trend, make the move up, break the high, and then reverse, right? Are we really, obviously quad witching lots of volume, but like, are we really it's at like 30 beeps since yesterday. Are we really right now in the middle of the day going to push towards the high and make new highs? Like, I'll be very surprised if that happens. But obviously, anything is possible. So kind of feels like range to me, like play the range, right? So obviously I have Alibaba 10-minute over here, like towards the bottom of the range, right? Highlighting that. So I want to be long because, it could probably, even though there's a lot of aggressive selling right now, it already came so low. If that selling stops, boom, then we're going to get the pop, right? And, we got Apple, we got a lot of aggressive buying around this area. As soon as this buying stops, boom, you get the reversal. So that's why I'm like, small size, a little bit bigger size, then like add to it. And I want to add to it on the way down. And this is just kind of the way that I'm trading this right now. Like, I'm not really because I think the market could easily whip around, right? So I don't want to have too much size and then it really whips against me and then I have a hard decision to make. And so I'm going to scale into this over the course of even if it goes sideways, I'm going to continue to scale. If it works for me, I'm going to add a little bit more. And then maybe we cover some around VWAP, like VWAP area, and then potentially low, if this market's going to push back towards the lows right now, then obviously Apple could easily test VWAP and then potentially test the 130 level, at which point I assume a lot of people will be making decisions around the 130 level. This could easily be an M formation that is in the making right now. It was a parabola, right? Then we had a sort of an N, but this could be an M formation in the making. You never know, man. These robots, who knows what they're trading. Look at this. You make the high, and then we reverse, and then we bounce off the lows. I'm surprised we didn't break the lows, so maybe the support is strong there, right? But then look at this. We push towards the high, and that's why I took this extra fill, because I'm like, look, this is classic. We're literally going to break the high and then probably reverse. And so now, the market is obviously very, very trendy, so it's it moves up, it just moves up very quickly. Then it kind of reverses, it stalls, and now are we going to move back down? So these are kind of my biases. This is what I'm thinking, and I'm also watching this Alibaba. So I got the 2 fills out. I'm still holding 16 cents out of the money based on these fills, but again, managing my expectations. And guys, I also want to pull up ADN. This is from yesterday, ADN. So I'm gonna bring this up. Let me expand this for you guys. So yesterday we had the very, very positive news on this, right? And had the news. This thing kind of barcoded, and we talked about this. We made the high a day, right? And then we pushed the $4 level. We pushed $4 level, and look at that. It breaks 4, and it just boom. It does so much volume. Then you get boom, liquidity vacuum, slam. And this is something, that it repeats itself over and over again, right? It moves higher, it makes the high, flushes down, right? goes for it again, can't get there, boom, flushes down, and then sort of goes sideways the rest of the day, right? Closes below $4. So remember how the $4 I was talking about, $4 was the high of the previous run. We actually broke that, did a lot of volume, right? So you could have had the smash long above 4, right, and scalp that out for like a 25, 35 cent win, like that was solid. Assuming you average over here a core position, adding, slam the long here, and then take it out, take it out, take it out, and maybe hold a little bit for the swing trade. But go figure, today back down at $3. And I think one of the main reasons for that is because this thing did like over 200 million volume, 200 million share volume
right?
yesterday, yeah. And now today, it's only done 22 million, right?
Where's your volume candles, bud?
Yeah, I changed, everything's just,
You're
yeah,
good, you're
yeah.
good.
And AMD short 82. Yeah, AMD short. Sean had that. That's it. Sean scooping on the AMD. My Apple short working out for me very nicely.
Yeah,
and the
buddy.
best part about this is Alibaba, which I am long, even though the market is now going back down, like I'm not like way out of the money on this. I'm like down like 20 cents, 30 cents. Like that's absolutely nothing on this. So like, you know, like I'm going to start maybe, yeah, Prad, maybe take a look at something.
I got you, brother. I've been waiting for this opportunity. Let's go to Praddy Daddy right now because Microsoft $1 in the money, Apple $1 in the money. You know what to do. We're raiding the cash. We're doing backflips like Sean right there. Let's bring that money in, baby. Kashish. Look at this. AMD short, now $1 in the money for my boy Sean over there. You know what to do. We do this on a daily basis. This is Trader TV Live. No one else does it better than we do, baby. That's right. Maybe it's a Friday, a little bit more salsa on my speech, a little bit more spice in my patterns and my voice patterns today. Just having fun, you know, putting some energy in. Here put the spice crafting. Ooh, mamma mia. That's a spicy. That's straight from the Indian spices, you know, in my blood, baby. Straight from India. That's it. I have a comment over here that, you know, you and I, Luca, were talking about it on our bus ride. It's like, you know, those pump and dump robots in the chat that we think maybe go through all the YouTube algos and they type it in. Bears versus Bull actually caught one today and he called them out, and that's why Bears versus Bull, you're the best moderator YouTube has ever found, my friend. Good, thank you for always looking out for us on the chat. Apple hasn't broken 131.65 yet. Who cares? I'm $1 in the money. I'll just have to hold on to it to the downside, man. So Apple is above VWAP still. It is up at 1.23%, but here comes NASDAQ right back below VWAP. S&P 500 never really managed to stay above VWAP, and the market clearly trickling right back to the downside. So just gotta know your trading methodologies, know your setups, take advantage of the setup. Look, if I lost on the setup for shorting a double top, I'm not going to be too upset about it. But if I diddled in the middle, tried to go long over VWAP, tried to go long over here, tried to do some 131 breakout long or you know, some random stuff like that and I lost on it, you'd see me pretty upset on the day. But if I lost, you know, taking good setups, I'm okay with that because that means the market was clearly against me. Apple was clearly going to keep on rising to the moon and end up 3% up on the day instead of being only 1.2% up on the day. So these are the type of risk to reward ratios trades that we take. For example, you know, we got it over here. Maybe we gave it 50 cents of risk. To be honest, I did not. But let's say we gave it 50 cents of risk because it's Apple. We're already in a 1:1 trade or slightly above 1:1 trade because I'm 80 cents in the money, right? So those are the types of opportunities we always talk about in the market. I want to go over to some other stocks because I know Luca's already trading Apple. I'm trading Apple, Microsoft. You hear Apple, Microsoft, Baba all day from Neil and Sean. So let's dive into some of these other no-name stocks. You know, maybe they're not no-name. Clearly, they have a name behind them. And let's go find out what these stocks are doing. One of them is actually, that stands out to me, CMRA. CMRA was on the move a couple days ago. I do remember all the fun we were having on that position. So I want to go check out what's going on CMRA today. Up 12%. SSR day 2 looks like, because yesterday I think we were down 10% or maybe we ended up down 10% at one point, even though we were up on the day yesterday. But overall, looks like SSR day 2 for CMRA. And for anyone who wants to, you know, confirm what stocks are on SSR and not, you can quickly go over to Google, type in SSR list NASDAQ. You'll be able to download this list real quick, and you just do Control Find CMRA, and notice how I can find it right there. One of two CMRA. Where's the other one? Oh, it's also got its warrants. So CMRA and CMRAW, both of them on SSR.
Yeah, guys, and sorry to be going back to the same names here, but I just want to reiterate. Look, this short on Apple working out very nicely. Covered some because that was extra early, so I said to myself, let me take that off here. But if we can get back up to around 132 area, I'm going to add back to that short there. And obviously, Alibaba, every time it looks like it wants to push higher, it just rejects and kind of moves lower. So if we do finally get that 103 break, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the fuel that it needs to like make a 50-cent $1 move. So I'm definitely keeping my eye on that one as well. And I'm looking at coin here, and Bitcoin still did not break the $20,000 level. And I want to believe the amount of liquidations that are going to go off if that breaks is going to be insane. So I'm wondering, like, it's unfortunate that, like, obviously coin already flushed lower, but that 20,000 on Bitcoin, huge level, huge. And I think the low was what, like 20,300?
Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. So looking at coin here, this thing is just kind of holding right below VWAP. Like almost nobody wants to buy this above VWAP. So I mean, I'm not really, it's kind of a little bit slower today, so I don't really know if I absolutely love this name for a trade today. But seeing what's happening here, and Meta's still holding that 160. I'm just looking at these levels. Like for me, I just want to see like new levels being taken. I'm actually surprised that Netflix is up as well. And I think somebody was also asking about Nvidia before, and Nvidia, that 155 is like recent low area. And like we broke, like tested 153, but I want to believe that 150 level on Nvidia is going to be solid. Like again, huge psychological levels, 100, 125, 150, 200, like huge psychological levels. So just kind of zooming out on this one, I don't believe that it did break the 150 level. So that's something that's on my radar that I'm watching. If overall market weakness continues, then for sure potentially, Nvidia is going to test that 150 area.
Yes, sir. Nvidia 150. Wow, man. What a time to be alive in this market. So I closed my Microsoft short and my Apple short not too long ago. $1 in the money for both of them. I took my profits and our exit stage left. But it could be a wrong idea, because as the market right here pushes more to the downside. So yay, Pratty Daddy, for not trading that properly. But that's fine. More opportunities will be throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have lots of fun today, all the way to 4 o'clock. And, you guys are complaining about earlier, you guys are talking about how it was a little noisy and a little loud right before 11 o'clock show started, the midday show started. Wait till it starts 3:50. You'll be hearing people screaming across the board, and it's going to get way louder because that just goes to show how much excitement is going to be throughout the day today. Just wait throughout the day. Man, Apple.
Yeah, I didn't cover. I couldn't get the re-add. I didn't cover, and I'm loving it right now. This is just working for me. I'm going to cover some in front of VWAP. It's probably going to be a mistake, because this is definitely going to most likely go to 130. But, it's pay yourself, right? Pay yourself. Like look at this, right? Like, you short. Now we flush down. I cover. It goes sideways. I wanted the re-add, and it just didn't. I couldn't get it. And this is my own fault. Like, why am I covering? If I'm covering at like the 70-cent area to try to re-add back at the 90 cents, like 20 cents, I'm just trying to get cute with that, and maybe that's the wrong play. But I thought like maybe we can get one of those like pops to 132 and then dump, so that's where I would have taken the fill. Didn't get it, is what it is, no problem. But yeah, VWAP sitting right around 131.20 area. So like I'm gonna cover what I've been seeing is like the flush through VWAP. So maybe, maybe we actually test the 131. We get a clean flush through, test 131, and then kind of come back up, right? So, actually, I want to like change this order of mine because, there's actually a lot of selling coming in. Obviously, we're seeing the market
go ahead,
move
because
lower,
right
and,
now I could talk about AMD while you're managing your position.
Sure.
We'll let Luca do that. Look at AMD. Sean even called it out like a couple minutes ago, and the trade was just getting primed up for you. So, it's that easy sometimes. Not that we're saying follow us, but, maybe just you might want to follow Sean over there on Twitter a little bit and find out what's going on in the sticky note. 21. Hey, he's listening to 21 right now. He's vibing. Let's put Sean's head on real quick. Show him vibing out. There we go. Sean's vibing out. 21. Hey, he's got the Galaxy Buds in. Is it a Galaxy Bud? It's a Pixel Bud. Ooh, man, I've yet to buy my Pixel. Maybe Sean can give me a raise so I can go buy a Pixel soon. But we'll see what's going on. XLE breaking down. Ooh, look at that money. He's cashing out. He's cashing out on these shorts. XLE apparently breaking down, so let's go check out what's going on with the energy sector today. 28 million shares so far. That is not my chart. Can I get the chart, please? Here we go. Holy moly, down 5%. What's going on over here? Is it Oxy getting beat up? Is it yeah, Oxy is at 55. Oh shoot, man. Let's go check out how down Oxy is. Probably guessing 5 to 6%. No, only down 2%. That's not bad. CVX, is that the one bringing down the overall sector? Maybe all of them in tandem, you know, down 2% together, or 4% over here for CVX. All of them just bringing to the downside for the energy sector. And I want to go take a look at the crude futures, which should be on the NYSE market. Now at $111 per barrel instead of those 120s and so on that we were looking at, now only at 111. So I guess that's a good thing, because I want to see it go back below 100 so I can stop listening to people complain about gas prices. You know, it's getting a little old for me. No, I'm just joking. It is something to complain about. It's really expensive. I think Uber prices are going to go up, and I have to take Uber every day to get home, so that's not going to be a good thing for me. You know, I'm already spending like crazy to travel back and forth, and I would like for gas prices to go back low. I would like for inflation in general to go back low, but looks like we just have to wait for Papa Powell to decide if he can help us with that. You know, he did bring out the Xerox printer, and then the next day he brought out the Sabre printer, which caught on fire, and the market just went woo.
Yeah, guys, you know, it's kind of funny. Like, I was like, is he going to be, or you said shredder. It was you that said that, right?
Someone in the market said shredder, not a printer.
I was dying. I was in the back. All I hear is like, is he bringing out the printer or the shredder? I was dying over there. I was like sending like Shredder from Ninja Turtles over to Ian, just like making him laugh there. But yeah, guys, you know, market very slowly making its way back down. So, you know, at this point, my expectation is that we're gonna test the lows here. We're probably gonna test the lows. I mean, how many times, you know, like it makes the move up, goes sideways, breaks trend. Now it's like very, very slowly, just kind of like magnet back towards the low of day. And I'm actually surprised that, you know, I'm obviously keeping my eye on Alibaba, holding that 102 area, like aggressive selling potentially done. Look at the volume, right? This is something that I'm looking at, right? The volume is obviously a little bit higher here, like very extreme selling over here, and then holding this level. So like if we are gonna barcode for like, you know, let's say another hour, then easily I could get my money back. Like on that, I'm out of the money 20 cents, right? So like we could easily get a push higher. I just want to hold on to this because I'm saying to myself, like, look, this is holding through all the selling. It just needs to get above that 103 area. And yeah, guys, Apple, like, you know, maybe I cover here, but I want to believe that 131 is going to get tested. I want to be patient with this one. Like, I'm $1.20 in the money. Like, that doesn't happen every day for me as a scalper. Like, $1.20 in the money. Like, I'm pretty ecstatic about this one. So, yeah, you know, hopefully we get that 131 break and just keep going.
Maybe you can help me with this question. You know, I'll try to answer to the best of my possibility. Are funds really waiting for last minute for witching hour? I feel like trades would be done before noon Friday. So, you know, big money is not really allowed to use that millions and millions of dollar orders throughout the day to sway the market drastically. That's why auctions such as opening auction, closing auction, the imbalance orders come in. That's where most of the money is traded for hedge funds and these the big money basically, right? So the S&P 500 rebalance. They could try to rebalance it throughout the day, but they know most of their volume where they're trying to really move their orders around will be facilitated by traders such as ourselves, day traders and so on, who will give them the liquidity they're looking for on the opening auction and on the closing auction. Did I say that accurately?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, guys, keep in mind that, like, obviously there's a lot of volume that's done throughout the day, but, like, these traders that have to trade a significant amount of volume have to do it in a more sophisticated way. Like, they can't just throw massive size, or else, you know, everybody everywhere will see that and just front run it and not allow them to take the fill, especially if it's a good price, right? So you say to yourself, like, look, if you think that Alibaba by the end of the year is going to be a $200 stock, which, like, I don't think that's going to be the case. But, like, let's say, like, this is just an example, right? It's at the $100 level. It already sold off so much. Now it's kind of holding. Let's say you think this thing's going to be 50% higher. Like, they can't just, like, you know, throw this massive, like, size on lit gateways. Like, they only do that if they think that they're going to get the fill, or else they dark pool it. But you can only take so much intraday. Like, it becomes a little bit difficult. But at the end of the day, when all this volume is coming through, you just throw, like, massive orders and they just get the fill, right? So this is why, like, majority of volume, you know, trades, like, on the auction, like, auction does a lot of volume, so it's easier. So say to yourself, like, look, I want to buy Alibaba. You know, I could buy it here, or the chance that it's going to be around this price towards the end of the day, give or take, is high. So I'm just going to do that on the auction and take the fills over there. So yeah, and yeah, obviously like quad witching, because you have a lot of options expiring. A lot of funds like are using options to hedge their massive positions, and like maybe the dealer sold them options, maybe people sold them options when they were way out of the money, and people making decisions, and now we get closer towards that price, and then it gets interesting, and then people are offside, so they make decisions and go from there. But yeah, guys, Apple was holding above VWAP. I thought for sure we were going to get a flush through VWAP, and then boom, then come back up and then do this kind of action. We did not get it. It was very, very slow, and it was holding. It didn't even touch VWAP. It was holding. So I covered, instead of covering 131, like 05 as an example for that flush, like that was me being like a little bit cheeky. I was like, maybe we get the flush and I'll make an extra like 15, 20 cents. Like that would be nice. But we didn't get it. So I said to myself, whatever, it is what it is. I'll cover here. But now we're like breaking trend to the upside, and look at this candle. We get that quick move up, volume spike, and instantly slam down. So again, my expectations, maybe a little bit of sideways action and then the continuation downward. So still holding onto a piece, dollar in the money on that one, and maybe we get the push towards low of day. And super surprised that this is just continuing to barcode over and over again. So and I want to like take a look here at AMD as well.
Here comes the volume.
AMD seems like a little bit of sideways action, and now we're making that next move down. So is this going to test 80 again? Probably. So I'm actually going to take a small short here as well. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the last thing I want to see is that like there's no follow through, but it does feel like it is. Like I want to believe that things today are always going to gravitate towards even dollar levels as they start to move towards it. And market's still kind of weak, looking like it still wants to push low of day. And like, what are the odds that we're just going to like we make a new low, a new recent low, it reclaims, but then it doesn't go back up, right? Like, let's say this is going to be like reversal area, like makes the low, boom, reclaims, and instantly pops back to like moving average that I have here, then okay, like that's like a very like, sharp move, maybe liquidity vacuum, like maybe we're gonna go retest. But it's like, it's breaking the lows, it's popping back, and then it's kind of holding, then it's falling off again, right? So we're seeing that same kind of pattern. So to me, this is like, be very patient with your trades. But yeah, guys, AMD looking to fall off, probably gonna test that 80-50 area, and then like, okay, like is it gonna reverse from there or continue lower? So I wouldn't, I kind of like this short. I'm not sure if Sean's still holding the short, but maybe I'm a little bit late to the party here, but like, if this reclaims 81, I'll be surprised. Like we already had the push through 81, and then boom down, and now we have like 3 nice red candles. So like feels like we could continue down towards like what I want to like 80-50, like 80-20 area. So yeah, I'll keep my eyes on that one as well.
Yeah, I'm just guessing more kangaroo action, man. I mean, S&P 500 only 20 points away from low a day. So not much really going on. We tried to get positive. We ended up getting positive, and now we're back to being negative. NASDAQ now only down 0.5% compared to being 1 full percent up and heading back lower. So as Lucas said, hold on to your shorts until they really give you a reason. Look for reasons that the market provides you with to do something. Don't just go blindly do it because you think that you like the price over here. Look for a valid execution reasons. Right now, I'm looking at Revlon because I know Revlon obviously up 85% today. I thought volume in Revlon was kind of coming in. Maybe I saw a little bit of a volume spike over here at an odd time. It is 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Volume's supposed to go down, so a little bit of a volume spike, not something too significant on Revlon. Has me wondering maybe we go back to test that $4 price today at some point, but there's about 58,000 shares on an inverse gateway on Revlon that is not allowing the stock to go too far high right now. I have seen that order act as a barrier for a little longer than 5 minutes while Luca was talking. I was trying to see if it would break past it. It didn't manage to do so. So just watching the stock, let's see if that level can get taken out. 5,000, 6,000 size on a $3 stock is what? 6,000 times 3.61 is $21,000. So, I don't even need the prop firm to wipe out that level. I could wipe it out with my own bank account, baby. Nah, that was a little joke. But market's coming back to the downside over here. I'd like to see where these positions go to. Man, Apple short, I look like an absolute idiot covering it where I did because maybe I should have waited for a VWAP cover. But no, it's going right back to the lower days most likely from here on out. Luca looks like a way better Apple trader than I am right now for sure. Well, and Microsoft, pretty much the same thing. I have that exact same fills as I did on Apple. I could have held it way better as S&P 500 and NASDAQ heading right back to the low of the day. Now the main question for me is, does that 3640 level really break? You know, we tried it once, we tried it yesterday, failed both times. Does it happen the third time? Is the third time the charm? 3 strikes and you're out.
Yeah, guys, so I also took this this AMD short, and I did not chase bottoms here. You know, popped back above towards the 80, and what I was looking for is like some selling pressure to come in. We had the pop up, and it instantly slammed back down. So like, if we get some sideways action, you know, as this kind of comes closer, maybe around 1207, and I'm not, you know, this is not the way that I trade. I don't say like, oh, at 1207 it's going to move and blah blah blah, this and that. But you know, I say to myself, look, it is holding trend, right? It is clearly holding trend. Down, pop, VWAP rejection, boom, big sell-off, sideways, no buyers. We got the kind of liquidity vacuum action above 81, exhaust all the stops, and then we go lower. So I'm looking for that continuation. And, you know, if we get an 880.50 break with some follow-through, then, like, I want to believe this is going to test $80 levels. So, you know, at this point, it's looking pretty clean, and it's going to allow me to, like, risk a very small amount. If we do then get it back above 81 level, then I think, like, maybe, like, this thing can, like, reverse back 30 cents. But it just feels like, you know, I want to favor the downside right now for sure on this one. And, you know, let's see if this can work out. And, yeah, guys, going back, you know, anybody, you know, still looking at Alibaba, look at this. This is holding the 102 area. Like, I mean, it's not really doing much. And I don't know if this volume spike was a dark pool, actually. I wasn't even watching the tape. But clearly somebody is reloading the bid here on Alibaba. And it starts to slow down now. I'm actually surprised that we didn't pop up. I'm surprised. So, like, at this point, I want to say to myself that, like, look, if we are now going to go lower because the market is going lower, my shorts are working for me. I'm out of the money on Alibaba, not by much, 30 cents. But if we do break here, I think I'm going to have to get out of this long, because if it was going to work, it should have worked already. And unfortunately, I didn't get that, like, that flush ad, right? Like, look at it. It seems like we have the support here. We flush lower, we instantly reclaim. So I'm keeping my eye on this one here.
You know, someone in the chat said, Brad, I love the energy today. What's going on? It's probably because I just got some extra sleep in. I got some good extra sleep in. But more importantly, I want to go find out what's happening now at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go. So negative numbers here to show you the NASDAQ kind of flip-flopping back and forth, but trying to hold on to positive territory, the Dow and the S&P to the downside. I want to point out this. Yeah, huge move down in crude oil. Now 5.5% to the downside for crude. Some comments coming out of Russia this morning talking about restoration of services to the surrounding country, or they want to get to that point anyway. So crude under pressure here. Oil stocks under pressure as well, moving to the downside. Not much going on in crypto land after a crazy week. We were talking about Tesla. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, we're back inside the range here, still positive. After it was down, remember, more than 10% at the end of the day. So Tesla still SSR here, but holding some support levels from the pre-market. Guys, back over to you.
Tesla, man. Yeah, I was reading some articles. Actually, I think it was on Twitter. It was the leaked Slack messages. If anyone who doesn't know what Slack is like an internal company messaging platform. You know, tech companies use it all the time. And a couple leaked messages about how they were, perceiving Elon's meeting that he attended yesterday. A lot of negativity going on in there, and Elon replied with interesting. So I want to see now how Elon, looks at that conversation over there and deals with it. So Tesla, not really getting affected too much by that meeting over there, which is a good thing, you know. And he did mention he's not interested in being a CEO, so that's a great thing over there, because he's the boss of Tesla and has to take care of a lot of other companies along with that. Right now, I want to talk about Amazon. Amazon getting pumped up over here, up 1.6% today. At NASDAQ and S&P 500, not really moving back to the lows of the day. Like I said, I don't expect the market to break the lows today, especially the low that was created yesterday. I think that low's still going to end. So S&P 500 bouncing from 3660, and NASDAQ looks like it's bouncing from around 11,200. And here's Amazon holding above VWAP, still above $100. Still not breaking $100 out, Luca. And our idea is holding strong, man. I guess we'll be able to boast about our idea, about Amazon not going below 100 for a little bit longer. Yeah. But eventually it might just happen.
You know, that also reminds me, it's like I could be I could be long like 1,000 shares, 2,000, 5,000 shares of Apple, but I do have the bet with you, that $1 bet going, where I want to see Apple hit 80. So it's like I really want that dollar. It's not about the money. It's more about the battle between Pratt. But yeah, guys, Amazon holding above the 100. Like even with the sell-off on everything else, like Amazon's still holding above the 100 level. Like that 102 level on Amazon, it's like way too far away from 100 for me to like. I mean, I'm not really like slamming like the long there, like whatever. Like I'd rather find like other names, but like I'm starting to think, like for myself, like is this a good level to like just kind of take a swing trade bounce long? Like if the market's going to reverse and like bounce up and go, like this kind of feels like a solid level to play off. Like this is the hourly. Like we sold off into it, and sorry guys, don't mind the fills here. Like these are like obviously like old fills. Sold off into that level and like boom, bounce, 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 rally up, reverse the whole move. And now like, kind of like sideways action here, but still holding above, some of these might be dark pools, but like still holding above that 102.20 area, right? So like anybody, like as a day trading, like as like a bounce play, and like for me, like I would take like, this is a solid setup. Like if you can get above 102 there, even on like, let's say like Monday and like we're going to bounce, or even like today at any point, like 102 for like a bounce back to 105, like that's actually a solid trade. It's kind of unfortunate that I missed that the past few times, but like clearly, Amazon looking like it wants to hold, not going to test 100, and most likely if we do break 101, then 100 is going to test. But then again, it's like, I wouldn't be surprised if 100 tests and like this is like major support, right? Like Amazon obviously makes, entering a recession, like, this is why people are saying like, look, pick value names, like FedEx increased their dividend, Disney, solid company, they make money, right? So like these are like defensive mode plays. But yeah, like, like even like Amazon, like they make money, right? Maybe like it's like the challenge, like transitioning from growth into value, right? So investors, like it's not growth investors anymore. Maybe it's like some value investors stepping in, and like where do they value the company at? But again, like it's a like huge company, right? So like yeah. But guys, look. So AMD still holding my AMD short. Let me bring back the fills for you guys. Still holding the AMD short, and look at this. The same action where we pop back above. We actually got a nice pop in the market, and everything like sort of looked like, okay, this is going to now turn around. So I say to myself, look, if we go above 81, I'm out of this AMD trade. Still working for me. I'm basically break even, like 10 cents in the money on that one. Apple, same situation. I covered here, so I'm okay to now like watch this like sideways action potential. And like I'm still like 80 cents. Like my average on Apple is like way up here. So like if we get back towards like 132, like I'll cover that. Like I'm gonna give myself a super wide stop on this, and I want to like really see this kind of sell off. I'm gonna try to hold on to that. And going back to Alibaba, we got the pop, didn't take any out. And I'm actually surprised that this didn't pop as much as it could have. But guys, somebody is reloading the bids here. Like somebody is reloading the bids, and it just kind of feels strong. And like I'm break even on Alibaba. Like I've been 30 cents out of the money, 30 cents in the money. I'm not taking it. This was an early fill, but yeah, this one I'm really looking for this one to kind of pick up steam and go. But maybe the selling pressure kind of subsides overall. Like, what is the market going to do, right? The market is just going to now go sideways in like this next little range. I almost feel that like for sure we're going lower. So yeah, those are the trades that I'm looking at. And I also want to pull up, okay, ADN not really doing much. This thing just kind of slow death now. I mean, it was positive news, but like when you get a day where it does 200 mil volume, and then the next day it does 20 mil volume, like this to me is dead now. This is dead. Like if I was a swing trader and I watched this do 200 million and now 20 million, like this is dead. Like I don't want to be holding things that are not doing anything. I want them to either be working for me or not working for me, and then I cut my losses. And at one point, even when we got that market bounce, like it was like a very sharp move, and at one point everything was working for me. Baba was in the money, Apple's in the money, AMD's in the money. Now we're kind of like fluttering with like Apple's still working, but everything's sort of kind of evening itself out here. So yeah, we'll see if we can start any new positions here too. I like that Ford $11 level. Like that was like we were talking about this before. That solid move, and it made the move up. Kind of retest, didn't push high of day, right? Kind of pushed towards like where the volume happened over here, like the 1130, now reversed back. If we can get back towards 11 at any point today, then like I want to play that for like a potential like, like if it breaks the lows, like 1090, okay, whatever. But like that's a solid like, 10 cent risk there. 10 cent risk for potential like 2 to 1 like maybe 3 to 1 if you scale a property. So yeah, that $11, like I would be surprised if this like breaks 1090 and like goes to 1050. Like I think Ford's just gonna kind of channel the rest of the day, and you know, overall market channeling. So that's probably a good level if we can get there. If we can get there, and obviously slower mover, I'll like to take way more size on this one. So if we get there, I think it'll be solid.
Man, I'm in like a complete different vibe right now. So Sean and I were just DMing each other real quick. You know, he's talking about the 21 Savage song going nuts, and I'm telling him, you know, it's just that type of day today. Toronto has such a beautiful weather today. I do not want to be indoors. I want some warm beach around my feet, beach sand around my feet. I want a beautiful lady in one hand, a nice Corona bottle in the other. I want the new Drake album bumping in the background. Like, I just want to be outdoors right now, just having fun, man. But, you know, we're having fun without all that. We're having some fun over here in the market with you, ladies and gentlemen. As the market right now, getting right back to the upside. So NASDAQ and S&P 500 both bouncing, not really going right back to the lows, but getting back up there a little bit. Let's see if NASDAQ, which is already above VWAP, can help S&P 500 get to VWAP and get above it and stay above it at this point, as Amazon is trickling its way right back to the high of day, 106.18 high of day on Amazon. Do we break it? Only time will tell. I know Apple is trying to get back. Apple bounced off of VWAP, so now my exit doesn't look that bad anymore, right?
I know mine looks even worse. Like so it's like you covered, and then you're like, oh man, I should have covered at VWAP. I just like covered initially where you covered, covered in front of VWAP. I'm like, I'm gonna be patient with this one. Rode it all the way back up, but like guys, like obviously I got to cover here. Like this is a huge move to the upside, and especially if the market's gonna now push VWAP and like make a high, I'm not gonna hold this like another 80 cents against me. So you know, made money on this one, made money. But like, you know, gave up like 80 cents is what it is. But I don't care because Alibaba potentially could be making the push now. So let's see if we break that 103 area. I almost want to add to this if we break 103 as well, because it's been here for so long, could not break down, and now making the move up. If we make a new high and the market gets back above VWAP, like maybe this does make that push. So maybe scalpable level like above 103 for a nice 40-cent push, and then potentially hold the core position for a move back to maybe 105 area. I wouldn't be surprised on that one.
Yeah, surprised too. I mean, I'm not surprised, I guess. I did say I don't expect this market taking out the lows today or anytime today, especially the lows that was created yesterday. But, you know, we do have quad witching. There could be some real catalyst coming in, and the catalyst for that just could be big time money pushing the markets around a little bit. So maybe that could cause the market to break the bottoms. But so far right now, man, we're not going back to the lows. We are actually looking good as the market is getting strong indeed. MT trades, yeah, market is getting strong. Watch SRKK, it has news. Neil sent me the news earlier. So let's go check out what this news is. SRKK ripping big time, and this is basically oh wait, no, that's SARKK. SRKK is what? Okay, is it? Let me find out what the stock is real quick. SRKK. Oh, so you guys are talking about SRK. Okay, so that is the one we are talking about. Not so I wasn't confused. SARK on NASDAQ, which is short ARK ETF, apparently taking off. And if that's taking off, that means well, it's not. It's actually at the lows. It's down. It should be going to the downside because that means the market's going up, basically, right? So SARK, I'm looking for the news. Offering pre-market. SRRK. Okay, so we got it wrong 3 times over here, maybe 4 times the right charm. SRRK, there we go. We got it right this time. I apologize. Okay, this one's actually going nuts over here. It broke $7 not too long ago, and we're already at 843, 863 being the high of the day. The 3rd time's the charm. 3rd time's the charm. I apologize. 4th time, 3rd time, you know, as long as we got it right at the end of the day, right?
Scholar Rock Holding Corporation, float on this one seems to be around 20-30 million, so a little bit more float. But what, yeah, do you know the news on that one?
No, I'm trying to get the news from Neil. Neil apparently sent it to a viewer. Neil? Put it in the chat. That's what I thought, Neil. Come on, man. Stop lying to me. No, we're joking. You too fast, bro. Yeah. Listen, I'm just trying to not have dead air on the show, right? So as soon as I see a ticker, I just jump to it. I'm thinking about SARK because that's the ticker that I'm used to open. But SRRK is the one, obviously, we're looking at. And we're still waiting to see what happens on this one. Friday. If it's Friday, then it's Saturday, Sunday. What? It's Friday then. While the news comes in over on this one, let's go over to NIO as NIO is being called out. Let's go to see what this Chinese stock is doing today. I know BABA, or how Ian puts it, BABA was moving to the upside off of a catalyst, which I can't remember right now, but another catalyst for BABA was JD.com, which is trying to, start getting into the same business group or more into the same business group as BABA. I think they're talking about food and other services over there. It got bumped up in pre-market. Now JD coming back to the downside a little bit, but still up 4%. Thank you to the pre-market move that it got. What is BABA doing today? I know they got bumped up back above 100 over here, but pretty identical charts on BABA and JD. Very, very identical charts. One of them is going to be the leader, and the other one's going to be the sympathy trade. And let's quickly go back to NIO. So NIO over here up 5% today and actually above $20. So finally, we get to see that $20 mark on NIO. I did mention that we'll be watching for this price point to come into play when the delivery numbers came out for all three Chinese EV makers, Li Auto, XPeng, and NIO.
Yeah, guys, SRRK, like this thing doing volume, obviously. I'm wondering if this is going to now break levels and fly, so I'm keeping my eye on this one. But guys, classic, right? Classic. Look at this. Makes the high. And guys, keep in mind, this is SSR. This is day 2 SSR, right? It's up if you cannot initiate short positions by hitting the bid. And look at this. Makes the high, does a lot of volume, like the most volume on the high, obviously, and then instantly slam down, right? So the classic action. So you say to yourself, look, if you're taking shorts on these, you kind of want to get the wick off top. Like every time I glance over at Neil, he's always got the perfect fill, and I'm like, I say to myself like, oh, but what if this like explodes even higher and rips my face? Yeah, you get run over. But like this is like where scaling comes into play. If you scale accordingly, or like I mentioned, the way I like to do it, you can't unfortunately do this on like SSR day, but like let it break, then you stop and then get short, and then boom, if we break trend, like the flush could be nice, and that's your cover, right? So yeah, unfortunately can't do that. So, is what it is. And you know what? Alibaba just could not push. I covered my position. It is what it is. Like, we could not push 103. And I said to myself, I don't want to hold this anymore for, like, the move back down. I could definitely get back in if it continues to hold here. But there were some offers that piled in, so I got myself out. That was break even. That was this whole kind of, break even is what it is. But this is why, you scale out, create a free trade for yourself. And, yeah, and, like, I mean, if it holds again here, like, potentially add to that. So, whatever, is what it is. But, and yeah, Ford making the move back up as well.
Yeah, these guys think they're funny in that corner, right? Listen, I know you're not a real black belt, buddy. Don't make me come up there, all right? So this is the news for here. Looks like a pharmaceutical company got a FDA approval of some sort, or in a phase 3 clinical study over here. Treatment for serious diseases, protein growth. So here's the article. I'll throw the link in the chat for anyone who wants to read more about it. Yeah, and I'll spam it. Spam alert, spam alert, spam alert. Click on that link for anyone who wants to read more about it. Thank you to Neil for posting this in our work chat to take a look at the SRRK, which was in play, and it's still probably going to be in play a little bit longer. It's your favorite time of the day where Pratt gets to go on the YouTube rant one more time. We only got 2.4K likes from the last time. So that means I think we were at 2.1, we're at 2.4. Not much of an increase. We still have a good 4 million viewers watching us live right now. So let's get that number bumped up to the north side, elevate that number, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. There's a couple ways you can support us. There's people in the chat that you see with the green name in there. Oh, I hear Valeria talking for the first time in my headphone. That's maybe something in my settings changed. But yeah, you can sign up for becoming a member with us. You get cool little badges to show how long you've been a member. I think this chicken right here is 1 month. I think this is 3 months, and it keeps on going up there. So more loyalty. We can see it in the chat right there. You also get custom emojis. Not sure what this is, but we have the favorite emoji, my favorite emoji, the air horn. Bang, 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 bang. All reggae music have that. I love the air horn whenever that comes on. And one more way you can support us, go over to the store on the YouTube homepage and buy any of our merchandise. Ian's still waiting for that hoodie that Sean's supposed to send him. And actually, I'm still waiting for my hat and my hoodie that Valeria was supposed to buy me. So we'll just have to keep on waiting for that one. But, you guys don't have to wait. Trust me on that. You guys don't have to wait. Whenever you buy it, it'll be shipped directly to your house. Make sure you're taking a picture, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter, and share it with us, because Sean, Neil, myself, we all like to see our viewers draped out in our merchandise, and we will share it along with our community too.
So Jagar asking, does the merch come with a free coupon for a winning trade?
You know what? You get that without even buying the merchandise. You can head over to Twitter and follow Sean, follow Neil, follow Brando, follow even myself, and you know, free trades every day, 8:30 to 4 o'clock.
Interesting. Merch looks like a made by day traders. Yep, exactly. We are day traders.
Yeah. Look, we don't have a merchandise specific employee who creates just merchandise. We're not 100 Thieves or Supreme or anything. So we make our own merchandise. But, you know, I do have that idea. We have our Discord. So if anyone wants to submit their ideas to put on a t-shirt, maybe submit those on Discord or email them or Instagram us. And if we do like that idea, we could put that on a merchandise. And you know, if you want, you can negotiate a deal with Sean, because I'm not doing that for you. But you know, we could try to work something out over there, some community art on some merchandise. Will be fun, will be something to think about. But yeah, we'll think about that in the near future. I thought Prad was a portfolio manager now. That's right. Yesterday officially I was a portfolio manager, and that's why, you know, I can only trade on the open, on the close now. I cannot no longer trade on the intraday, because I have to manage my positions on the auctions now.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at Apple. I'm almost telling myself, like, do I want to initiate another? Like, this kind of stopped me out and then kind of stalled. Now going lower, like, are we now going to move back down? But, you know, kangaroo market, like, I'm not really expecting too much right now for like the next hour. So I'm like definitely slowing down. I covered the Alibaba for this price because I figured, look, we're probably going to test 102 area. So take the long again. And then, you know, I'm going to tell myself, look, if we're ranging here, then like I'm just going to put my stop below here. If we bounce up, I'm taking my profits over here. Like I thought we were going to bounce, we didn't. Now I'm changing my expectations. I'm going to just range trade this if I get the opportunity to. So a little long here. Maybe we get back up here, and my orders are just scaled all the way up. So we'll see if we get those fills there.
This guy said our cameras are good. They're not supposed to add 5-10 pounds. All right. I see how it is, Fahad. I see how it is. This guy hits one lucky bet, and he thinks he can run this office now from that corner, starts making jokes in my ear. Listen, one more joke and this earpiece is coming off, okay? This earpiece is straight out of the ear. If I do that, I'll probably lose my job, so I'm not going to do that. New York Jets is talking about Bang sweatshirt already licensed. Okay, what are we going on over here? Tyrone Biggums, I would trade my Ian wig all day. In my Ian wig. It's not a wig. It's not a wig. Let's look for stocks, ladies and gentlemen. Stocks. Paul calling out Boeing near higher days. Boeing near higher days. That's something I like hearing. Boeing back to $137. Let's go. I think yesterday we were like at 120s, right? No, we were still at 130s yesterday. The low of the day yesterday was 131 something. High day 134, and here's the chart today. Double bottoming around yesterday's low, near 131, near 132 on Boeing, allowing you to get long. And wow, look at the move. You know, market's not even at day's high, but Boeing said, forget you, we're taking off at the moment. 3% coming in for Boeing with 7 million shares, 137 breakout just now. Does it have enough buying power? Not buying power. Does it have enough buying or buyers? Sorry, is what I'm looking for. Does it have enough buyers to come in around lunchtime over here? It is 12:27 Eastern Standard Time. You know, usually volume should be dying out and slowly coming back in around 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock or so. But, you know, the fact that the volume is kind of going up over here, not too significantly, but slowly going up, and Boeing is trying to take out the high a day, we could just see a little bit of a, there we go. Hey, right when we're talking about it, we could just see a little bit of a more elevation on the stock as we're looking at it. I think the real barrier on Boeing is around this 140, 141 level that you can see on the for like a week straight. It just got capped out near that 50-period EMA.
Guys, I'm also looking at Airbnb. I just have this on my radar because it's still hovering around 100. And look at this. We had the flush lower. We're pushing back up. We're now towards the high. And I want to believe that this could actually act as somewhat of a resistance area. So I'm going to try a small short here and give it a very, very wide stop. I mean, we're up, you know, like it is going up, right? And I don't love shorting things going up, but I think we could easily come back down to like, you know, 96.50, 97 area. And so just based on risk to return, I kind of like this. So I'm going to see if I can. We have some size on the bid at 98.19 area. So let's see how price interacts around that. If that instantly fills, then like obviously aggressive sellers coming in. But if it's slow to fill and not much is happening, then maybe obviously not SSR, so like people can sell into that. So we'll see what happens on this one.
All right, check this out. Sod goes merch idea. Luca voice bobblehead that says Super Sata, and it is what it is. And we gotta also add. Let's see where this goes.
Let's see where this goes. Yeah, exactly. Let's see where this goes.
Gotta add those to the bobblehead. A firm short for $18. Let's go check out what a firm is doing, man. $18, eh? I remember not even less than a year ago when that Amazon partnership came out for a firm, and we were looking at a 107 or 117 or something, and I was like, oh yeah, firm, let's go through the moon, and now we're at $17. So just struggling, absolutely getting destroyed to the downside. We're gonna find out. I believe this one's called this is the volume leaderboard, right, or the sector watch? Sector watch.
Hey guys, yeah, 12:30. Wanted to give you a quick look, first of all, at this crude oil. 5.6% on heavy volume to the downside for oil right now. Russia's energy minister came out this morning and said they're going to increase. They're not only not going to have as much, but they're actually going to increase output by the end of this year and into 2023. So that kicked off that. About mid-morning, we broke this low from yesterday, already down to 108. We were talking about 120 on crude oil just a day ago, back to 108 for crude. So here's the energy sector right now for the S&P 500. Very, very red, 8.5%, basically 4 up to 8.5% right across the board. They're all under significant pressure. We were down when I came up here, but back to positive territory. A lot because of consumer discretionary stocks bouncing back off after a bit of a choppy open, it's worth saying. 6.8% here for Norwegian, CCL, and Expedia among the leaders here, all to the upside, 6+. Across the board, healthcare stocks we were talking about a little bit earlier, continuing to rally here, led by Biogen. There was some news on Merck, MRK, popped up on volume early on a acquisition. There's Boeing, 2.8, Deere right underneath it, 2% to the upside. Industrials just went positive. Airlines helping to the upside. Banks are now green. The little real estate group and the communications group also now green, once again, helping this market. Back in positive territory, good to see. But back and forth we go ahead of what is to come at the close, guys. Back to you.
All right, yeah, so here we have the man with the toupee to my right now. The wig boy is back in this hot seat. I'm looking at AMD heading right back to that 50-period, 100-period EMA levels on the 5-minute chart. 82 short is what Sean had not too long ago. AMD still in negatives, man. We saw Apple up 1.2. We saw Microsoft up 1%. S&P 500 sadly still negative. NASDAQ up about 0.8% right now. And AMD just bleeding still, just not able to get to the positive territories today. So clearly when you're looking to short stocks, this is what you want to consider. You want to consider, is the market in your favor? Market's kangarooing around. Okay, that gives me an idea then. Then do I want to short Apple or Microsoft more than I want to short AMD? No, AMD being the weaker of the bunch, I would much rather be shorting AMD around these 82 levels and ride it right back to the low of day, because if market breaks the VWAP and heads back to the downside, and by market I'm talking about NASDAQ right now, if NASDAQ breaks VWAP and goes back to the downside, AMD short is most likely going to give you a better trade risk to reward than Apple or Microsoft, because they are stronger and are the market beta. They hold market beta a lot better than AMD, because Apple is about 11% of S&P 500. Where's my ETF.com? Here we go. ETF.com, we go to QQQ. This is your NASDAQ ETF. And if you scroll down over here, you'll see how Apple's 12% now, not even 11%, and Microsoft's 10%. So these two stocks alone, taking up about 20% of the ETF, will show you exactly how the market moves around with them, right? I don't know how much percentage AMD is of NASDAQ, but maybe I could see over here. Advanced Micro, there we go. Only 1.35%. So clearly the idea that you want to be shorting weaker stocks than stronger stocks, and if you're looking for short opportunities, AMD is the one to go to.
What's up, guys? How's it going? I was thinking a lot about the whole wig thing. Like, you know what?
You
Maybe
guys
it's
got
like,
into his head.
Maybe it's like, those Lego characters, like the small little ones where you can like swap out their hair and
Yeah,
you just
yeah.
plug it in. That's what it kind of maybe would potentially look like. But yeah, guys, happy to be here once again, and talk some stocks with you guys. So call them out in the chat, ask some questions. We're here to help, and then here to analyze some stocks. Someone said AMC ready to explode, so I quickly brought that up. Look at how tight this consolidation is.
Whoa,
This is like
hold up.
What's up?
Put hamburger.
Man, I was gonna call that out too.
Hamburger
Like,
hands?
is that someone we know? Is that someone we know? Because like, okay, so like my nickname in our Discord is Hamburglar. And someone just said Hamburglar hands, so that's kind of funky. But yeah, no, AMC, it's consolidating like a very tight range just around VWAP, right? Like a little 20-cent range here. So it is kind of like potentially gearing up to explode if some volume comes into the upside here, and maybe the market kind of reclaims VWAP as well. The high of day is 1271, so we're about like 30 cents away from that, so not far at all. So if this catches a bid, it can easily break out high of day and keep going. It's already up 4.5% on the day. S&P on the hourly chart, please. Sure, like I guess we can bring up like the SPY maybe. Let me see here, SPY.
Wow,
And then we'll go
While you do that, I'll talk about Affirm, because Affirm just now broke $18 to the upside, up almost 7.5%. I was going to say almost 8. It is up 7.5%, almost 8% coming into play. I know Ashutoken Chat is talking about a possible short of Affirm near $18. Remember that speech I just gave about shorting weaker stocks than stronger stocks? You could short Affirm here on the backside of 18. I'm going to put backside in quotes because, 1801, I would not consider that as a backside. I would like to see a little bit more trading above 18 to see if there's any buyers there or any sellers coming in, pushing the stock right back to the downside. It would give you a decent risk to reward trade. Go short over here, and if 1801 gets taken out, you take your loss and you move out of that trade and you call it a day. But that whole idea of shorting weaker stocks is the reason why I'm not even thinking about Affirm right now. If you were short AMD, looks like AMD is going to start trickling right back to the downside as S&P 500 cannot manage to get back above VWAP. Sorry? You are meta short right now. Sorry, I have my headphone and it's kind of hard to hear on this side. Meta short 1.8% to the upside today, and Sean is talking about building into a metaverse, meta platform short right now, as the market once again might just get ready to push to the downside. So here's something, double top, triple top coming in, instantly push to the downside. I heard a keyboard punch, and then I saw the candle go down. So Sean's over there moving markets, baby, with the power of his fingers.
Someone did say big money's about to come in, so maybe it was a big guy over here. But yeah, it's about finding weaker stocks, on the day, and then shorting them at resistance. But yeah, let's take a look at the SPY here. I got it up on the hourly here, so it did kind of consolidate for a few days and then broke down, and now we're kind of setting up for Free Fall Friday. And I was telling the boys, I've been telling the boys this, below here, what do we got? It's the abyss. There's nothing down here. You have to go back over a year to kind of see supports, right? So below here, just kind of be careful. The dips can definitely keep dipping. Let's bring up Meta and let's take a quick look at that since we were just talking about it. I did kind of know, I'm watching it here on my side screen, and I did kind of notice it is making a little bit of a top here, almost like a triple top, if you will, at 164, right? So rejected in the morning and then fell below VWAP, kind of reclaimed VWAP, and then rejecting that area again. So, clear out and clear area where you can kind of take a risk off of there. And then look at all the R&R to the downside. To the downside, you got about 160 is the low, right? So if this trade does work out, and the market really starts to fall off, and Meta really starts to accelerate back to the downside and below VWAP, then you got a mighty R&R risk-reward trade on your hands, right? And in that sense, I did take a couple executions today just to kind of keep warm and obviously in prep for the rebalance tonight. Or at the end of the market there, rather. I was watching AMD around this 80 level. It was coming down super, super hard here, just with the market as it was kind of falling in the morning. And then it kind of made a base around this 80 level, right? And then, I was watching the level 2, and there was size there and whatnot. So just kind of front run the size. and then scalp out for, I was risking like maybe like 8 cents, scalped that out for about 20 cents. So, 2-to-1 trade there. Eventually it did break down. I think Luca had this trade too, so he probably talked about it. But then, yeah, like look at this, guys. Like you're kind of just shorting above VWAP and then taking it out ahead of like low a day, right? So, AMD is considerably weaker. So, if this kind of comes back up to like 82 to like 82.5 range, definitely going to be more interested in like taking a short and having a better R&R on that trade, pushing it back towards the downside.
So Diamond Reality of Miami, 3K likes and Ian dyes his hair orange. Tyrone goes, Ian has a girlfriend. We need to ask her permission. You're right about that. But, something that Saad came out with a reply. He said, we need a better ring, not orange. We need something like Platinum Prad. So he came up with Ivory Ian. Now, are you willing?
What color is ivory?
I don't know. It's probably white. It's like probably like a ivory, like a tusk, elephant
tusk. If you
tusk.
thought like the blonde hurt, that would like
a blonde
that would, like,
ivory
burn.
color.
That would burn if you're like, well, don't ruin. Oh man,
don't ruin his perfect wig.
Look at what Tyrone just said. I won't say it, but yeah. That's kind of funny.
But Ivory Ian. Maybe next time I see your girl, she comes out to hang out with for some beers with the boys and whatnot. I'm gonna ask her, can Ian dye his hair for the show? And
we'll consult her then.
If she says yes, we're gonna throw a number on the chat.
Yeah, I need to get
you.
permission first, guys. But we'll let you know as soon as I do get that, and then we'll see. We'll have a little competition.
FSR, here I got it.
Yeah, go for it.
FSR days high. CEO on Fox Business. FSR taking off, apparently going off on the news catalyst. I know FSR was also came up yesterday or the day before that. I can't remember exactly what the catalyst was 2 days ago for FSR, but I came up during midday for that stock randomly. Here's the move for that stock right here. Here's the 15-minute chart. I'll expand that chart. Randomly, some catalyst came in, allowing the stock to break out of the previous day's range, taking it up to almost $9. But the next day, yesterday, we gave it all back, creating a new low. The market kind of was absolutely amber herding itself and not looking good. So market brought it down, and now getting right back into that range of the catalyst, looking good. So FSR, we know the guys on the Fox Business over there talking about his company and so on, and trying to push it up a little bit more. Up today, 5.3%, and high a day near $8.54. Let's see if we can actually see the $9 range come into play today. It was close on this day. We got up to $8.90. Maybe today we can get up to $8.70, this pre-market high, or even $8.90, and then eventually Monday or sometime next week we see that $9 level coming back into play for Fisker. And I don't know what happened with the Pope Mobile thing. Is that still going on?
Like November.
November? Okay.
I wanted to call out a comment here, and he did call it, or this person did call it a stock too. But hi, Ian. Do you think we're seeing higher lows on Rev? Also, your hair is fine, but do what you like. So thank you, I appreciate that. Let's take a look at Rev. Obviously, it's like getting a huge bump today, up 76%. I did kind of draw this little like wedge pattern here, but more importantly, it is holding like this 340, 335, 330 area very, very nicely. Like as soon as like all this like momentum came out to the upside, reclaimed this level, bounced off of there, came back down, bounced off of there again, and bounced off of there a third time, right? Is it gonna happen a fourth time? I don't know, but like if it kind of like, it is kind of like tightening this, I guess like the range here a bit. So if momentum does come back, we could easily see this kind of break out. It does remind me a lot of ADN's setup yesterday. If you guys kind of recall, it made like a triple bottom at like I forget what price now. It was like 280, I believe, and then it like eventually broke out, right? So are we seeing like a similar setup today potentially? Yeah, no, this is a really strong move by Revlon today. Amber herding, loving it. Baba about to test lows. Let's take a quick look at Baba. We were kind of talking about like the Chinese stocks getting moving today. But yeah, Baba, down on the day, is kind of retesting towards that $100 level, right? But look at the momentum and the volume is kind of just like totally died. Like it is testing lows, but it's just like consolidating right above, right? So really need to kind of see some volume pickup if we are going to keep accelerating to the downside or make a move in the opposite direction. But obviously the huge selling volume in the morning, there was kind of this like pre-market shelf around like 111, 110, if you will, if you like really like hold numbers and whatnot. So you could have just taken that breakdown and just pretty much just been chilling the rest of the day. But you know, BOVA has been after it like rejected like 125 super hard and then tested 100. We're right around that level again, right? So it's kind of gravitating towards this 100 level. So once like more volume really starts to pick up with BOVA, this $100 level can be fireworks. And one last one here before we toss it back to Pred. A couple people calling out Tesla, so let's take a quick look at that. Hovering around that 650 level again. Like, look at this consolidation around 650. Like, it's crazy how some prices stocks just kind of gravitate towards and you know, do a lot of like their action around, right? So, you know, if you are kind of trading around this, like, just be careful, especially like it's right on VWAP too. Like, it's easy to get like kind of chopped around, right? So a quick and like easy like trade idea is like, if it kind of reclaims this, like, you can go long above it and short below it and kind of risk this consolidation area, right? So, you know, if it's going to trade around the middle, I'm probably going to stay out just because, you know, I don't want to get chopped around. It is more of like a wider range. Like, if you do the whole range here, it's like 655 to about 645, right? So a $10 range, that's quite a bit, especially on like a expensive stock like Tesla. But yeah, no, it's crazy how this 650, this is like a serious level for sure. And just kind of looking at the daily too, like, look how we've been consolidating around this level for like the whole week now, right? So which way is it gonna go? Time will tell, of course. Maybe, you know, after the rebalance, we'll get more of a direction, see if it keeps heading lower towards 600 or kind of reclaims the 700 level and keeps going upwards.
Yeah, you're talking about that shelf in BOVA pre-market. Looks like that was a poorly made IKEA shelf as we take out the pre-market bottoms and run it right towards the $100 barrier that's holding up the stock up a little bit. So, you know, maybe next time, BOVA, you can build yourself a better shelf and not completely break that bottom over there.
It's like those like IKEA, they give you those little small screws.
It's not even a screw. It's like those things that you just leave the thing on top of it. Like, you know what I'm talking about? It's just those little platforms that hold it, and then you just like rest the plank on top of it, and then if that thing just turns even by a little inch, your whole thing's just falling right through off of it. But no, anyways, Roblox over here, man. I saw Roblox being called out in the chat. What a crazy move on this stock. Almost 5% up today. It is on SSR. So SSR day 2, I believe, is what I'm looking at over here on Roblox, with 13 million shares traded all the way to 26 bucks almost on this position today. We do know a recent catalyst on Roblox was the bump up in the daily active user base. So that's a good thing to notice for Roblox. Sadly, the stock did give up a lot of its gains from the COVID era and whatnot. But now we'll actually find out where the stock belongs in, or at least where the market prices up this position in. A couple new positions that I'm in, but real quick, let me welcome Drew to the family. First-time member to the Trader TV green side, as Miss V always says it. She says, how does she put it? She says, welcome to the green side. There you go. So welcome to the green side. We welcome you. We appreciate any new member. And if you haven't hit the subscribe or the like button yet, please make sure you do that to help us out. Roblox trying to come down over here, maybe off that 26 barrier, you know, 25.95 high of a day. I would like for it to break 26 so I could see some backside around 26 to short it, but right now, you know, just letting the stock play out. I did mention that I was in a new position. New position alert, short AMD in front of 82. NASDAQ is trying to, you know, keep on trickle higher over here, trying to take above VWAP and stay above VWAP. S&P 500 just now getting towards VWAP and trying to see if we can push the market right back to the downside. If S&P 500 can get above VWAP, and if NASDAQ starts playing with the new ranges above 11,320, then I'm most likely just taking that loss on AMD and I'm walking away from that trade. But right now, letting that stock play around a little bit, give me some fills closer towards, I mean, it is near high a day, but it's not near the opening print. It opened at 82.19, so pretty close to 82.19, taking my fills near the 100 period EMA, and I'll give it the risk of 82.50. If 82.50 goes, and if the market keeps on taking out the highs, then I know for sure I am wrong in this trade. Without those two reasons coming in and telling me I'm wrong, this is just the market fiddling around, burning people, hunting stops, and you know, I'm not going to be a part of that.
I think Sean kind of read my mind here. He talked about CCL off that sticky note. I want to bring up CCL as well, just because it's been getting beat down like so badly across like the last like 2 weeks, I want to say. So it's got to like bounce at some point. And you know, today you're kind of playing off yesterday's lows. It didn't really kind of breach that. So I think the low yesterday was like 870 or like below like 860, something around there. So I kind of just wanted to see like buying kind of come in at the open. And what was interesting about CCL at the open, I was just kind of reading the tape. The market was like giving a bounce. At this time, AMD was bouncing, Apple was bouncing. So I was like, okay, thinking like, is the market like really going to kind of bounce here? And CCL was like kind of like a laggard, right? But eventually when it did bounce, it gave a really nice bounce. It gave about like 30 cents. And for like an $8, $9 stock, that's obviously a lot, right? But again, it worked here on the pullback below VWAP, just kind of taking it off low a day, giving you that like clear out, that clear risk off of that level, right? And then now look at just like kind of making new highs. And you talk about finding strength in the market, here it is, up 7% on the day for CCL, right? AMD, baby, doesn't feel like... Oh, I know what I want to talk about. Someone said the shorts aren't really working today. Yeah, you know what? If you kind of caught that first short at open, it did work. It did work initially, but you kind of had to like be like super brief with it, right? I talked about like Apple getting that big bounce. Look at this bounce like off 130. I was talking about this 130 level yesterday, right? And you kind of just had to like, you had to be patient with it, of course, because if you were like longing in front and taking 130 out as your stop, you're going to get wicked out. And, you know, it only went down to the low was 129.76 anyways, right? So kind of just be patient, wait for it to reclaim, and then just take that 130 long, and then look, you got yourself like a $2.50 winner. Of course, like scaling out and managing your position accordingly. And then it gives the bounce play again at 130, right? So clearly this 130 is a serious level, and, you know, going to be a great determinant if it kind of breaks down and shows more weakness below where kind of Apple is heading. But for now, this 130 is holding up. And, you know, now a multi-day level, right? So a little bit more confluence on that. If it kind of does come down there, you know, you could look to play long and kind of risk off low a day. But again, you know, we talk about these multi-day levels and just kind of adding confluence to your trades and building trade plans around them. But yeah, definitely the short, a little bit harder. If you didn't catch that initial move, you're like maybe chasing it and getting run over, depending on what stock you're looking at. But yeah, the short later in the day, definitely more of a scalp. But, you know, the long has looked a lot better if you were just a little bit more patient this morning.
So I saw a question coming in from, I believe, what does quad witching really mean? A lot of volatility. Yeah, I'm going to explain all of that right now. Aaron Smith and I believe another viewer, PFP or something along those words, PP family, coming in and asking me or asking us over here, what exactly is rebalancing? You guys keep talking about it all day or keep mentioning it. What exactly is going on over there? Can you get deeper into it? I'm trying to find a bunch of list of stocks. You know, there was a watch list from CNBC watch list that comes out every morning. We have a watch list every morning too, and if you're not signed up to it, you're missing out on that one. In that, I think I remember seeing, I forget what stock was it. I think it was, I'm really drawing a blank right now as to what stock they mentioned. That was, I think it was maybe Lulu. No, Lulu's already got added. But anyways, there's a bunch of stocks that come out on that list that are going to get added to the S&P 500 index, maybe the S&P 400, 300, 600. The point is these stocks are going to get put into the index at the end of the day so they can start trading on Monday morning within that ETF. So let's say, for example, Tesla. Tesla was not in the S&P 500 rebalance about a year ago. And a year ago on the rebalance day, Tesla was supposed to be about 100 billion or maybe even crazier number like that, right? Add into the S&P 500 stock market, and that move that you saw on Tesla was like an opportunity to make hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars depending on how much size you would have taken. So that's the type of volatility we're talking. We don't have the information right out of hand until 350. You won't know the information. We don't know what stock is going to get added by S&P 500 or deleted out of the index by the S&P 500. So that's one act of the balancing that consists of the quad witching, right? There's other acts of it that come in with the help of options. So weekly options, not daily. There's no daily, right? That would be insane. Weekly,
no, there's no
monthly. What else is that?
I guess leaps and yearly.
Leaps, yeah, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and so on. They all get thrown onto with a bunch of volume behind it because options are going to be expiring. You're going to see market makers option pegging the market. You can Google that word, option pegging. Go to investopedia.com and learn more about it over there. Lots of games are going to be played overall, and the idea is just they're just getting added to the market. So you'll find a stock somewhere in the somewhere at 350 today with a ton of size. It's either getting added or either getting sold. We don't know why they're doing that, but today, usually you don't know why they're doing that, right? Normally, like Monday to Friday, when Neil and Sean are showing you the imbalance locator and you see, oh, DD is like 5 million shares to buy or 5 million shares to sell on a random day, nobody knows what's going on. But on a day like today, you could guess that, Apple coming out with a 500 mil buy, maybe S&P 500 wants to increase Apple's percentage from 12 to 13 because it's $130 now. Or because it's at $130 now, S&P 500 goes, maybe we want to deleverage Apple a little bit because we're getting railed, right? So it could be either one.
The result, guys, I guess when it comes down to is it's going to be a lot of volatility, a lot of volume, and a lot of opportunity, which is exactly what we kind of strive for as day traders, right? Like we want to trade the high volatility times, the times that, there's going to be lots of volume and, it's going to present some really good opportunities. That being said, what we're meant to do is if the trade is there, we smash it. If not, then we kind of wait for the next opportunity. Someone said NIO or was talking about NIO, and I wanted to talk about this because it is kind of reclaiming this 20 level. This is another clear level from the daily, just kind of looking at it and how it kind of reacted around this, right? It did like reclaim it really early in the morning, bounced kind of off of it here. Like you kind of have to give it some risk if you're like kind of buying that dip. But once you kind of like made it like kind of more buying came in and made a higher low there. It's just been kind of like slowly grinding up. So I want to see if it can like really close above 20, maybe closer to like 2050, and then the next day like kind of gap up to like really show some strength. I think this person said like NIO bull trap, like potentially, but now that it's back at 20 again, it leads me to believe that like it could like has potential to keep breaking out, right? Now that it's like come back there again and retesting again and not like rejecting the level like right away kind of thing, right? So we'll be kind of keeping an eye on that. Apple in trouble? I don't think so. Like I'm watching on my side screen, it's just kind of consolidating, not doing much. What it comes down to is zero. Not sure what you mean by that. Hey, Trader Pratt, someone said Ferrari releasing an EV in a couple years. That's kind of interesting. Will F1 or NASCAR ever go EV?
Don't they already have an EV, LaFerrari?
No, that's like that's like a hybrid. It's like a hybrid, yeah. So I don't think they'll do an EV.
Ferrari, man?
Who cares about Ferrari? Affirm's still going up. Let's take a quick look at that. I know Prad's been talking about it a bit. It is up almost 9% on the day, making a big move on the daily here, crawling back some of these losses. 20 is probably the next level. I want to see it kind of test 20 and see the action around that, just like judging off the daily here, how it bounced off there. And that's probably going to be like a nice psychological level as well. So, today, obviously a really strong move. Hard to get in on these like slowly grinding up stocks just because like, let's say you get in now, right? Like where do you risk off of? Like, I don't know, like the breakdown at 18, but that's just like kind of like an arbitrary number, right? It's easier to kind of get in here if you had this fill. You risk off like low a day, which was like 1660, and kind of take it, structure your trade off that. But now that it's like kind of pushing high days and just slowly grinding up, it's like where do you get in? Where do you risk off of? How do you structure that trade? So kind of just have to be more patient. Either wait for a pullback to some levels here, like closer to like 1740 or VWAP, or like really see it like pick up momentum to the downside and take like a breakout or something like that. But yeah, obviously having a strong day today, up almost 9%.
Stock console wars was like, when are they going to have a race for just EV cars? They have one, my friend. It's called Formula E, and their cars are kind of cool looking, honestly. A little bit of I think Formula One is fully electric, right?
Formula E?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is fully electric.
Fully electric. And McLaren just signed up to have their cars in that championship pool too. So more money for McLaren to lose around the board. Not just Formula One, Formula E. Just keep on adding those things in there, man. Make me regret buying that Lego car every single day. No, I don't regret it. I pet that Lego car, you know, pet it like a cat, weirdly. I pet that car every day. I play with it. I push it back and forth a couple times, and then I move it to my bed, and then I go play my video games.
Okay, that's a little weird, Brad. We're getting a little off tangent here.
Wait, you were serious? I thought you were joking. No, it is real. Formula E is EV racing. It's 100% EV. Pratt, when is your flight to Montreal? Yo, Cal. He's trading. Cal, whenever Cal says fly over to Montreal, we're flying over to Montreal. You know, it's up to him. He's the party manager over there. Lucid wants in the Formula E league. They would smoke him. Lucid in the Formula E league.
They had like a presence there at a couple of the Formula E races, so that was kind of interesting. We talked about Lucid like quite a bit, like you know, just like in the EV sector and whatnot. They're not getting that much volume or like that much of a bump in compared to like other names. And you know, usually like Lucid used to like really trace like Tesla hard, but now it's kind of like fading on its own. And I think it has a lot to do with like their actual like numbers, right? Like in their actual like production numbers, they're not like really producing and like delivering the amount of cars that they kind of promise. So that's been kind of like disappointing. But you know, it could be something more of like a value buy like later down the road if they do kind of like start acting on the potential that they've talked about a lot, right? So, you know, that can slowly grind up. We all know about the history of Lucid and like CCIV and how that kind of went. Formula E is part of it. It's run by like the FIA.
Yeah.
It's not part of Formula One. Actually, there's an interesting interview that I watched on YouTube with Sebastian Vettel and WTF1 where they ask him specifically is like, do you think Formula One would ever go full electric? And he said no, just because like Formula One is like Formula One. It's like got the history and the heritage and.
I want the V10s back, baby.
Yeah,
but,
never. That would sound amazing.
The
but
V10s
never.
would bring in some volume and some numbers, but you know, I want to go see what exactly is bringing in volume in the stock market, and the only person who can update for that is Brando at the big screen.
Yes, V10s. Agreed. They need something, man. This year is boring. But anyways, here we go. 6,310 individual listings to the upside. So this is North American stocks, guys, volume-wise and move-wise. 1,163. Little change, more than 3,000 to the downside so far. 1,250 new lows today, 44 new highs across all U.S. equities. As far as what is doing the most volume, here we go. Sound like a broken record all week long. TQQQ, 133 million so far today. That MREO, 94 million, number 2 there. REVs here, SQQQ as well. Apple, haven't seen Apple on this list all week long, 60 million. Again, a lot of this is going to do with the imbalance and the rebalance that's happening throughout the day today. So we saw huge imbalances, guys, both at the open and will come at the close. So monster print this morning for Apple. So a lot of that volume could have come in the opening print. But interesting list so far today. As far as movers go, Revlon, SRRK as well. 1 and 2 on the movement, guys. Back to you.
This SRRK was still kind of going a little crazy, but looks like we have a clear top coming in around this $8.40. Yeah, there's more highs than $8.40, but those are all just candle tails on this 5-minute chart. So it looks like most of the volume was taking place around $8.40, and now we're getting pushed right back to that $7 support area, or at least I'm praying that there's support there for the stock after this move today, because if 7 breaks, then where is the next stop for this position? You know, volume started around these areas for this stock. Notice how there was almost no volume all day, and then volume comes in around lunchtime, which is also something very weird to see. Usually you see volume coming in after lunchtime comes to an end. Right now, AMD getting pushed up back to the north side with the help of NASDAQ and S&P 500, which S&P 500 still getting rejected by VWAP. You know, not really able to get back above VWAP for the SPYs over here, but NASDAQ have been above VWAP all day. Let's go look at some of our other ETFs, such as the IWM Russell Small Cap ETF, pretty much sideways and up about 1% over here for IWM. DIA, Dow Jones 30, or the Diamonds, as also known, I believe. It's pretty much down. It's actually down on the day for Dow Jones. Dow Jones are down about 0.25% and trying to get back to positive as S&P 500 right now takes out VWAP a little bit and gets up to the north side. So that idea of market not taking out the lower days that was created yesterday and today is going to stand still. And, looks like that free fall Friday, man. I did mention we might just not see free fall today, and it's playing out that way, sadly. So
there's still some time in the day. There's still some time in the day, but we'll see. We'll see.
Nah, I'm in.
I want to check back on Revlon here, check on my little wedge pattern here. I'm not usually one to kind of trade off patterns, but if you wanted to kind of build a trade around this, again, we're talking about the support level at like 330, 335 area here, still holding up, right? And now you got the added confluence of VWAP holding up as well. So as soon as the momentum kind of breaks out here to the upside, we can see this thing like kind of run to high a day, and high a day is 395, so potential like 4 breakout on the table here if it gets there, right? So you still got to wait for it to get there, see the momentum kind of build up, and see size there to kind of validate that trade. But yeah, for now, still kind of consolidating and getting tighter and tighter in that range. As the market was pushing up, I was looking at a few things like just on the side here, like mainly like the large cap tech stocks like AMD, Apple, and Meta, just to kind of see like what is trading in a range here and what we can kind of trade off of. And then what I kind of gravitated towards was Apple, just because it is above VWAP here. It is a little bit stronger on the day. It kind of made like a double, like not really a double bottom, but like a little bottom here, like 131.80. So if it does kind of dip there and the market is kind of reclaiming VWAP at the same time, a good little like long there could be good, and kind of just like scalping at the bottom of this range and the top of this range and into high a day, right? So we'll kind of be patient with that and keep watching it, but definitely something on my radar here on the midday. AMD, yeah, same sort of thing. AMD is kind of keeps pushing up now, keeps grinding up towards the highs here from this morning. This was like a little bit of a shelf here, 82 in the morning, and I did have like a little like scalp off that in the morning, but that was like basically nothing. And eventually it broke down and held here resistance, right? So kind of interesting to see that it's like basically reclaiming this level now. So it's going to make another push for higher day potentially. But I think I'm more interested in the Apple trade potentially.
Yeah, AMD turning positive, NASDAQ, sorry, S&P 500 getting above VWAP, so AMD does look a little stressful for my short, but we have our plan, we know exactly what we're gonna do, and we're gonna stick to that rule. Right now, Uber being called, I had a little Ian moment over there, Uber, getting right back to the high days over here, up almost 6%, man. I think someone said Uber's trying to go parabolic. Yeah, that's a Neil word. So for sure, trying to go parabolic here a little bit. Almost 19 million shares traded today. Volume also getting elevated now that the lunchtime has come to an end. It is 1:05 Eastern Standard Time. Apple's trying to get back to that high a day and create a triple top. Microsoft's trying to also get back to get to 250 over here. We're currently at 249.15 on Microsoft. Where was I short on Microsoft earlier? Let me go find out. Where was I short? I think I was short 248.50s. So clearly we're above that on Microsoft. A new high day coming into play. And as the market takes off to the upside, S&P 500 now going back to 3690, I believe is what I'm seeing. Let's go see what it is. S&P 500 going right back to 3690s over here. Can we take out this 100-period EMA, which, yeah, we did take it out already, but can we take out the resistance around these areas and start pushing towards that 3700 and higher? S&P 500 now finally up almost 0.5%. Beautiful 0.5% on the market to the green side, and NASDAQ 1.5% to the north side, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, it seems like more of like an inside day, if you will, on the market overall here. It is kind of holding these lows from the past couple of days, like the 3650 range and the 3700 range, right? So, a little bit of a channel, more of a tighter channel, I think, than what we're kind of used to in the market, with these big swings. But, it still offers a lot of opportunities. But, yeah, we'll definitely see how it kind of plays out leading into the summer. Someone said Redbox here, and I wanted to bring that up just because it's been pretty popular recently, kind of just like a lot of volume trading on it. It is SSR today. Is that SSR day 2? No, here it's not SSR day 2. It's only the first day here, being down more than 10%. It's interesting around this 10 level. So I don't know where it triggered SSR. I guess like right below 10. But you see how it kind of bounced like right from there. And ever since it turned SSR, not as much selling momentum to the downside. So, you know, obviously once it turns SSR, it becomes harder to short. And then, you know, add a little like a more like a key level here with 10, you know, you add more confluence to the trade and you could build a trade plan around that. So once it turns SSR, kind of longing off 10, and then, you know, longing off high a day here, and you know, you got yourself like a decent scalp here for like 30, 40 cents, depending on your entry, right? So decent trade idea there. That's more like the SSR bounce that you talk about and whatnot, but yeah, definitely it's a decent opportunity there. Someone said Amazon was breaking lows or something like that. I want to take a look at that. Or no, I guess it was breaking highs. Yeah, Amazon kind of reclaiming the 105. I think 107 was the level yesterday that kind of like rejected. And then, you know, Amazon pulled back from there. So we're not quite there yet. But, you know, Amazon is considerably stronger on the day, you know, holding above VWAP.
Chart.
Sorry? Yeah, you know, it's holding above VWAP, and then it's pushing high a day towards that 107 area again. So it'd be interesting to see, like, if the market kind of gets to like its high a day and Amazon gets to 107 again. Does Amazon reject there again? My guess is yes, just because it's got to pull back eventually. I really want to see this $100 level come into play. Maybe now, since we're talking about so much, it won't. But yeah, we'll definitely see for that. And BA, I saw that call out a couple times, so let's take a look at that. That's New York. Boeing here on the day, as it's not, my chart's not loading now. Okay, there we go. Is having a stronger day, up 3.5%, right? And then on the daily, pushing towards this 140 level again, right? So look at this tight consolidation around 140, how it was just kind of attracted there, eventually fell off, and now right back there again. So it's going to be interesting as it creeps closer to there. I don't know if we get there today, being up already 3.5%, only 8 million volume trade on the day, but definitely a level to kind of watch out for.
This market's going, baby. NASDAQ just took out the pre-market high, looks like. Time to start getting out of my shorts over here. Exit stage left for all shorts, baby. Shorts are not in play today. Here goes NASDAQ taking out all the highs, and S&P 500 is getting pushed up with it. Hit that Ric Flair woo for any longs that you're in, and hit the sad button, whatever. I don't even know what the sad button is, but you know, hit that button right now because this shorts are getting burnt, man. AMD short about 50 cents out of the money. Surprisingly enough, right before this pop, I got into an Apple short near the triple top, also out of the money, and at the same time, thanks to that pop, I got wicked into a Microsoft short, also about to be out of the money. So let's try to work out of this trade a little bit. You know, I have my plan still. I know my trade plan. I know my setup. I'm trying to stick with it. 276, what? Not 276. 250 is the high off day on Microsoft here. Very close to trying to see if we can actually break above 250 on Microsoft. Did I say Amazon? I think I said Amazon. But the Apple, man, Apple also going towards that 133, 134 highs, barriers that we do know have blocked the stock from going too much higher recently. So let's see if we can work with these trades, get some short fills, and if it starts going really, really crazy to the north side, then we really have to run out of that trade, find the exit stage door, and jump out of that with the parachute. You know, maybe it's too high in a plane or whatever, so we need a parachute for that. What I am seeing right now is this market, bro, 3,700 rejection.
Yeah, 3,700 rejection. At that same time, I was watching AMD because I was thinking about like a short off this. It rejected this 82.5 area here. So I might kind of hop in here short, just like a small starter position, just to kind of see, there I got the fill, just to kind of see if it rejects like the pre-market highs here in this pre-market shelf that we were kind of talking about, right? I could easily get run over, but I have it clear out at like 83. The high a day, I guess that was from pre-market, like 83.48. So 83 will be my out. If it gets there, I'll be done with this trade. But again, let's kind of see if 3,700 does kind of show up. And this level, this pre-market area kind of shows up on AMD, and we get a decent short off this towards 82 and VWAP, right? So kind of just not going to be too cheeky with this. I'm going to be patient with it, of course, but just kind of want to see if it works for me soon. If not, then I'm not going to be too patient with it, and I'm going to get out. Apple was kind of like going there a little bit parabolic. I was talking about like taking a dip to like 132. That never came. It seemed like I was a little bit too late on that. It did give like a secondary dip there, but now look at this, pushing towards 133 and making a high a day there, right? So if this kind of breaks out 133, it might be bad for my AMD short, and any potential shorts on the market kind of shorting this this ramp up here, but definitely something to keep an eye on. I'm watching both on my side screen.
Yeah, whoa, Microsoft just ripping. These markets are waking up, ladies and gentlemen. Apple about to take out 133 to the north side. I think it just did just now and got right back under 133. But this volume in the market is coming in. NASDAQ is launching. NASDAQ now up 2% on the day. S&P 500 up almost 1% on the day. So, like I said, you want to be careful with your shorts. Thankfully, I'm keeping my size small today. I want to keep my risk alive for the end of the day. I don't want to get blown out on my risk over here this early without being able to look at the opportunities that might come on later on. But man, right now, all my positions are indeed out of the money by at least 50 cents or more. So clearly the longs are here. Stick with your longs. If you're in long on anything, just hold on to them a little bit longer, as the S&P 500 is getting ready to most likely take out the pre-market high of 3,710, 3,715 or so. And Microsoft did get above 250 to 250.30 or so. Let me go confirm exactly what the price on Microsoft went up to. MSFT high a day today. 250.50 is the high a day, so it went up almost 50 cents to the north side. Apple went up to I want to say 133.08. That's it. You only went up 8 cents above 133. Thank goodness I'm short right now, exactly where I am, because that means the backside is kind of coming in over here on Apple. Hopefully, though, my shorts pay out, and then anyone who's long gets paid out at the same time too. Working with your trades is what we're talking about. AMD getting above 82.50. You guys saw me take fills all the way up there, and now coming back down is the market right back under 3,700. That's pretty weird, because we got a nice 5 point pop on the S&P 500 above 3,700, and then immediately getting pushed back down. I'm not saying that that's the end of the longs or anything. I'm still shaking in my boots over here for my shorts. So if you are longs, make sure you have your stops out, and just in case to get out for a break even, or even maybe for a tiny loss on your positions. And if you're shorts, you're watching the market like a hawk right now.
Yeah, definitely just kind of being careful with this. I don't want to get run over. I don't want to like start averaging into a loser or anything like that. So gonna respect my risk. I am watching a couple things, right? So things that I'm trying to look for, I'm trying to find confluence, right? To see if this short is actually something worth holding on to and being patient with. We talked about this 37.10 area being kind of like a resistance point for the overall ES this morning in pre-market, right? So we are kind of rejecting that area now. So I want to see it reject a little bit further and pull back harder. I'm also looking at Tesla. Look at Tesla here. 660 was like the kind of level at the open, right? And that rejected. So are we going to reject that area again? It seems like it is. Trying to, sellers are trying to step up here. Maybe it's some profit taking. Our real sellers going to kind of step up and push this back down. Time will tell, of course, but these are the kind of things that I'm looking for, to kind of validate my trade here, right? And same thing with Apple. Apple's doing the same thing at 133. It didn't quite get there earlier. It did break out, but then immediately rejected back down, and now it's below 30 cents, right? So again, adding more confluence to the trade. I haven't looked at Microsoft, but I know you're in that short, so I'll kind of let you deal with that one there. Rejecting or testing, yeah, that's what we're going to find out, right? Like, you kind of have to, I am maybe anticipating a little bit here.
I think he's asking you about your terminology.
Rejecting or testing? Like, what do you mean? Like, what's the difference?
Because I think you said rejecting, but it's testing. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Oh,
but it
okay.
doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, like, either way, like, it is testing the level.
Potato.
If it's like rejecting, I guess rejecting is more of like it rejected that in the past. Like if it went back down to like 132 or something, then you could say like, yeah, it rejected this 133 level, right? But it was testing it there. Maybe now it's rejecting as sellers maybe come in, and now the shorts are working. I am back like basically hovering around flat, but but you know, the market is maybe rejecting here, and maybe the shorts are going to work. But you know, we got to be patient with it, and definitely got to respect our risk.
Cash out, cash out, cash out, cash out, cash in, cash out, cash in, cash out. Have you heard that song yet?
No, I haven't heard that song.
It's by Pharrell Williams. It has Tyler the Creator and 21 Savage in it. The music video for that one is phenomenal. The clay animation is out of this world on that one.
You were listening to the new Drake album that
the new
randomly
Drake's
came
dope
out, right?
too. Yeah, but no, the cash in, cash out part is from that song. I think you like that music video a lot. The clay animation is off the top. Man, right now I'm singing cash in, cash out in my head because that's what's going on with my PNL. You know, cash in, cash out, cash in, cash out. AMD, which was out of the money, still out of the money sadly, but Microsoft, which was out of the money, now in the money, 30 pennies. Apple, flat on my position. AMD still out of the money by 30 pennies, but we're not worried about that position at all. You know, I keep mentioning I have a plan in mind. I'm sticking to my plan, and the only reason I'm wrong on this trade is if the market and variables, which I already have established in my head, are telling me I'm wrong. Microsoft right back under 250, not able to show us buyers above 250. You know, we went up to 250.50 and then getting stuff back down over here goes Microsoft. Apple, we broke 133, but getting stuff right back down on Apple. My average price 132.70. So let's see if we can get pushed right back down over here on Apple. I actually might even think about taking some more size above 133 if we get back over there, which is trying to, you know, it's trying to get back up there. I think the market's still trying to find buyers above 3,700. We keep flirting with the 3,700 mark right now on the S&P 500, and NASDAQ did hit 11,400 and seems to have found a barrier over there, and now NASDAQ's trying to bring down S&P 500 with it. If NASDAQ comes down, I'm short NASDAQ, I'm short the tech giants. That's going to help me out overall, so that's what I'm looking for. That's why whenever I say market, I 90% of the time I'm talking about NASDAQ because I'm trading NASDAQ stocks. And I think, you know, most people should think about it that way. If you're trading your energy stocks, you might want to have XLE up on your screen somewhere. If you're trading your bank stocks, you might want to have XLF open somewhere. And for example, I have NASDAQ, S&P 500, and the UVXY, which we haven't mentioned all day. The UVXY down 4.60 today. This is your ETF for the volatility. I know some of you just directly to go take a look at VIX, which is today is at 31.20.
A couple trade ideas being called out here in the chat, so I wanted to bring them up and talk about them. Someone said 2040 area around NIO again. The high a day is 2054, right? So we haven't reached a new high a day. It does seem like it's slowly grinding there, so it seems like it could be imminent here. There's the thing about NIO. Every time I've tried to short this thing, I've been like getting run over, right? And I think it's because I've like been trying to short in front of a level instead of waiting for it to like test or reject, and then kind of shorting like a lower high and risking off that, right? So I'm just gonna be patient with this idea. Like it is kind of like, obviously it's 6.5% up on the day, so it is considerably stronger than the rest of the market, right? So this can easily kind of take a high day and keep grinding up. Another thing that I wanted to talk about was charge point. That's been called out a couple times. So let's quickly talk about that. Again, up 12.5%, so super strong. But similar how, I forget which one we were looking at, but it was just kind of grinding up here. Where do you get long? Where do you get in here? And where do you risk off of? Like, how do you structure this trade? Maybe if, you know, a retest 14 and that kind of holds up. But right now, there's nowhere to really like risk off of. So, you know, maybe taking like small size, like feeler positions and adding on a dip. But, you know, you don't want to average into a loser, right? So if you're kind of holding this from the morning, congratulations, but it might be a little bit late to get in now unless it starts like really breaking out or makes a level or a shelf or area and, you know, gives you an opportunity that way. But I'm not going to like try and chase this one, that's for sure. But looking on the daily, it is breaking on this consolidation. It was consolidating between like 12 and like 13.50. 14, I guess, if you will. So if it kind of closes above that 14 level, that'll be quite interesting, and see if we can kind of get back and test these highs back here at the beginning of June.
Beginning of June, yeah. I think you were talking about market going back to what the pre-market, not pre-market, sorry,
yeah,
pre-COVID
and you know,
levels.
Oh,
was that you who was saying that yesterday?
No, I don't think that was me.
Maybe that was someone else. You know, market looks like it wants to go right back to the pre-COVID levels, and that's very much a possibility. You know, a lot of stocks have gone back to pre-COVID levels, so it only makes sense that the market wants to somewhat do along those same lines. You know, now we're we were about 30 cents in the money for both our shorts, but then it just keeps on flirting with our profits. So we'll just let the market decide what it wants to do. AMD, man, the one that was the deepest out of the money for us, is now starting to return back to the downside. 82.50 seems to be the perfect area. I know Ian gotta fill exactly near 82.50. I had to battle my way up to 82.50 from the double top up to. Why do I have UVXY open? I thought I have AMD open here. Sorry. So I had to battle my trade a little bit from here all the way up to here, but you know, I laid out the plan for you until 83 or 83.50 goes, the pre-market level goes. I'm not wrong on this trade, period, and that's the way I'm going to treat it. Now coming back down with the help of the market, Microsoft and Apple both 20 cents in the money for me, and 20 cents out of the money is AMD, but AMD is the least of my worries. You know, if I'm worried about any of my shorts, it's going to be Apple and Microsoft. Apple's up 2%. Microsoft's up 2%. Market is up 2%. That's the S&P, sorry, that's the NASDAQ. AMD only up 0.29%.
Yeah.
So AMD clearly the weakest of the bunch. That's the least of my worries. So that's why I have more size on this trade, and I'm going to hold it for a bigger move slash a little bit of a bigger drop than I would hold Apple or Microsoft to.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Like, if anything's going to turn back red on the day, it'll likely be AMD, right? Because it's just not up that much, and it was considerably weaker in the morning. Maybe we're just kind of talking ourselves into the trade, who knows? But one thing I was watching here was Apple at this 133 level. And, you know, as the market was kind of testing and flirting with 3,700, kind of figuring out what it wanted to do, Apple never really got close back to this 133 level, never really tested again after rejecting it early on, right? It gave that quick breakout, then quickly fell below. Never really tested again, was never really in jeopardy. So I'm not sure where Prad got in, but it seems like, you know, for Apple short.
I'm short 132.70.
Yeah, so, you know, you're in the money a little bit here, but kind of risking off that 133 level. It seems pretty safe unless that 133 level really starts to kind of come back into play and test again. But again, these are the kind of things that we're watching as we're in these shorts. Come on, AMC, you want this $13. Let's take a quick look at that. Did it reclaim 12.50? No, it's rejecting this 12.50. How many times have I talked about AMC like action around the 50 cent areas, right? And it did kind of break out earlier today, but you know, high a day 20 or 12.71, so like 20 cents leeway to the upside there, and now kind of testing the area again. So it'll be interesting to see if this kind of falls back down. We talked about this consolidation range here, and now it's kind of breaking out. Could it break out 12.50 and push high a day? I would say very easily, but yeah, time will definitely tell on that one. Yeah, we just talked about NIO, so we'll kind of leave that one alone for a bit. RBLX up 7%. Let's take a quick look at that. Yeah, it is up 7% again, just like slowly grinding up on the day, continues to make higher highs. Less volume than yesterday, surprisingly. Yesterday was a big sell day. It is SSR, so man, how many times have we talked about this in like the past like week? You know, just kind of talking with the boys and how these stocks will turn SSR around key support areas and the next day be up like 5+%, right? RBLX is another example of that. As I'm watching this happen, you know, AMD, there's some buying coming in, so I might have to kind of stress about that on the upside there. I don't want to get run over on this trade. You know, it is small size, but still want to manage my risk accordingly, so kind of just paying attention to that now.
Yeah, same here. You know, I was hoping you'd talk a little bit longer so I could manage my positions, but that's fine. We got, let's jump over to BGS being called out in our work chat. Announces formation of business units and senior leadership appointments after market yesterday. Apparently the news dropped. Getting a big volume candle though just now, not too long ago, around 1:25 Eastern Standard Time, coming in with a big volume candle and also a nice little push for the stock. 1.4 million shares traded today, and it's trying to you know, stay above the pre-market highs, or sorry, not pre-market highs, the previous day's high around $23.30. $23.40 maybe. Just gotta wait and see what happens. So you know, the market's really debating us over here. It's got us thinking and it's got us doubting ourselves a little bit. And this is why the best thing to do is have your plan already set up and have your orders already sent out, and let that plan play out within itself. That way you're not, constantly questioning yourself and deciding in the middle and diddling in the middle with your own position. And sometimes that's the worst thing you can do. So for Apple, for Microsoft, for AMD, I have my stops sent out. And they're kind of a ridiculous stop if you ask me. But if that stop hits, that means I was 100% wrong on that trade. There was no way the stock was going to retrace because it was just going to keep on launching. But since those stops never ended up hitting, we're right back into being in the money in these trades. 18 cents in the money on Microsoft, 10 cents in the money on, 20 cents in the money on Apple, 10 cents in the money on Microsoft. Still out of the money on AMD, sadly, but just got to wait to see where these ones end up pushing to. Some of you are talking about Palantir going ham, hard as a, let's go see what it's doing. PLTR, NQ, no, sorry, not New York for Palantir. I know that. I don't even know why I typed in the wrong one. Palantir. Here we go, Marcus. Swish, swish. James Harden jersey for a reason today, baby. We don't miss. Like Harden. But Palantir, man, Palantir up 7.24% today. I like how no reaction came from that side. I
was just going to say that, like, don't miss. He misses all the time, man.
I say this for a reaction. I'm just surprised that no reaction came from that corner. That's because he's singing 21 Savage in his ear over here.
I chuckled.
Oh, okay, he's got the
I chuckled a bit. I was waiting for Neil to kind of step in there, but yeah, no, that was an oversight on your part for sure. Did you catch the game yesterday?
Yeah.
Man, one thing that I kind of noticed, so Boston obviously came out super hot. It's in Boston, game 6, like they got to show out, right? They got to show out. They come up like 12-2 lead. All of a sudden, all the Boston guys are like super confident. Oh, we got this. We're going to game 7.
My name is Jason Tatum. This is what I do on the court.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Jason Tatum hits that 3. They're up 12-2. Golden State calls a timeout. What do you think those guys, those championship guys on Golden State, those guys with all the experience they said afterwards, they're like, guys, let's run these guys over right now. Let's run them over.
My name is Jason Tatum. I sleep on courts.
Man, Jason Tatum did not show up. Jaylen Brown showed up, of course. Jaylen Brown's the guy. Happy for Andrew Wiggins. We're up in the city.
Yeah.
Get in the ring. Another ring for Toronto. Not quite, but another ring, from Toronto.
That's a ring for Toronto.
But yeah, Curry definitely kind of cemented himself as one of the greats. 4 chips. But what's cool is that
4 and 8.
This core group on Golden State, they won 2 chips before Kevin Durant, right?
Yeah.
They won. Or was it 1?
1 with Kevin.
No, they won 1 before. They won with Kevin, and then now they won after without Kevin again.
That's 4, right?
That's 4 in total, right? So these guys are something special for sure. Definitely a dynasty. Steve Kerr, 9 rings. 9 rings.
Yeah, can't deny that man, bro. Stealing plays and making him look like yours. And, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Just got to do what you got to do. Sometimes you got to fake it before you make it. I love how Boston fans was booing the ceremony. Hey, man, I mean,
I think that's Boston, though.
I would do that, too.
That's kind of Boston's, like, MO, though.
I mean, like, have you seen what Toronto goes through during hockey games and, like, other stuff? Man, Toronto wilds out, so I would do that, too, without a doubt. All right, man, here we go. Positions getting
now
into
the positions are really starting to heat up. Let's go to the short side.
Getting into
what I was
profit.
kind of watching here was there was random, like, it was like 64 and 60 lots on the bid here in AMD, and it kind of just got run over like super quickly. And the sellers kind of took it over. So is this going to keep accelerating to the downside? I'm about like 20 cents in the money now. So just being super patient with this. Patience could start to pay off. I'm watching Apple kind of fall off. The likes of Tesla fall off, and of course the market kind of falling off, adding more confluence to my trade. Let's just see where this goes.
What are you, Luca? Chill out on that one. But yeah, we're going to go over to Brando for Money Talks. Money.
Hey guys, yeah, lots of movement today in currencies once again. A volatile session. Here we go. US dollar now 1.12 back to the upside. This morning I was talking about this move back above 104. The line is 104. If you go to a daily chart, key support area for the US dollar. Huge move down after the inflation Fed talk that we've had over the past couple of days, but right back into the range right now. We're going to have Frank Caberna from the Small Exchange come on this afternoon, join us, talk about this and so much more. So don't go anywhere. So the US dollar leading, but I want to point out Japanese yen here down 2%. Bank of Japan actually talking more stimmies in Japan. So big move down, 74.09 for the Japanese yen. Australia and New Zealand, there was some pretty negative data out as well as far as their economy is concerned. So 1%, 1.6 to the downside. Bitcoin and Ethereum, not doing much, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, I think it's time for me to basically get out of these shorts because I don't think we get back under. Mic check. I'm unmuted. Oh, okay. So I don't know if we're actually gonna break VWAP to the downside for the S&P 500 based off of how my idea of the market not breaking the lows today is gonna play out. That's just my idea. You know, we could easily do it. But if the market's not gonna break VWAP, then that might not put my positions in the money. So that's gonna be a little scary for me. But that being said, 50 cents in the money on Apple, 20 cents in the money on Microsoft, and absolutely flat on AMD as the market's getting pushed back to the VWAP over here. What's that? Oh, not to me, sir.
Yo, what do you think about going to a box at the Jays game?
Today?
At some point.
Yeah,
Today.
for sure, man.
Imagine we could just get that super quick. Maybe for like the next grad party. The last grad party was sick at the Jays game. Box seats for the next one, that would be something special.
Sure, listen, but people need to graduate first, man. You listening, boys? Graduate in the back over there. Ian graduated. We need one more.
Well, no, if we get one more, maybe two more, we get like a bigger budget, you know, something like that. That would be cool. Yeah, Sean's bumping to 21 Savage. Yeah, I was just kind of managing my AMD position here, just because, you know, we are in the money now. I don't want to get too cheeky with this. Like Brad was saying, if we bounce off VWAP on the market, you know, obviously AMD could, like, my position could easily get run over. So I moved it up to break even. Let's kind of see where this goes, if it can kind of pick up to the downside. I am sitting like pretty 25 cents in the money, but I'm trying to hold for like a bigger move, right? Especially if AMD is going to be weaker. If 82 breaks down, I think we'll be like sitting really pretty. So I'm kind of watching it to see if like buying kind of starts picking up above 82, and then, you know, it'll make me kind of want to get out. But, you know, stop at break even. I'm not risking much on this trade. We'll kind of see and just keep being more patient with it. A couple people were calling out GME, and that was kind of rallying up to 135. Like 135 rejected here. Man, we've been taking a couple breakouts on GME, and they've been working somewhat nicely. This is a potential for another one, right? 135 rejects early. You know, can we, if more momentum picks up to the upside, can we take the breakout again? We'll see. But, you know, you got to be careful with GME, as is a little bit more spready, way less volume today, only 1.6 volume, right, on it. So, you know, I'm probably not going to like take it with like big size or anything, if any size, just because I want to see like more momentum, more buying come in, so I don't kind of get run over on that one. But yeah, 135 potential breakout area on GME. And in that sense, let's take a quick look at AMC to see if that's giving a similar move. I mean, not really. Like we talked about this 1250 area, you know, it's kind of testing back again and now kind of falling off a bit. But yeah, GME, definitely more momentum coming in that one versus AMC.
Yeah, I'm actually just getting out of all my shorts here right now. I'm just taking my profits and running away. AMD is the only one I'm not closing because I believe AMD has obviously been the weakest of them all. If the market does go back up, you know, maybe we get more fills over here on AMD to the upside. As long as AMD keeps on giving me that opportunity to keep rinsing and repeating the same 83.50 level, I'll just keep on doing that. But I did hop out of my Apple and my Microsoft short. Actually still have some Microsoft shares left. I'm just waiting for that order to come into the downside over here and get me out, get me out right away, so I don't have to worry about that trade anymore. I just have to worry about my AMD at that point. I read one of the banks doubled down on their short position on AMC. Think that was Bank of America, but not sure. Yeah, I mean, we know the story of when these stocks double down on shorts, and Reddit catches wind of their doubling down, and they hunt for them. So we have to just wait and see, honestly, for that squeeze game. I know everyone's patiently waiting for the next big squeeze to take place. Whenever that opportunity comes, we'll for sure be there to take place and take part of it. You know, we'll participate, but what we won't do is anticipate when that move's gonna come, because that's a big waste of time and energy trying to do that. AMC today, man, up 6% to the upside, 21 million shares traded, holding VWAP right now, and looks like it does not want to go down, which is a good thing. You know, we know you looked at GME not too long ago. We're looking at AMC right now. So meme stocks kind of back into play a little bit. AMD going back to 103. Yeah, maybe eventually, but not today.
Not today. Maybe that's where you got your calls or whatever. But yeah, AMD probably not today. Man, it's funny because I'll show you guys this. So I'm not mad about this. I just got wicked out. That being said, I did kind of notice, like we were talking about AMD being weaker on the day, but I did notice like basically since we started kind of talking about it and since I entered into my short position, there has been a little bit more buying on AMD. So that's why like I kind of tightened this stop. I don't want to risk like anything on it, right? So I tightened my stop. I got wicked out. It's running it over now. It's probably going to test like 83. Notice how the market like didn't even really like get close to VWAP, and AMD didn't have like quite the same pullback of the likes of like Apple or whatnot. So to me, that signals that there's more strength now in AMD. Just because it didn't give a similar move to the likes of Apple. Like if you look at Apple and we talked about 133, look how far it went down from 133. It went down all the way to like 80. It went down 80 cents, right? So, you know, that's why Prad kind of covered that and scalped that out. So solid trade there. But AMD, definitely some more strength than that as it's kind of pushing back towards like 82.80 and 83, right? So let's see if that like continues to kind of break out. It seems like Apple, you know, that's part of trading, right? It's about stock picking, right? It seems like Apple was the better stock to kind of short than AMD. But again, we were kind of basing it off the movement this morning, right? But it's more so what you're doing for me lately. And for that on AMD, it was more buying lately, that's for sure. But small on that one, it was like a tiny position. Not really too worried about that. AMC moving, so maybe as we were talking about that, AMC broke out. I mean, like, no, not really. Like it is kind of trying to break out 1250, but this breakout seemed pretty weak. It break out to like 1253. Not seeing like, I am seeing like a little bit of size, but for a $12 stock, that's not much. So I really want to see like more buying come into this above. But yeah, for now, not really breaking out in that sense. Quick back look at GME to see how that 135 is reacting. So it looked like it did break out. And see, this is exactly what I was kind of talking about. What are you awing about?
Apple.
What did it like?
It wants to go back lower, man. Come on.
Okay. What did you like? You're still short?
I mean, I covered, but like I'm short AMD. Like I said, I'm not jumping out of AMD.
Oh, okay.
I like your read on AMD, but my mind on AMD is not gonna change. Listen, I'm married to the stock, so I can talk as much smack as I want to it.
So
it's
see,
not
that's like,
going above. It's
see,
not
that's
going
like
up.
that's like the theory or the planning difference between like Prad. Like Prad has like a lot of conviction around that level that he likes, right? And for me, I was like more of like reading the tape around these levels, and I just like saw like more buying around these levels, which, you know, to me it kind of spooked me out of the trade, right? That being said, the trade can still work in Prad's favor, but for me, I don't want to really see that. When I put a position on, I want to see myself like in the money. I want to see it working for me pretty quickly. I don't want to be too patient with it, especially knowing that, you know, AMD can easily pick up momentum to the upside and crush my position and take out the highs and so on, right? So, you know, maybe it works for me. Now it's like kind of fluctuating around my price there. I was short 82.45, but this is the thing, guys. Like, I'm not having FOMO about this. You know, I'm not trying to get in my head like trying to jump in about it again. I am talking about it. Maybe that's why I'm talking through my emotions with you guys. But yeah, no, there was my reasoning for getting out of that one.
Monday's apparently a day off. I did not know about that. Juneteenth holiday observed. Let's go. Long weekend, baby.
Yeah, Juneteenth. Monday is a holiday for the stock market. So, you know, it's nice to, you know, have a day
long
off,
weekend
I guess.
coming in. Yeah, I mean, if Monday is like today, the weather, I am for sure finding the closest beach in Brampton, and there is no beach in Brampton. That's
yeah, I was going to say.
What? Bro, that's not even a beach, bro. That's not even a beach. This guy said Professor's Lake. No. Golf Lake. I'll take the Brampton Transit to Wasaga, you know, take the Brampton Transit all the way to Wasaga.
By the time you leave in the morning, and then by the time you get there, the beach will be like, it'll be dark, man.
But guess what? I won't have to worry about seating then, man. All the beach is mine. I can put up 5 campfires. I don't have to worry about what's going on. You know, life is way better like that, bro. Public transit is the answer. Hey, this guy, bro, you're getting beat up today for sure. This guy said, anyways, moving on. So Monday we have a day off for everyone in America, and if you're not in America, if you're Canada, sadly, you still have to go to work. And that's the beauty of being in the trade market over here in the stock market, that we trade the U.S. stocks, we get the U.S. holidays, I get to sit at home while my brother goes to work. Haha,
yeah, it's for like 9 or 10 days of the year we're American.
Yeah, 9 or 10
days of the year we're
That's
American.
Right.
And we get to enjoy some of the holidays, which is kind of cool. Yeah, no, some people mentioned Revlon here, and it seems like Revlon's kind of getting some buying momentum, some buying volume coming in. My wedge here, I took that off, but it looks like it could be breaking out here. It looks like this 350 level, 340 level is holding, and now we're above VWAP. VWAP held nicely, so is this going to really start picking up? I'm more interested to see like what happens around the 4 level. Like if we're going to reject that and just crash right back down, then maybe that's not true strength. But if that 4 breaks out and keeps running and it just keeps going on the day, then obviously there's some strength to be had there. But it seems like you guys see there at 67, a few hundred lots kind of lining up, waiting passively to get filled. So these are people trying to get short, right? So since it is SSR, you do have to wait passively. You do have to be a little bit more patient and wait on the offer to get filled. So it's going to be interesting to see if the market kind of runs to them and takes them out, or if it kind of rejects and runs away from them, right? It seems like they are getting some fills, but it keeps reloading. So something to kind of keep an eye on here with Revlon. See that 66 got taken out, more size there on 367, but I am seeing a few fills here, right? So it is kind of getting taken out, kind of getting hit. They're getting hit more so, now rejecting, right? So going to be interesting to see. It seems like more people are trying to short it up at these prices.
Yeah, market clearly has buyers coming in. Apple won't break 132. Microsoft's holding 250 really well, and that's why I jumped out of my Microsoft short too. And I said, nope, not going to be worrying with this trade. Obviously a little bit of a fear still on AMD not working out. No doubt about that. The stock is weaker than Apple and Microsoft.
Now what I was saying is kind of getting in your head.
No.
Eh?
I'm not getting out of this trade until my level hits anyways, right? That doesn't change, but it still looks, market's trying to get back up here. I did say the market most likely not taking out VWAP to the downside on this second go round over here, and it's actually bouncing off the 100 period EMA, which is not that far from VWAP. It's bouncing from the 100 period EMA right now and trying to go back to the high it did near 3,700, near 3710s or so. What is this range high? 3710, 3715. So market clearly wants to do that. I told you no way we break the low a day. We started forming a bottom over here. I'm telling you no way we go back below VWAP, at least for the next 30 minutes or so, and the market's showing you that right now. So with these factors coming in was the reason why I closed my Apple short, and was the reason why I closed my Microsoft short, and should also be the reason why I should start scaling down on my AMD a little bit, and not trying to take more size like I am right now. But listen, my setup is called load up and let Jesus take the wheel. All right? And that is exactly what we're going to be doing.
You need one of those magic 8 balls or like those spinny things where like you get into position and you just spin it, and then whatever it lands on, like hold or like pray or whatever, cover.
No, my strategy is very easy. Load up and let Jesus take the wheel. Oh. Animations are off. It's okay. We're getting some new animations. We're getting the IT.
We gotta get that going over here too.
Yeah, we got the IT team getting us the lower third bar. The chat is always asking us about that. Some cool changes coming.
Yeah, some cool changes coming to make the show better and keep improving. And in that sense, let's talk about the YouTube channel and the show. Let's bring it up. Timing was perfect there. Prad signaling yes. 2.6K likes on the day, guys. Thank you so much. Let's keep it going. We got 3,500 viewers today. I know more momentum is going to pick up into the closing show here, so we thank you for your support. But like, subscribe, hit that notification bell if you haven't yet, guys. We really, really appreciate all the support, of course. If you check out the channel, if you are new, I noticed like a couple new members today joining the channel. Thank you again. Please check out like all that we have to offer, right? If you go to videos, I think if you click here, where was that search bar, Brad? Like I can't.
Click that that little arrow right there?
Yeah.
Click it
Oh, you
again.
just have to go to the side here, and you can search up if you want to like learn about VWAP. You can type that in, and now you got a whole bunch of videos about VWAP and so on, right? So please check out the channel. We also got some merch too if you're interested in that. But again, guys, thank you for all your support, continued support, and you know, let's keep growing this channel. Like we said, a lot of positive things coming into the future there. I'm watching Revlon here just because it kind of took out those levels that I was talking about, right? There was size there on 67, 66. Now it's gotten taken out. Now there's less size on the offer. So maybe it's like those guys realize like, oh, you know, maybe the short is not in play. It seems like it's gravitating towards this 4 level as we're kind of speaking about it here. So I kind of want to see if it gets there, how much momentum is pushing up to that 4 level. If it's kind of accelerating really fast, then you know, then we can take that breakout and kind of see what's happening. What are you going about?
Let's go. Apple took out that 132 bottom, and you know, market beta kings, Apple, Microsoft, not holding up those levels. If Apple's failing to hold up 132, if Microsoft's failing to hold up at 250 after showing us some good strength above 250, obviously the market beta kings are coming down. That means the market's coming down. S&P 500 heading right back to VWAP over here, and now the idea of does S&P 500 hold up above VWAP, or do we actually break VWAP and head right back into the low of range near 3660s, or the low of day of 3640s is the big question. So you know that AMD trade I was so worried about? No longer worried about, baby. We got more size, and now we're in the money, 20 cents in the money on AMD. We're about to double our net on this position. You have an idea. I'm about to do the James Harden 3-point signal right now, baby, off the dome right now. You have conviction, you trade your trade, you play it out, and cash in the money, baby. Cash in the racks right now coming in. S&P 500 about to take out the VWAP to the downside, so I might just be wrong on that trade, on that call out. But you know what I'm not wrong about? AMD short.
Yeah, it's crazy how like Apple, it was like kind of consolidating a bit, like holding above this 132. And as soon as the 132 broke, you know, the market fell off, AMD fell off. It was kind of like waiting to see what happened around this 132. And here's the thing, guys. So I got out of this AMD trade. I had my reasons for not liking it. A couple of you guys were like, oh, just have a little bit more patience, have a little bit more patience. Man, every time it came to these 20s, there was a lot of buying coming in, right? And now look what's happening in the 20s again. There's more buying, right? So don't get us wrong. The market just bounced off VWAP as well, right? So I want to see like if AMD is going to break down below 82, then okay, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have had more patience. Like Prad here, you know, Prad being a little bit more experienced than me was able to kind of hold this trade and manage it a little bit better than I was. But you know what? I'm okay with this. I am talking about it because I'm just kind of talking through like my thoughts and my emotions for it. But I'm not going to have FOMO or whatever. It is what it is. It did kind of accelerate to that, and you know I could have scalped it up for like 20 cents, but I was in the money 20 cents before and I didn't take it. I stopped off for break even, whatever, right? We'll move on. We'll try to find like the next trade. You know, as Apple kind of like tests this 132 again, and the market's bouncing off VWAP. Maybe I wasn't wrong on this on covering there. I see Prad kind of covering a little bit. I see him smashing his keys a little bit. You know, as I'm kind of talking about, he's covering his shares here. So
I mean, I told you market's most likely not going below VWAP, right? I did give you that idea. That's gonna be my theory of the market, because if the market is playing out the way it did earlier, go back to yesterday's low, bounce, form a higher low, and then start breaking above VWAP, because NASDAQ wants to just absolutely strap on the SpaceX booster rockets and take off. A successful launch for SpaceX today. Congratulations to Elon on that side. So look how we tickle VWAP and we go right back to the upside. So why would I sit here and not start taking some covers on my AMD short when the market is doing exactly what I said it would do, right? Take out some of the trades over here. Now my average price is way better than my average price before. My average price is $82.53. Now it's basically a free trade for me. So what Ian did earlier, I can do that now, a little bit less worried about it, and I still have size for that trade, right? I still have 50% of my size, and I could throw roll out that stop at break even just in case the market starts popping up like it is right now and tries to take off my my order on AMD and starts trying to burn me on that, right? So this is why the ideas of having a thesis, having your setup laid out already, knowing what you want to do in case this happens, and knowing what you want to do in case that happens. If then statements will help you in this market. Just holding it or just randomly getting into a price because that price looked good to you is just not the way it works. You know, you gotta form some theories, some ideas, and play around those ideas.
AMD will be at 83.30 in a few minutes. I hope so. I hope Pratt has his stops in because, you know, as the market was bouncing, I saw more buying come into AMD.
It's a dark pool buy. It's a
dark pool buy. That wick's not real. That wick's not real. No. We'll see. But you know, I'm good with that trade. How it ended up for me, it's whatever. But I'm watching Revlon more so just because I'm seeing more size. Like, look at this, guys. Like 800 lots at 380. Someone knows something here. They're sitting on the EDGX gateway. It ran away from that quick. Look at it, guys. It's pushing up to 84 now, right? So I don't think that person got their fill. I think the 4 test is like quite imminent here. So I was watching to see, like, it did test up to like 89, 88. It didn't quite break 90. There was a lot of size stacked up on 90, right? So I want to see that break out. If that breaks out, then, you know, I'm probably going to quickly place my stop to get long there at 4. But we'll see. Just going to have patience with that. I don't want to long here like in anticipation of it breaking 4. I want to see it actually happen, you know, take that breakout, maybe scalp it out for a few cents depending on how it goes. But, you know, I am seeing more people kind of step up now on the bid and running over the offers, right? So definitely something to watch, definitely something to see. You know, that size is at 80 and it hasn't tested that. I haven't seen any fills come in on 80 cents. So I'm assuming that person's still sitting there on that gateway.
Hey, yo, this guy rocking the wig.
Man, how many times are you guys gonna, you know, say the same jokes? Let's hear some new jokes, guys. Let's hear some new chirps, some new burns.
Be nice to the viewers, man. Listen, be nice to the viewers, okay? GGPI is actually launching off right now. I don't know if you looked at GGPI today. Did you, Polestar?
No, I didn't look at that yet.
We talked about Polestar yesterday. Basically, Polestar recovered all of yesterday's moves. So yesterday we were down a little bit, and now we're right back into yesterday's high on GGPI, up 11%. So if you guys remember when Sean was mentioning, you know, GGPI is a free trade, just go long, watch it go to $10, and he said this yesterday. Hey, where are we right now? Where are we right now? GGPI. You mentioned it yesterday. It's a free trade to $10. Look at it right now. $8 to $10, baby, right back to $10 on this position. You know, it's like ring the Reggie, or let's floss it. Floss it over there. I can't wait to have animations on our end, man. But then again, even though we had animations, I never really clicked them. It was all Valeria who clicked it for me.
We'll share it. We'll share it. We'll share it. I'm sure we'll create some cool ones and it'll be fun. Important to know about GGPI is it's SSR continued. Right, so another one of these, like, you know, getting the big bounce the next day because it's SSR. Who knows? Yeah. Thoughts on Adobe, please? Yeah, we can take a look at Adobe. That's NASDAQ or NY?
Reliance to buy Revlon. Wow, okay.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I still have Revlon up on my side screen there. There is size in the offer there, so let's see if that kind of gets taken out. Adobe had their earnings yesterday, right? So I think it was like kind of like a dip and rip scenario. You know, we did gap down today and kind of reclaimed all these levels to the upside. Now back towards this 370 area, right? So 370 held up around here back in May, and then consolidated above there, and then broke down yesterday, and now kind of hurtling back towards there, right? So it's going to be interesting to see if Adobe can reclaim the 370 level, and, you know, more buying come in above it. And as I was kind of talking there, Revlon did break out of 4, so I kind of missed that trade. But it's giving you, if you're kind of being patient with that, look, there it goes, guys, up to 15 cents. So if you took that trade, good scalp out there. I didn't see the size there, but it looked like it kind of just blasted through that size at 90 and then right through 4, and you know, gave you, if you're a little bit more patient with it, about 15 cents on the trade there. So good scalp.
Hey, man, I gave you this trade, too. I told you, Revlon, this is a very good risk-to-reward trade right here. The consolidation of VWAP, there's only 2 directions the stock can go from here, up down. Now, if you go long with the tight stop of $3.40 to the downside, you risked almost like 10 pennies for this 50-cent move, 60-cent move. Now, if you were short somewhere over here and you gave it the risk of 10 cents to the upside, you know, obviously it didn't really go to the downside, so you would have got stopped at and lost 10 cents on that trade. Either way, that's the type of risk to reward scenarios we always look for. Now, why would you short something that's up 100%? I don't know. I obviously was looking for this long area. Now, the second setup that I gave you guys on Revlon was a possible replay of this $3 breakdown. So Revlon broke above $3 to 306 and pushed right back to 1.8 at the end of the day. Now Revlon pushing to $4, high a day of $4.18. Can it push back down? Keep in mind, Revlon yesterday was not on SSR. Or maybe it was.
No, I don't think it was.
It was on SSR yesterday,
okay.
and it still pushed down like this. So maybe, yeah, maybe it has a chance to push down like that. But someone in chat said there are talks about Reliance from India. So Reliance is an Indian company owned by Mukesh and I forget his brother. I guess they split the company a little bit, right? Mukesh Ambani. So if they are thinking about buying Revlon and bringing it over to India, and you know, that's a good idea if you ask me, honestly. Mukesh is already one of the richest guy in India there's ever been. Does Ian have a big forehead or
that's
receding
a little
hairline?
personal, guys. Like, that's hitting me in my feels, man. Like, my girlfriend makes fun of my like forehead all the time, man.
Oh,
like,
no.
It's not a receding hairline. I naturally, like, I don't know, man. Man, we've given you multiple ideas here on Revlon. Let's get off my hairdo here, topic conversation. Look at Revlon pushing up to 425 now, right? So there's multiple trade ideas that we've been talking about. The long off this base here, the breakout as soon as buying momentum came up, and now the $4 breakout, right? So 3 trade ideas on Revlon here. It clearly, you know, picking up momentum off that news. Apparently, you know, Revlon has been a good buy. So someone knew something this morning, I think, and that's why it's up so much on the day, but accelerating to the upside here above 4. You know, still people offering out and trying to short this thing. They're getting run over. So I'm not sure what the thesis is there, because now you're kind of just shorting something that's going parabolic. And, you know, it's easy to kind of get run over and run through your stops. Low cut fade will help your head look smaller, bro. Yeah, I think like I got like I guess, is this like a high fade, or? I guess that would be considered a high fade.
They're saying that you asked for it. You said you asked for new jokes, so now instead of your hair, they're going at your forehead now. So obviously they're attacking you a little personal.
It's all fun though. Like I'm reading this, and like it's funny because these jokes like I've heard before. So it's just kind of funny that how you guys are kind of saying the same jokes. Ian is a smart dude. Thank you, man.
Bernard in chat goes, Pratt, did you go long on any stock today? Actually, I have a mental mechanic. It's called the Pratt SSR rule. When the markets are up, I just don't trade, and when the markets are down, I just go short everything. It's a Pratt SSR rule. You know, I just can't go long for some reason. I don't know why. Something in my body just won't let me go long. But as long as the opportunities are there, just go long, go have fun. I'm the opposite of my father. You know, he can't go short, I can't go long. I guess together we make one trader. Together we make one full trader. Real quick before we're done over here, we only have about 1 minute or so left. We only got 2.6K likes. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we were at 2.1K before the show started, and now we're only at 2.6. Let's get that number going. Not much time left for that number to going, you know, and more importantly, you guys are going to get thrown onto the closing show now with Neil, Sean, and Brendo. Make sure you guys go have tons of fun over there. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Yes, sir.
When is
Happy
it, Sunday or Saturday?
It is on Sunday.
Sunday. So
Yeah.
I need to buy my dad something and get it shipped to India.
Don't forget,
maybe.
guys. Don't forget. Wish your dad Happy Father's Day. Spend some time with them. Yeah.
You buying anything for your father?
No, I don't really like buy him a gift or anything, but usually like we'll go like I'll go over to like my parents' place. We'll do like a barbecue or something. He might get me up to like do some like lawn chores. You know, I have to mow the lawn for him and whatnot.
Happy Father's Day. Here's a shovel.
It's funny because every time I visit, they'll be like, "Hey, I got all these things to do. Now that you're here, that's great. Come help me, right?"
Yeah.
So, you know, it is what it is. It's good time always spending time with the family, and yeah, especially with my dad on Father's Day. So again,
and have a great long weekend.
Yeah, have a great long weekend to everyone celebrating or has the holiday on Monday. Of course, if you're in Canada, you're SOL on that one. But yeah, no, we'll enjoy the day off for sure.
Yeah, and lots of excitement. keep it contained. I know there's going to be a lot of volume coming in at the last 10 minutes of the day. Thankfully, you have Neil and Sean and Brando to help you with that trading process. And now we'll throw it right over to them. So, ciao.
Hey guys, welcome in. A couple hours left before we get that huge volume event at the end of the day today. Huge imbalance, lots of options, expirations. We'll talk all about it coming up in the next couple of hours. But as of right now, maybe the calm before the storm. It's been a bit of a choppy day, back and forth. We tested higher. We come all the way down, test very much lower. Now we're right back in the middle of the range. So